alarming to what that tool can do.
Well, hello and welcome to the stream.
When they released this app, they released it during a time when people were home and bored and wanted something to bring a smile to their face, and they used that against us. And Maria, what's concerning to me is the American people even willing to be inconvenienced to be safe anymore? Will they even be inconvenienced anymore to continue to be free? We've seen that China and the Communist Party in control over there will destroy their own people to get world dominance. What will America do just to stand up and to be free? Will we at least quit using an app that they're using against us?
And what about that? What about that app? What do you want to say to parents who may have their kids have TikTok on their phone? You banned it on government devices, but how much of a threat is it to ordinary American families?
Sit your kids down, have a conversation, tell them to knock it off. Tell them they slept in their beds last night, safe and secure, because of sacrifices that were made for this country, and that to respect that, they should not allow our enemies to come right into their homes and to manipulate their thoughts and their minds and how they feel about the United States of America. Maria, if we lose this country, where to go? Where do they go? What's a better opportunity for the American dream than right here?
Well, hello and welcome to the
we're
stream.
pretty proud of our state, that we're leading the country and our economy. We have the number one incomes in the nation right now, at 2.1% unemployment. We were the only state not to close businesses. We're the only state not to mandate or to tell people to stay in their homes. We're proud of that. We're thriving. Even with all the snow up here and cold, we're doing great. And I think that South Dakota can be a beacon for freedom to this country, whether it comes to national security issues, securing our border, or even giving people more opportunities to grow their incomes and have a strong economy.
Well, 2% unemployment is just outstanding. Real quick, Governor, what are your thoughts on the food supply? This was something you raised as they want to buy up the agricultural land. What would they do?
Oh my goodness, they would completely control us. If we think a pandemic was scary, wait until you can't feed your children and what people will do. By purchasing up the entire processing chain and then purchasing the land, they might not only control that land, they may use it for nefarious purposes, such as surveillance on our platforms, but they also could use it to keep productivity out of there. I've long believed that we need family farms out here on the land. We need family farms because if diversity and many people growing our food supply means that one person doesn't control it. It means that it's safer and it's more affordable for every single family. And that's why so many people in this country need to appreciate that we grow our own food in the United States.
All really important points. Governor, thank you very much. We'll be watching your leadership. South Dakota, Governor Kristi Noem, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Quick break, and then it is a matter of national security. Biden family influence peddling, selling out to America's number one adversary. House Oversight Committee Chairman Congressman James Comer is here on his committee's investigation into the Biden family business. That's
The police don't want you to know this. They don't want you to know this. Drivers, if you pay for your own car insurance.
But I will highlight that real wages in January were higher than they were 7 months ago. So we understand that inflation has come down. It's why it's the president's highest priority. We just got the blue chip forecast. Was just released today from blue chip forecasters. They're expecting inflation to be easing to about 3.2% at the end of this year. We know that is why it's so important for the Federal Reserve to have the independence. It is why the president is focused on lowering costs in his budget through the Inflation Reduction Act for Americans when it comes to health care, when it comes to child care, when it comes to higher education. But we are expecting to see this economy, the labor market is robust. We are expecting to see inflation ease over the year. There may be bumps along the way, however. We know that we can't focus on any one month, but that is what most forecasters are talking about.
Manufacturing lost 4,000 jobs. The focus on manufacturing here. What happened?
So again, yes, but we had 1 month, and we don't like to focus on any 1 month. And if we look at the manufacturing growth overall, they're higher today than they were almost 2 years ago. We've seen more manufacturing growth in the last 2 years than we have in previous recovery cycles. Again, I want to emphasize it's really important not to over-focus on any 1 month of data. But if we go back to the president's policies, if we look at the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, those are even the Inflation Reduction Act in terms of the investments in the green energy transition. All of those are going to bring the kind of manufacturing jobs that we know are so important to both rebuilding the infrastructure in this country, which is very important for building our economic growth, building our economic capacity, and will offer those kind of manufacturing jobs which are so important for a lot of American workers, especially those without college degrees.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for Director Young. The first is, when the Pentagon the president's requesting $842 billion, that's a 2.2% increase from last year. Inflation is at 6% currently. So how is that not a cut in real terms?
So remember, it matters what we spend the resources on. This defense budget was built on the National Defense Strategy. As you can imagine, we tend to give Congress a lot of things that this administration did not prioritize. So frankly, we had room in the base in which to prioritize to make sure we were taking care of the highest priority items for our national defense. So that is the basic answer. It is about look under the hood. We believe we have the resources, as I mentioned, to counter China in defense and State Department and USAID. And it's the right level for doing the right thing. We don't say, I know people like to compare percentages from non-defense and defense. It's about what the right level is to achieve what we're trying to achieve. So we worked in lockstep with the Department of Defense to make sure we were funding the top priorities around the globe.
So the president has also said on numerous occasions that cuts to Social Security are off the table. I'm wondering, for folks who are planning on retirement after 2035, when the Congressional Research Service estimates that program could be approaching its own way, for folks who are expecting to retire, in the next decade ahead, is one of the president's messages that can they rely on the program will be around for them they get into it?
Remember, it's going to take bipartisanship in order to deal with longer-term issues here. And right now, unfortunately, the debate is centered around the current benefits in the program. We have some, maybe it's not the case, but we'll see when their budget comes out. But we have some who have said they want to cut Social Security. That is why this president in his budget made very clear that he is not going to allow that to happen on his watch. And that's full stop. But absolutely, if people want to accept that as a reality and talk about further proposals, we're happy to engage in that.
Very wide combinator that has hundreds of portfolio companies tied to the bank. And the CEOs that this is a extinction level event for startups if regulators and lawmakers don't actively develop some liquidity. So I'm wondering if the administration believes right now whether that kind of intervention is needed. I don't know if I can do the balance, but what is the White House thinking on that?
What I would say is Secretary Young, Chair Powell, with the FDIC, with the Office of the Comptroller of the FDIC. And so they are assessing the situation. They understand the importance of the stability within our financial sector. That is what the job is. And they have the tools that they need to ensure that we maintain the stability of the financial sector.
The president proposed 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave as part of his budget. What percentage of wages does he intend to replace, and how does he plan to pay for the president?
So, thank you for that. When we talk about the president reducing the deficit by over $3 trillion, it assumes the investments in paid leave. It assumes the investment in child care. We believe that when we reform the tax code and ask the wealthiest in this country and more corporations to pay what nurses and firefighters pay in this country, that we can do things like paid leave. So those programs are already baked in. So our deficit projections, when you say $3 trillion, it assumes that we have paid for a 12-week paid leave policy. So we think we can do those investments fiscally responsible by ensuring that we have fairness in the tax code.
Lawmakers have discussed this for a very long time. They all, many Republican band members have said that they believe in a paid leave program, but what they can't figure out is how to pay for it. Why not for a specific measure in this plan?
Look, we are happy to talk about how to mix and match tax proposals and spending proposals. I think the important thing to know is in the budget, we've laid out several revenue sources, several tax policies. And, absolutely, if some of the proposals get mixed and matched with certain things, we're open to that. I think that the key thing to leave here with is we put a suite of proposals forward that have enough revenue, more than enough to do paid leave and the other proposals that the president has put forward. Because this president, rather than talk about fiscal responsibility, has actually put forward budgets that say we should pay for what we spend. And as a matter of fact, we should pay for what we spend and reduce the deficit at the same time.
Regarding the job numbers today, I'd be concerned that rising interest rates is going to put progress on labor markets and have a disconnect between how the Fed looks at this and how the White House looks at this.
So what I would say is this jobs report, man, that does sound different. And this jobs report reflects that we have an economy the president respects the independence of the Fed and understands they have a dual mandate. So their dual mandate is price stability, and that's number one. So I have full faith that they are focused on those two goals. What I will say is that the resilience that we see in this labor market defies expectations of traditional macroeconomists. And so we are, it's not foregone that we have to see, the spike in unemployment in order to bring down inflation, as I mentioned before. I don't think any macroeconomists would have expected we would have seen something over the past 7 months that we've seen without seeing some in the unemployment. So, we fully expect that we know there will be bumps along the way, but we fully expect that we will see a transition to an economy that is more stable and where there's more sustainable growth. And our forecast, the forecast of private forecasters suggest that inflation should come down meaningfully over the course of this year and will eventually get back to a more stable situation. So what I would say is that we see an economy that is quite resilient. And we still see, but we also understand that inflation is too high. So the Federal Reserve has to take the action it needs to take. So we have the confidence that they will do that while also trying to achieve that softish landing. We suggest that they will try to maintain the momentum in the labor market in particular, but in the economy while bringing inflation.
Been asked multiple times about the future Social Security.
You are still listening in as the White House officials take questions from reporters when it comes to the state of the United States economy. The time here on the East Coast is 10:54. Let's go ahead and take a quick commercial break. In just 2 minutes, we'll check in with our news partners at Fox 5 Media. And welcome back here to Alive Now from Fox. We're taking a look at one of the many fires in the state of New York caused by lithium-ion batteries. Flames and smoke most recently involved the Concourse Food Plaza last Sunday. They were so intense that the fire could be seen for many blocks away. It's all caused, again, by a lithium-ion battery charged from a e-bike. So fire officials say that there have been more than 400 such fires in New York City since 2019, and it's causing for a change. Let's check in with Fox 5 Video's Lisa Evers, who joins us from the newsroom, and what Brock's officials are trying to combat such a growing crisis. Good morning, Lisa.
Nationally, there are no statistics about how many of these e-bike lithium-ion battery fires have actually been happening. And one of the things that's so concerning about them is obviously there's been a tremendous growth in what the industry calls personal mobility devices or micro mobility devices, e-bikes and scooters and that type of thing. But a lot of the batteries that the users and the owners of these devices are using to recharge the batteries are chargers that are not approved by the Underwriter Labs, the group that tests the electrical safety of many appliances. And there's absolutely no regulation nationally. There's absolutely no compilation of national statistics, even from the National Safety, Fire Safety Prevention organizations, to try and understand how big this is. In New York City in 2022, there was one fire like this, not as bad, thank God, as the grocery store one that you just showed, but one every 36 hours in 2026. And so far this year, the fire commissioner told us this week that these fires have quadrupled. And one of the things that's so worrisome to them is how fast the fire grows. It basically explodes, battery explodes, and then shoots the flames out. So even when firefighters get there, a lot of times they're not able to get in for some time, which of course can cause delays to getting people out of there and cause injury, and also, as we've seen in some cases, a loss of life. But here's a report that I did this week on this. These fires exploded over by over to the lithium-ion battery from the e-bike. From an FDNY training video to show how rapidly the flames shoot out. The fire department testified today that the battery caused 191 fires so far this year, injured 140 people, and caused 6 deaths.
When it starts going to what we call thermal runaway, we have tremendous amount of heat that's generated. It's not able to be safely dissipated, and it causes a chain reaction where we literally have a very, very fast fire and helps with the cells.
The number of e-bikes grew dramatically during the last 2 years. The fire department says the batteries can heat up quickly until the components catch fire and explode, shooting out flames and making it dangerous, if not impossible, for people to escape. That was the case in the November 6th Westside High-Rise fire. Flames knocking upon the door, and firefighters had to perform a dangerous rope rescue to save the residents inside.
We can almost describe them as explosive fires. They come without warning, they turn on fire, it's so intense that it ignites all the combustibles in the area around them.
City Council member Dale Brewer testified that there are roughly 65,000 e-bikes in use by delivery workers, yet there are no standards for what can and cannot be sold. She's proposing local laws and calling for federal help too. Her colleague, Councilmember Andre Felice, wants the batteries to be tested by authorized labs like Underwriter Labs done for appliances.
These batteries are coming in from China, to be very honest with you, and we need the folks at customs or whatever is appropriate to make sure that the batteries that do arrive from either U.S. or overseas are the ones that are safe for all workers.
It requires that in order for lithium-ion batteries to be sold, that they be certified by a nationally recognized testing laboratory.
To try and have some type of legislation. They want to have, of course, a lot of these lithium-ion batteries in the e-bikes are being used by delivery workers and people who are low income. The legitimate ones that are tested and certified, they are very, very expensive. So they're trying to work out some kind of exchange program. The thing that's really important is that this past week, Congressman Richie Torres from the Bronx introduced federal legislation that would have the Consumer Product Safety Commission regulate the safety of these batteries and come up with some standards, because right now they can be imported from anywhere. There's actually no standards on it. It's like, right, if you buy a toaster oven, you buy any type of appliance, whether it's refrigerator, everything, you see those tabs that are on the ports before you plug them into the socket. They've been tested, they've been approved to be safe and not something that's going to readily cause a fire. But as you can see from the package and from the fire officials, the way these flames shoot out makes it so incredibly dangerous, especially when you're in densely populated areas or when it's a private house and you may have people trapped in a back room, and they heat up very, very, very quickly. Luckily, that grocery fire that you showed at the beginning, it was before the store opened, so that there were no injuries, there was nobody trapped inside, but firefighters just can't go in with it in the wall of flames like that. So something that definitely needs to be regulated, according to what the officials are saying. And this legislation is something that Congressman Torres introduced this week, so we'll see what happens to it. But the exponential growth of the bikes, of the e-bikes, and also of these fires is something they say demands immediate action.
Yeah, Lisa, and I'm just looking at a few statistics. So far in New York City, there have been 12 deaths, including children from the battery fires, and more than 300 injuries. So we speak about the Ventura support of this, or it looks like it's gaining a lot of support here?
No, it's definitely getting support, and it needs to get support nationally because these devices don't just land in one particular state or one particular city, and they become very popular all over the country, not to the extent they have in New York because of the way the city's designed and what the workforce is and the workflow and the traffic and all of that. But a lot of kids have them, they love them, and it's just something that you can charge. Like the apartment fire that you saw in the package, that was somebody that had actually parked a bike near the front door, the main entrance to the apartment. People could not get out of the apartment through the door without walking through flames. That's why the firefighters were pulling down the side of the building with ropes and making these very dramatic and very dangerous for them rescues. Successfully did, but as you said, that's not always possible. And of those 12 deaths, some of them have been children who they just could not get them out in time. And it's just something that is totally preventable, and that's what the officials are hoping to change.
All right, Fox 5 New York, Lisa Evers, thank you so much for joining us here live. Moving right along with other top stories, let's take a live now look from Washington, D.C., where President Biden eventually will have to decide if he will declassify intelligence information in regards to COVID-19.
Landmark vote. The yeas are 419 and the nays are 0.
This should be an easy vote, because this is just about science.
All voting members saying yes to Republican Senator Josh Hawley's bill requiring the Director of National Intelligence to declassify information related to the origins of COVID. A dramatic departure from 2021 when House Democrats wouldn't even bring Hawley's bill to the floor, and when then Coronavirus Committee Chairman Jim Clyburn rejected Republican calls for investigation into the origins, leaving it to the Biden administration, concerned the GOP was trying to deflect accountability for the Trump administration's failed response to the crisis. The White House staying vague on whether the president will sign it.
We're taking a look at the bill. We understand how important it is to get to the bottom of COVID origins.
Despite Biden's own FBI and Department of Energy concluding the lab leak is the likely origin, Republicans whose cries fell on deaf ears for years feeling vindicated.
We had red flag its origins from day one. It looks like a duck, swims like a duck, quacks like a duck, probably a duck. Folks, this screams like a duck.
While the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee hoping it'll end the mudslinging against government officials like Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Behind the discussion of ducks were some pretty aggressive accusations, which is what I'm really, and I think what we're all trying to avoid here.
And Senator Hawley says that the Chinese embassy actually tried to convince him to abandon his bill. So in response, he wrote to President Xi, calling on him to come clean, as the intelligence community continues to complain about the lack of cooperation from China, leading them to be divided over the origins of COVID. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News. And the country's 16th largest bank, a prominent lender for tech startups, failed on Friday, raising concerns about other banks and could they face a similar problem. Fox News correspondent Natalie Rivera reports on the collapse and how economic experts are reacting.
Stocks plunged after Silicon Valley Bank closed in what's now the second biggest bank collapse in the country's history. The FDIC stepped in to take control Friday morning.
It's a big job for a $200 billion bank, but the FDIC's been doing this for a long time, so I'm sure what this will do.
For 40 years, Silicon Valley Bank was a go-to for startups. But as clients took out money to stay afloat amid rising interest rates and costs, the bank found itself short on capital.
They've honestly been a really great bank. I'm shocked that this is happening.
I blame the board and I blame the management that this bank is a zero.
Silicon Valley's bank evoked memories of the 2008 financial crisis. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says she is closely tracking the situation. However, economists say a similar domino effect within the banking industry is unlikely, thanks to changes in the sector.
For example, they have to hold more capital. They undergo stress tests.
Still, some of Silicon Valley's bank's clients may not be out of the woods just yet.
I think that it'll be bad, especially for other startups that might be raising money right now. Fortunately, we're not doing that, but
a lot of the extra capital funds also made them, so it's not just the companies.
Depositors with less than $250,000 will ultimately get all their money back, the maximum covered by FDIC insurance. The FDIC says customers will be able to access their insured funds by Monday. In Washington, Mount Rivera, Fox News. And dangerous and deadly floods continue to slam parts of California due to the strong atmospheric river. We're checking with our Fox weather team for more.
A strong atmospheric river blasting California with torrential downpours and hazardous weather, bringing intense flooding, mud, and landslides and significant snow through the city. Thousands of people had their power knocked out as utility crews finally lights back on. At the height of the storm, around 50,000 people went without power. A large part of the state was under a flash flood watch with another atmospheric river on the way. On Friday night, the County under a state of emergency as a flash flood warning was issued in central California. Spotters reported up to 3 inches of rain as snow rapidly melted. On Saturday in Monterey County, a flash flood warning was issued along the Pajaro River. That's where heavy rain caused a levee to fail, flooding the community and forcing evacuations. The National Guard and first responders helped people evacuate. Some had to wade through floodwaters by themselves to get out. A lot of people never had to help people. So I was never going to have on my back. Like there's a flood, I'm just water. It's just like 4 feet of water. Meanwhile, this drone footage of Kings River in Fresno County on Friday showing how the river burst its banks, flooding out cars and mobile homes. And this stretch of highway in Monterey, impassable after a mudslide left it covered with piles of debris and rubble. The floodwaters still gushing underneath the road. This, as another storm system bears down on California, expected to hit early next week. Not that this rain-soaked state currently needs. In Baja, California, Matt Stewart from Fox Weather.
Welcome back here to Life After Thought. Let's go ahead and continue with our top story. But first, let's take this live now look from Chicago, Illinois. As you can see here, the Chicago River has been dyed green. Now, this river has been dyed emerald green since 1962 in order to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. That's when the Illinois Office of Tourism, 1962, that's when they say members of the Plumbers Union used green dye to identify the sources of leaks into the river. Ever since then, this event has remained evergreen in order to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
Not only are people excited for the river to be colored green, there's also full-on parties that are being thrown around this event. But first, we want to show you some aerial views of what this thing looked like last year. Take a look. The dye is poured from boats and then other boats mix it in. The lucky people that get to be on those boats are sponsors of the event and paid to be there. You might think with St. Patrick's Day being 6 days away that this green dye will last a long time. That is not the case. Event coordinators say the color will likely be gone within a day or two. That's why lots of people pack into downtown Chicago to watch out the dye opulence in the morning. Now, one popular viewing spot is the London House Hotel. They have a rooftop party every year with a bird's eye view of the water. We went up there yesterday and saw some looky-loos already taking photos. It's a special event for the city. It draws in a lot of tourism, creates a huge stir of buzz down in the city. So not only do we have the Diamond River, but we also have the St. Patrick's Day Parade, which also kicks off at noon. So there's just a lot of traffic and foot traffic and a lot of people celebrating. Now, we showed this video with us from No Party in 2018. This is probably one of the better spots in town because the guy goes in right near the base of their building. The river will be dyed at green tomorrow morning. That's going to be on 9 Eastern Time. We're in Chicago, Austin, West Coast. Fox News.
There's a look at the aftermath there. Emerald green. What a sight to see here in Chicago. Time in Chicago is 10:12 a.m. Let's take a quick break. Live now from Fox returns in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now. We're taking a live now look from Washington, the White House secret set, and we're still learning more about the potential candidates for the 2024 presidential run. Now, Iowa caucuses may seem far away with some potential presidential picks. Official candidates and unannounced hopefuls are already looking around states. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hunt. The Iowa caucus less than a year away, so whoever wants to secure the first Republican win in the nomination contest next February really needs to get the work right now. That's regardless of who's big announcement or not. Both Governor Ron DeSantis and former UN Ambassador
Welcome to the stream.
in Iowa yesterday. It's the second visit there for Haley since kicking off her run for the White House. Former President Trump is scheduled to visit the state on Monday. He's currently his third straight presidential bid and has taken some clear jabs at DeSantis along the way. He was not announced, but he's considered Trump's leading rival. The governor has indicated that he's waiting until Florida's state legislative session wraps up in May to make a decision. And it's been a busy one, as he highlighted in Iowa yesterday.
So we say very clearly in the state of Florida, we will fight the woke in the legislature. We will fight the woke in education. We will fight the woke in the businesses. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Our state is where woke goes to die.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about DeSantis' use of the word woke. When Republicans, extreme Republicans, MAGA Republicans, don't agree with an issue or with policy, they go to this conversation of woke. But that is not actually policy. But what that turns into is hate. What it turns into is despicable policy. That is just hate, and it is shameful. Governor DeSantis has riled both support and criticism, specifically for pushing back against what he sees as progressive agendas in schools. Today, DeSantis visits Nevada. In Washington, Alexandria Hawks, Fox News. And with spring break just 2 weeks away, folks in Florida are making sure that they do everything to keep people safe, including equipping bars with Narcan. Fox's Patrick Perez has more on this story from Daytona Beach.
Narcan is really easy to use. It's a spray that goes up your nose, and it can reverse a fentanyl overdose, for example. But depending on where you go, it can be pretty costly to buy, and that's why there's such a big push here in Daytona Beach, especially during spring break, to make it available to as many people as possible. Daytona Beach is a place to be this time of year.
Spring break, Truck Week, Bike Week. We have so many events here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
And there's never a better time to prepare for the worst.
With all the fentanyl things getting laced, I mean, it is terrifying. And big cities like this, always going back to the events, you don't know what is getting passed around.
Taylor Casper, a bartender at Surfside Tavern in the Shores, says they stocked up on Narcan after a scare with one of their customers.
It's necessary to have, just in case. You don't know what people's medical underlying issues are. You don't know if they're going to drink too much or if they were doing drugs that night.
And that's why Project Opioid founder Andre Bailey is passing out Narcan next week to as many people as possible.
Restaurants, bar owners,
leaders in the community who might be around young people if, God forbid, there's an overdose.
Bibby says he knows it can't stop people from using drugs, but at the very least, the Narcan can help save a life if necessary.
As bad as the deaths 4 or 5 years ago, it's double. Like, it's insane.
Andre says that they provide training and education for every sort of Narcan kit that they pass out, but you don't have to wait for anyone to give you one. Right here in Volusia County, you can get a Narcan kit for free at the county's health department clinics in both Daytona Beach and Orange City. In Daytona Beach, I'm Matthew Perez, Fox 5 News. Narcan
And Mexico's president is dismissing claims that the Mexican drug traffickers are responsible for the flow of fentanyl into the United States. Now, his remarks comes as Congress really struggles to mitigate the problem. Fox News congressional correspondent has more from Washington.
A series of new enormous fentanyl busts taking place all over the United States this week. In Los Angeles, the DEA seized 1 million fentanyl pills in a car belonging to 3 Mexican nationals looking to sell, all of whom are suspected of being associated with the Sinaloa cartel. And in Nogales, Arizona, CBP officers at the port of entry seized 560,000 fentanyl pills smuggled in vehicles coming from Mexico in just a 2-day span. At this single port of entry, CBP has already seized more than 20 million fentanyl pills just since October. These new busts come as Mexico's president is raising eyebrows with the claim that his country isn't the source of fentanyl pouring into the U.S. and that the opioid is an American issue. He says in part, quote, "Here we do not produce fentanyl, and we do not have the consumption of fentanyl. Why don't they, the United States, take care of their problem of social decay?" However, it is well-established fact that fentanyl is mass-produced by cartels in Mexico using chemical precursors imported from China. And some U.S. lawmakers say Lopez Obrador's claims are detached from reality.
AMLO works for the cartels at this point. That seems pretty clear. He's more interested in representing the cartels than the Mexican people. It's all produced in Mexico. The precursors come from China. AMLO lets that happen. He lets his cartels operate with impunity.
And just 3 weeks ago in Sinaloa, the Mexican military announced making what they described as the biggest fentanyl lab bust on record. And at the time, the president of Mexico highlighted that bust in a press conference, pointing out that the lab was worth $80 million. So to hear him now claim that no, fentanyl is not produced in Mexico is a bit of a head scratcher. Reporting in Brownsville, Texas, Bill Nugent, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much, Bill, for bringing us that update. The time now 11:20 a.m. Let's take a quick commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you all the latest consumer news. The Dow Jones posted its worst week since June. We'll have that story and more right after this. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. President Biden is pushing for a massive tax and spending increase in his new budget as news of a stronger than expected jobs report comes out. Here's your Fox News business report.
A free fall Friday on Wall Street. The Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ all closing lower as investors had a lot to digest as we closed out the week. First, regulators shut down the country's 16th largest bank, Silicon Valley Bank, which is one of the tech sector's favorite lenders. It's the biggest bank failure since the 2008 financial crisis, and that sparked worries that others might be in trouble. Another reason stocks are falling is that the labor market is still soaring. The government says 311,000 jobs were created last month, and while that was fewer than the previous month, it's still a lot more than analysts were expecting, and it has Wall Street fearing this can give the Fed a green light to keep raising interest rates at a quicker pace. Filling up, meantime, is going to cost you more as we head into the weekend. AAA says the national average cost for regular is now $3.47 per gallon, and that is 8 cents more than a week ago. That's business. I'm Connor McShane.
Here's more on the business front. Data out on Friday showing the economy added 311,000 new jobs in February. It means the Federal Reserve could soon be moving forward with another rate hike. Now, this comes as Republican lawmakers are ripping into the president's budget. Here's more.
Good job. 311,000 last month, better than expected. So, no plans to back off a spending plan paid for with new taxes for the rich and corporations. Ronald Reagan was 28% tax rate. Wacko liberal guy. The good economic news has been eclipsed by Silicon Valley Bank's collapse. Struggling with high interest rates, Silicon Valley Bank's owners tried to find a buyer. They failed, and their stock tanked.
For the very last time we've seen a bank of this back in 2008, and that could be a true indication of where our economy is at.
Flashbacks to the Great Recession are misplaced, according to the White House.
Our banking system is fundamentally different because of the changes that we put in place in 2010. For example, they have to hold more capital. They undergo stress tests.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen met today with the Federal Reserve, FDIC, and Office of Comptroller and Currency.
When banks experience financial losses, it is and should be a matter of concern.
The FDIC says customers can access their insured funds by Monday.
They're insured up to $250 and how they'll handle those balances.
A deficit crisis is front and center for Republicans in the House, where the Freedom Caucus is calling for cutting spending to pre-COVID-19 levels.
We can solve our debt crisis responsibly if we shrink Washington and grow America.
President Biden not sold.
Our entire program does not lower the deficit.
These conservatives literally laugh out loud at talk of a possible Biden-McCarthy budget deal.
Speaker McCarthy's not going to cut a deal with Democrats.
The president presented his priorities for 2024 this week, and at least so far, his team doesn't see any reason to change their approach.
Director Young, do you think there is any wasteful government spending?
Peter, this is why we have $1.6 billion to go after fraud, mostly in the unemployment insurance area.
President Biden takes a lot of credit for improvements in the U.S. economy since he took office at the height of the pandemic. We don't know if this bank collapse will have him change his tune. He plans to spend the weekend in Wilmington. At the White House, Peter Busey, Fox News.
Staying on this topic, President Biden recently made a few remarks when it comes to the February jobs report. In case you missed it, let's revisit it right here on Live Now.
12,000 jobs since he took office, maybe 8,000 of the manufacturing jobs. That means overall we've created more jobs in 2 years than any administration has created in the first 4 years. And I think all this matters. It's no accident. It means our economic plan is working. And when I took office, the recovery and the economy there was no recovery and the economy was reeling. And 18 million people are unemployed, on unemployment insurance. compared to less than 2 million a day. Unemployment was 6.3%, and nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office predicted it would get below 4% until 2026. Because of our economic plan, unemployment has been below 4% for 14 straight months since January 2022. Last month, the unemployment rate remained near the lowest level in 50 years. 50 years. And that's really good news. People who are staying out of the job market, this is particularly good news, are now getting back into the job market. They're coming off the sidelines, they're getting back into the job market. The share of working age folks who are in the labor force is higher than it's been any time since 2008. That was one of the big predictors everybody's looking at. Tomorrow, it'll be 2 years since I signed the American Rescue Plan into law. It led to the fastest recovery of any major economy in the world. It laid the foundation for the progress we've been seeing and we see today. Record new business applications, more Americans with health care coverage than ever, including more than 14 million Americans saving $800 a year on their health insurance. Unprecedented tax relief for nearly 40 million families with 65 million children, thanks to the child tax credit, which cut child poverty in half. And since we passed the CHIPS and Science Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, we've seen companies commit more than $300 billion. Companies from around the world commit more than $300 billion to invest in future manufacturing and innovation here in America, creating jobs. We're going to invest in America again. We're going to make it in America again, and the federal government's going to buy America. That's been my economic vision. But what does this progress really mean for families trying to get by? I'll tell you. It means more people with good jobs and the dignity and security that comes with a paycheck. And while we still have more to do, and there may be setbacks along the way, inflation is now down 30% from what it was this summer. Gas prices are down more than $1.50 since their peak. At the same time, take-home pay for workers has gone up, especially for lower, and this is important in my view, especially for lower and middle income workers. This all adds up to just a little bit. I know you're tired of hearing me say breathing room, but I think that's how people think about it. A little more breathing room for working families. In today's job numbers, it's clear. Our economy is moving in the right direction. Yesterday, I went down to a hall in Philadelphia to lay out my budget and outlines my budget. It builds on the progress we've made growing an economy from the middle up and the bottom up and not the top down. It's a plan that keeps investing in American manufacturing, innovation, and creates more good-paying jobs that don't require a college degree. It protects, strengthens Medicare, Social Security, two bedrock programs Americans have been paying into for every paycheck they've earned since they've been a kid. And we're paying for these investments. We're paying for it all. My plan, after it's all said and done, is going to cut the deficit nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years, the plan I've submitted. And by making the wealthy corporations just begin to pay their fair share. You know, when we talk about 28% tax rate, Ronald Reagan was 28% tax rate. You know, that wacko liberal guy. You know? The idea that that's an unreasonable amount, but I'll get into that later. Anyway, it continues to lower costs for families. Building on the work we've already done to lower cost of insulin and other prescription drugs to make health insurance more affordable. It brings down home energy costs, bills for home energy costs. And our plan is a stark contrast to the MAGA Republican plan in Congress, where they're doubling down on the same failed policies of the past that would give special tax breaks to the wealthy, keep the tax breaks that were put in place by the last president, the wealthy tax breaks for big oil, tax breaks for pharma, at the expense of seniors and families. You know, it's kind of a top-down, trickle-down economics that never worked. I know when I grew up, as you've heard me say before, not much trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. So, you know, my dad used to have an expression. He said, I don't expect the government to solve my problem, but I do expect the government to understand my problems. Not solve them, understand them. Building a budget requires some really hard decisions. But all over America, families are sitting around their kitchen tables making decisions that are equally consequential. That's who my budget is for. It's about a value set, I said yesterday. working people, middle class, the backbone of the country, small businesses who are responsible for around half of all the jobs in the economy. You know, big corporations, the Fortune 500, they're big. But small businesses account for half the people employed in the economy. My budget reflects what we can do to lift the burden on hardworking Americans. Today's news tells us that thanks to our efforts, 12 million more Americans have jobs. The job is about a lot more than a paycheck, they said. It's about dignity. It's about your family's dignity. And 12 million more Americans can look their kids in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. You know, that's a little more dignity for 12 million Americans. It's not just good numbers. People can feel it. People are moving back into work, but this may be part that what pleases me the most about the report, job report, is people who've been staying out of the job market are moving back in. Beginning to move back in. Jobs are available. People are working again. They're becoming more optimistic about the future. And now the biggest threat to our recovery is the reckless talk. Reckless talk, my MAGA friends, it's not yours, like you heard me say, it's not your father's Republican Party, but the Republicans in the United States Congress. They what they want to do with regard to the debt limit. You know, they're threatening to fall on our national debt. In fact, planning to fall, as some Republicans seem to be doing, puts us very much at risk. I believe we should be building on our progress, not go backwards. So I urge our extreme MAGA Republican friends in the Congress to put their threats aside, join me in continuing the progress we built. We got a lot more to do, so let's finish the job. And by the way, you know, we talk about I just saw my staff handler as I was coming in, the House Freedom Caucus. The members of the House Caucus will consider voting to raise the debt ceiling contingent upon the enactment of legislation. You know what the essence of the enactment of legislation is? Cut all spending of the defense by 25%. 25% across the board. That means cops, firefighters, it means healthcare, it means, that's just what's called discretionary spending, as you all know. And on top of that, what they're really focused on, what I saw here, I shouldn't give you all this now, but is, it's kind of surprised me. They want to make sure we don't have enough IRS agents. So those IRS agents we have, they're going to check on the accounts of the super wealthy, which require a lot of accounting, a lot of agents to look at it. They want to get rid of them. I don't know. We just have a very different value set. Anyway, I'm optimistic we're going to get the CPI next week. Hopefully we'll be in some solid shape. But anyway, yes.
Mr. President, are you concerned that rising interest rates will put a damper on this job growth and impact the economy? And you mentioned the Freedom Caucus. Do you have any openness to negotiating on any of the issues that have been mentioned?
Well, first of all, we don't know what the CPI is going to be this week, but it's been down. Interest rates have been down. The inflation's been down for many weeks in a row now. And I said, we're going to see blips going up, but I feel confident that we're headed in the right direction. And there's a lot of talk about what the Fed will do and not do. We'll see. We'll see what the Fed will do. But we'll see what the CPI is. I guess it's Tuesday or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Next week is coming up. The idea that I'm going to agree that we start to figure out where we cut 25% across the board. By the way, their entire program does not lower the deficit one single penny. They're keeping, if what they say they mean, they're going to keep the tax cuts from the last president, number one, almost $2 trillion. If they're going to, in fact, no additional taxes on the wealthy, matter of fact, reducing taxes. And in addition to that, on top of that, they're going to say we have to cut 25% of every program across the board. I don't know what there's much to negotiate. But I'm prepared. I told the speaker, as soon as he's ready to lay out his budget, I'm going to sit down. And now I'm hearing things like, well, we're not going to have our budget till April, May, maybe even June. all this talk pushing me to get my budget done. I said I'd have it done by the 9th. Had it done by the 9th. I handed it to you guys. I handed it to them. Why all of a sudden can't they get it done in March? Or maybe even April? Maybe even May? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't sound like they're on the level yet. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. What are your thoughts on Saudi Arabia and Iran reestablishing diplomatic relations, sir?
Right, a very quick announcement there from President Biden as he takes really not too many questions when it comes to this topic. The state of the United States economy added 311,000 jobs, but people are still concerned. Take a live now look from Washington, D.C. There we go. Take a live now look from Washington, D.C. Right after this break, we will continue to bring you all the top stories and major headlines that we are following this morning. We'll also have a live conversation with Lisa Evers, who will be joining us from the Fox 5 New York newsroom. She's joining us to talk about legislation that New York politicians, lawmakers, are trying to pass in the wake of several deadly lithium-ion battery fires. So we'll have that story and several others up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. One organization is handing out Narcans to as many restaurants, bar owners, and community leaders as possible ahead of a very busy tourist season in Florida. We're talking about spring break. Let's check in with Fox 35 Orlando's Patrick Perez. He has more on this story from Daytona Beach.
Narcan is really easy to use. It's a spray that goes up your nose, and it can reverse a fentanyl overdose, for example. But depending on where you go, it can be pretty costly to buy, and that's why there's such a big push here in Daytona Beach, especially during spring break, to make it available to as many people as possible. Daytona Beach is a place to be this time of year.
Spring break, truck week, bike week. We have so many events here. You just don't know what's going to happen.
And there's never a better time to prepare for the worst.
With all the fentanyl things getting laced, I mean, it is terrifying. In big cities like this, always going back to the events, you don't know what is getting passed around.
Taylor Casper, a bartender at Surfside Tavern in the Shores, says they stocked up on Narcan after a scare with one of their customers.
It's necessary to have, just in case. You don't know what people's medical underlying issues are. You don't know if they're going to drink too much or if they were doing drugs that night.
And that's why Project Opioid founder Andre Bailey is passing out Narcan next week to as many people as possible.
Restaurants, bar owners, leaders in the community who might be around young people if, God forbid, there's an overdose.
Bailey says he knows they can't stop people from using drugs, but at the very least, that Narcan can help save a life if necessary.
As bad as the deaths were 5 years ago, it's double now. Like, it's insane.
Andre says that they provide training and education for every sort of Narcan kit that they pass out, but you don't have to wait for anyone to give you one. Right here in Volusia County, you can get a Narcan kit for free at the county's health department clinics in both Daytona Beach and Orange City. In Daytona Beach, I'm Patrick Perez, Fox 35 News.
And when it comes to Narcan, Mexico's president is dismissing claims that Mexican drug traffickers are responsible for the flow of fentanyl into the United States. Now, his remarks are coming as Congress struggles to mitigate the problem. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
A series of new enormous fentanyl busts taking place all over the United States this week. In Los Angeles, the DEA seized 1 million fentanyl pills in a car belonging to 3 Mexican nationals looking to sell, all of whom are suspected of being associated with the Sinaloa cartel. And in Nogales, Arizona, CBP officers at the Port of Entry seized 560,000 fentanyl pills smuggled in vehicles coming from Mexico in just a 2-day span. At this single port of entry, CBP has already seized more than 20 million fentanyl pills just since October. These new busts come as Mexico's president is raising eyebrows with a claim that his country isn't the source of fentanyl pouring into the U.S., that the opioid is an American issue. He says in part, quote, "Here we do not produce fentanyl, and we do not have the consumption of fentanyl. Why don't they, the United States, take care of their problem of social decay?" However, it is well-established fact that fentanyl is mass-produced by cartels in Mexico using chemical precursors imported from China, and some U.S. lawmakers say Lopez Obrador's claims are detached from reality.
AMLO works for the cartels at this point. That seems pretty clear. He's more interested in representing the cartels than the Mexican people. It's all produced in Mexico. The precursors come from China. AMLO lets that happen. He lets his cartels operate with impunity.
And just 3 weeks ago in Sinaloa, the Mexican military announced making what they described as the biggest fentanyl lab bust on record. And at the time, the president of Mexico highlighted that bust in a press conference, pointing out that the lab was worth $80 million. So to hear him now claim that no, fentanyl is not produced in Mexico is a bit of a head scratcher. Reporting in Brownsville, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, the time here, 11:45 a.m. Moving right along with other top stories. Tonight is Oscar night. It is the 95th Academy Award. So let's go ahead and check in with Dr. Maluka, who had a conversation with our Fox Entertainment All-Star Kevin McCarthy about movies' biggest night.
Do we have any folks that are getting Oscar nominations for the first time that you think are really in the running for actually getting a win?
Well, that Jamie Lee Curtis is really kind of the one that comes to mind because this is her first Oscar nomination and she just won the SAG. So if she wins her category of supporting actress, as I mentioned, I think Angela Bassett. I'm trying to remember now. I don't want to botch this. I don't remember if Angela Bassett had been nominated prior in her career. I know that her nomination for this movie is the first actor to be nominated for an Oscar in a Marvel cinematic film, an MCU movie. So, you know, we've seen actors win before who've played in superhero films. I guess you would consider Joker in the superhero world, but that was, you know, with Joaquin winning and then Heath Ledger obviously winning for The Dark Knight. So we've seen actors win in comic book movies before, but I believe Bassett's win would be the first, and I believe her nomination is the first for anybody in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because Chadwick Boseman, while he was nominated for Ma Rainey's Black Bottom and not a role of his that he did in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So we've seen actors who've been in the MCU nominated, but not for a film in the MCU before. So no, I'm very fascinated to see what happens with that category. Jamie Lee Curtis's win for SAG really does kind of bring that to a different perspective. Picture is really kind of the one that I think's locked for the night. The big surprise for Best Picture, though, I kind of want Top Gun to win. But in terms of Everything Everywhere All at Once, it just seems to have the momentum. Everybody loves that film. I think the Daniels will also take Best Director, and they're incredible. That film is very unique, very interesting. It'll probably win editing as well. I mean, you have to understand the editing that went into that film and every single frame, this is kind of a nerdy thing, but there's this thing called aspect ratio, which when you watch a film at home on your TV, you'll notice there's black bars at the top and the bottom of the screen sometimes. Sometimes the image is taller, sometimes it's shorter. But this film is dealing with multiple ratios because every time we enter a different multiverse or a different universe, because if you're not familiar with this movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once is dealing with the multiverse. Michelle Yeoh's character has multiple versions of herself in different universes and trying to find out where she really belongs and why she's not happy in her actual life. Why does she need these what ifs and what I could have done in this universe type of thing. So as you shift between the different universes, they shift the image size. So you'll go from a tall image to a widescreen during like a fight scene to give it more of an anamorphic action style sense to it. It's very cool. It's all subconscious. As a viewer, you really aren't supposed to notice it. But the editing and the design around the way they played with the screen size, watch it at home, you'll notice how it shifts back and forth. It's very cool. But Top Gun would be the big surprise for me. I think collectively as everybody loves that movie. And I think it would be such a really great boost for the Oscars to give a film like that an Oscar. But then again, Everything Everywhere All at Once is also a unique and special and important film. So it's hard to decipher which one I think deserves it. I just think Top Gun would be like a big moment for movies to see a blockbuster like that with Best Picture because everybody loved that film. And as Spielberg said to Tom Cruise at that event, I'll paraphrase it, but he basically told Tom Cruise that he may have saved the theatrical industry and the theatrical experience. And I'm a huge advocate of the theatrical experience. So Tom Cruise could have easily put that movie out on streaming 2 years ago. But he's like, we're going to hold it and we're going to wait until people are ready to go back. And then people went back to the movies for that film. And it was really powerful to watch.
Yeah, it was action-packed. And I'll tell you what, the images of those jets flying was just something that you don't see very often. And knowing the amount of work that he put into it to make that happen, pretty amazing.
Yeah, and also like they had to develop new cameras because for people who aren't aware, like when you're watching Top Gun, you're watching real flying. This is not just CGI or green screen. They built these little 6 mini cameras that they put into the back of the F-18. I think it's F-18. I'm trying to remember the name of the plane. But they built these 6 cameras and they put them into the cockpit. So there was an actual pilot flying in front of the actor. And then behind the pilot was the actor with 6 cameras. But the actor actually had to run the camera themselves. So when they were up in the air, they could be up 12 hours a day or something like that and get like 40 seconds of usable footage or whatever it would be. And so the actors would actually sit there in the seat, and then while taking 7+ G's of force, they had to 1, stay in character, 2, remember their lines, 3, hit record on the camera, make sure their lighting and everything was perfect, and try not to pass out, try not to vomit, and try to say your lines and stay in character. So every actor's up there hitting this red button, and then they're being forced into these like G's, and what you're watching is real, but as a character, the character wouldn't pass out or slur their language because like they're in it so much, or slur their words. And so the actors had to do all this training in order to get into a mental space where they could handle the G's, but also stay in character and press record at the same time. I mean, they'd be up in the air, and if the sun wasn't hitting them in the right spot, they couldn't record it. Or sometimes the G forces were so strong they would hit the record button twice, so you would completely miss the shot. Like you would hit it, and then like you would think you were recording, and then you hit it again, and you lost everything, or it never recorded. So the design of the filmmaking and what Joe Kosinski did on that movie is absolutely insane. Like that's how movies should be made, because people like Tom Cruise, people like Christopher Nolan, these are people who care about the audience. They respect the audience. They respect that we are smart enough to understand what's real, what's not real, and we're paying $20 to go to the movies. You should be giving us or delivering us something that's special and unique for me to leave my house. And so, yeah, that movie was very, very awesome.
What do you think are some of the factors that the judges are considering when they, look at categories such as Best Picture?
Well, it's interesting. I have a lot to say about this. I've talked about it a lot. I feel like the Oscars have a problem with this concept of what an Oscar movie is, right? So, I think we're trained now in our minds that when we watch a trailer for a movie or we see a certain film, we go, "Oh, that looks like an Oscar movie." And an Oscar movie, falls into a category, normally a drama. It has, incredible actors. It feels like an Oscar film. And over the years, I've been very adamant about the Oscars hopefully opening up to other genres. Like, why isn't comedy? Why isn't action? Why aren't horror movies used or considered to be Oscar films? I think one of the most incredible things. I remember interviewing Eddie Murphy once for the Coming to America film, the sequel, and I've always been under the impression that he deserved an Oscar nomination for what he did in The Nutty Professor, because regardless of it being a scene that might have like bodily functions and sounds, it's a scene at the dinner table where he's playing 5 different people in the 90s. So he would sit there in the chair in the makeup playing the father, talking to a tennis ball, do all of his scenes, switch to the other character, put the tennis ball where that character used to be, and then have a conversation. So when you watch Nutty Professor, you're watching a conversation between 5 different characters played by one person. And that performance is insane. And Eddie Murphy talked about how that was so much harder than anything he did in Dreamgirls, which I think he ended up getting nominated for Dreamgirls. And so I think with the Oscars, I feel like the question you're asking is interesting, because I feel like I'm hoping that they're leaning more towards understanding action and stunts, and films like Top Gun are not easy to make, and they should be considered in the same category, which they are nominated, but they should be considered in the same category of filmmaking as a quote-unquote Oscar movie, right? And I think, I could argue all day that Robin Williams deserved an Oscar for his voice work in Aladdin, but, because it's voice work, they don't really understand why it's such a great performance. Or Jim Carrey being nominated. I think he should have been nominated for Liar Liar. I mean, I really do believe that we look at comedy and horror and action as lesser than, right? Lesser than what an Oscar film, quote unquote, should be. And I think I'm hoping that we're turning a corner on that. I mean, we've seen some films win Best Picture over the years, like Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, things like that. But it's very rare. It generally goes to a film that feels like an Oscar movie. But Everything Everywhere All at Once does not feel like an Oscar movie. It's a very unique film. So if that wins, that's a big win just for the idea of what an Oscar film is.
Well, and Netflix and other streaming services have also kind of battled with some of the issues related to this as well, correct? Because, they have their films that they air on these streaming platforms, but then to be able to submit them for awards, how does that work out? Films like, All Quiet on the Western Front, right? That was a Netflix film. Does it air in select theaters? How do they get in the running, when they're trying to submit for awards like this?
Yeah, so in those cases, you'll see a theatrical run prior to the streaming or day and date. So like with Pinocchio, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, or All Quiet on the Western Front, those do and are still, I believe, playing in theaters now. I know the rule. I'm trying to remember because the rules have changed a little bit over the years. I know you have to run at least for a week in New York and LA, I want to say, or one or the other. It has to, from what I understand, it has to have a theatrical run. Now, I will say, the Oscar rules have been shifting over the past couple of years. So the exact details of where it needs to run and how long it needs to run, I would need to double check. But with films like All Quiet on the Western Front and Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, those are movies that have played theatrically. They have been, you'll notice with Netflix now, sometimes they'll release a movie a week or two prior to the streaming, or they'll release it on the same day. If it's an Oscar type of film, like Roma was a big Oscar type of film for Netflix, they released that in theaters, I think 1 or 2 or 3 weeks prior. Same with The Irishman, with Scorsese's Irishman. They release in theaters first, so it gives them the theatrical run, which makes them eligible for an Oscar nomination. But I do know that they've shifted some of those rules recently. But to answer your question, that's why All Quiet is considered, because even if it's a Netflix film, it's still played in theaters.
Yeah, and do you think those films are now getting the kind of the credibility, the respect that they should be, even though they may not be that Hollywood film per se, because they do kind of go directly to that streaming platform?
Well, like last year's Best Picture was Coda. That was an Apple TV Plus film. So yeah, I mean the Netflix and Apple TV and all that. Those are all legit studios, just like Paramount and Warner Brothers, and yeah, they're here at the table with all of the major studios. So yeah, they're definitely. I mean, the filmmakers that are working at Netflix are, brilliant. David Fincher, a lot of these great directors that are working there right now. So yeah, I do believe that they're on the same level.
The Oscars are airing Sunday. You going to be there?
No, I've never been to the Oscars. I was going to go, but I'll be watching for sure.
Absolutely, me too. Looking at the red carpet, very excited to see those big categories and everyone who's really worked so hard. And obviously after the pandemic and after kind of a rough start back to the Oscars last year, very exciting to see all of these new categories and all of these professionals going up for those big awards.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to it as well.
Thank you so much. Kevin McCarthy.
You are watching live now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us here. I'm Lexi Petrovich as we continue to bring you all of these top stories and headlines we are following this weekend. We appreciate you being alongside us on this Sunday morning. I want to begin with an update after this deadly kidnapping and abduction happened in Mexico. Now, just over a week ago, 2 Americans out of the 4 that traveled there killed. 2 others returned home back to the U.S. and are continuing to recover. We also know that the bodies of those 2 Americans who were killed in Mexico had also returned back to the U.S. For more on this, I want to take you out to this report from Fox's Mills Hayes.
For this week, but instead he returns to the U.S. in a casket.
Just got along with everybody.
Woodard and Zindell Brown were killed by a Mexican drug cartel after being mistaken for Haitian smugglers.
Crazy to see your own child taken from you in such a way, on a violent way like that, when he didn't deserve it.
The Americans traveled from Brownsville, Texas into Matamoros, Mexico for one of them to get a tummy tuck. 4 days later, survivors Latavia McGee and Eric Williams were found by Mexican authorities. The Medical Tourism Association says Americans can save 60 to 80% by traveling for medical care.
It's unfortunate that, something like this happens, but if they were participating in medical tourism, you have to work with qualified agencies, qualified hospitals and doctors, and that aren't going to direct you to places like this.
Eddie Solis goes to the dentist in Matamoros.
It's very rare that they do something, but if you're not doing anything wrong, everything you're gonna be fine. But if you're doing something wrong, don't go.
The Gulf Cartel wrote an apology letter and turned over 5 members who they say acted on their own when killing the 2 Americans.
So they're claiming, well, these were undisciplined soldiers who were acting on their own. Cartels are really good at information warfare operations and their own propaganda. It happens when the U.S. government exerts significant pressure.
And a live look here at the White House as we prepare to take you out to the White House press briefing where they address the Mexican situation in which the 4 Americans traveled to Mexico, were abducted, 2 were killed. So the latest on that from the White House press briefing, as well as other updates on the war in Ukraine and the economy. Listen in.
Members of the President's Economic Team and Cabinet, CEA Chair Cecilia Rouse and OMB Director Shalonda Young. They need no introduction and have joined us in the briefing room before. And so I'm going to keep it short, but a couple things I do want to say at the top about the two of them. Chair Ross has led the Council of Advisor for 2 years as of Sunday. This is her third tour of duty at the White House, and she previously served as Dean of the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. She is also the first Black woman to be CEA Chair. Director Young has similarly led the Office of Management and Budget for almost 2 years. She previously served as the Clerk and Staff Director for the House Appropriations Committee and knows the Hill and Appropriations as well as anyone, maybe better than most. Shalonda is the first Black woman to be OMB Director. You may be sensing a theme here. Stick with me for a second. But I do want to take a moment to note the historic nature of the moment that you see in front of you right now. All three of us are historic first in our roles. The first Black woman to serve as CEA Chair, OMB Director, White House Press Secretary, the first Black woman right in front of you for all of those three important key roles in the administration. Now, that did not happen by accident. It is thanks to this president, President Biden's leadership and commitment to building an administration full of the best and the brightest. And I am so proud to be standing with two of the best and the brightest in this administration. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Young and also Chair Rouse.
Thank you. How do you follow that? Just to pile on just a little, I have to thank CC Rouse. This is probably our last time we're going to do this road show together. And if you've ever talked to Dr. Rouse, you know that she's an economist extraordinaire. What you may not know is that to many of us, she is a colleague that will be hard to replace, and I will miss our working relationship, and I'm embarrassing her because I did not tell her I would do this. But I think when you've been of service, your kids don't see you a lot. It's worth taking a minute just to say thank you. And I know the president will have much more to say later, but I, as a colleague, just want to say thank you for your friendship. And just in case you all didn't see, the president rolled out his budget, his third one, on yesterday, and it's built around 4 key values. First, giving families more breathing room. What does that mean? We're talking about lowering prescription drug costs, lowering healthcare costs, lowering housing costs, lowering college costs, and lowering child care costs. And if you have a child in daycare anywhere around here, you will understand why families need that breathing room. Second, the budget protects and strengthens Medicare and Social Security, all while some congressional Republicans have threatened to cut them. The president has been crystal clear. These are more than programs. They are promises to American seniors. That's why the budget extends the life of Medicare Trust Fund by at least 25 years and rejects any effort to cut Social Security benefits. That is off the table, full stop. Third, this budget invests in America, boosting American manufacturing, making our communities safer, strengthening our national security, cutting taxes for working families, and much more. That's the way you grow an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And fourth, this budget reduces the deficit. Remember, this is not new to this president. He cut the deficit by $1.7 trillion his first 2 years in office. And the Inflation Reduction Act will reduce the deficit by hundreds of billions more. This year's budget will reduce the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years by asking the wealthy and big corporations to begin to pay their fair share and by cutting wasteful spending on special interests. That includes by reforming our tax code to ensure no billionaire pays a lower tax rate than a teacher and a firefighter in this country. That's a clear contrast with congressional Republicans. Look, they talk a lot about cutting deficits, but let's get a few things straight today. Under the previous administration, they passed a $2 trillion unpaid-for tax cut that was skewed to the wealthy and big corporations that absolutely exploded the deficit. And over the past few months, they pitched plans that would add an additional $3 trillion to the deficit over 10 years. Now, this morning, we get another proposal from the House Freedom Caucus. Let's talk about what it says about what they value. This is a plan that would have devastating consequences for our national security, cut the legs out from the middle class, endanger community safety, hurt our seniors, and cost manufacturing jobs. And here is the kicker. For all the talks of deficit reduction and fiscal responsibility, this would reduce the deficit by $0, not a single penny. Also, tax cuts for the super wealthy can stay in place. So the contrast here is pretty simple. The president has laid out a detailed budget that will lower costs for families, protect Medicare and Social Security, and invest in America while reducing the deficit. And the very next day, congressional Republicans come out with a plan that would sell the middle class out in order to protect tax breaks for special interests and the super wealthy, while doing absolutely nothing to reduce the deficit. That's a debate we are eager to have. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me here today. So I want to use my opportunity to talk about the President's fiscal year 2024 budget that was released yesterday, but spend a little bit more time with the new jobs data that came in earlier this morning and the look ahead. So first I'll start with the budget. This budget builds on the solid economic gains of the first 2 years of this administration. The challenges faced by the American economy during these last 2 years have been extraordinary. The dual human tragedies of COVID-19 and Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine continue to reverberate through every facet of our country. Nevertheless, the U.S. economy has remained resilient. The United States ended 2022 with an economy that was 5% bigger in real terms than it was just before the pandemic, the strongest 3-year performance of any G7 economy. Further, this morning we learned that the employment rose by 311,000 jobs in February, and that the labor force participation rate among private Americans rose 0.4 percentage points in January. It has not been this high since 2008. At the same time, we know that inflation remains too high. However, even there we see signs of easing, as annual inflation, as measured by the CPI, has fallen for 7 months in a row. We'll receive updated data on that on Tuesday. Taken together, these data are consistent with a robust recovery, one that has put us on a solid position to continue on a path forward towards sustainable growth that is more broadly shared. So the President's 2024 budget built on this growth in 2 very important ways. First, this budget is fiscally responsible, as Director Young just outlined. Second, the budget takes steps to further support our workforce and invest in human capital with policies such as paid leave and childcare that both increase our economic capacity and help to make it easier for workers to actually go to work and balance their responsibilities. So finally, a word about our budget forecast. So we finalized our forecast last November. Since then, data have become available, including today, and some of those data from 2022 and even earlier have been revised for technical reasons. So with every new release and revision of technical data, we've learned something new about the economy and have also revised our view of it. We've continued to learn a lot about just how unconventional this recovery has been. So I think that if you told most conventional macroeconomists last June that we were about to get 7 straight months of annual inflation reduction, they would have told us that the unemployment rate would have to rise over that time. Instead, we see that the unemployment rate in February was the same as it was last June. And labor force participation rate is 0.3 percentage points higher. I mention this to underscore that we are in unprecedented times. And if we were producing our Troika forecast today, we'd incorporate new data and information from the past few months. As I've emphasized repeatedly, we're confident we'll get back to steady and stable growth. However, the road there will continue to be a bumpy one. But let me end where I began. The strength of our recovery has put us on solid ground to weather economic shocks. And the President's 2024 budget presents a fiscally fair and responsible approach to continue the progress we've made so far, to invest in America and meet our future challenges. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a couple questions. I just wonder if we can get your reaction to the failure of Silicon Valley Bank and whether you're concerned that other banks may fail as well.
Sure. So the most important thing that I will say here is that our Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary Yellen, is closely tracking the developments with the Silicon Valley Bank. What I will emphasize as well is that our banking system is in a fundamentally different place than it was, a decade ago, and that the reforms that were put into place back then really provide the kind of resilience that we'd like to see. So we have every faith in our regulators, and we can see that today. But Secretary Yellen is closely tracking.
One more on that same topic. The government obviously insures up to $250,000, but this bank served a lot of tech companies that obviously had a lot more money stored with them. So how concerned are you that we could see a ripple effect just throughout this specific sector?
So two things. One, I'll refer you to the FDIC for how they intend to handle. We know they're insured up to $250,000 and how they'll handle those with balances above that. And the second, I just want to reemphasize that we are in a fundamentally different position. That with the reforms of the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008, we put in place stress tests and other tools that our regulators have to provide more resilience to our banking system. So, Secretary Yellen is watching this closely. Our regulators, we have every faith that they will be as well.
One for each of you, if you don't mind. First, just follow up on Mary's question. I think one thing that's different in the wake of 2008, despite everything that's been put in place in Dodd-Frank, is interest rate risk is at a level right now that perhaps banks haven't been dealing with for a very long time. Do you feel comfortable that the banking industry writ large is both cognizant of the risk and prepared for it in a different way than maybe SVB was?
So what I would say is that our banking system understands these kinds of heightened risks, and that I have full faith and confidence in our regulators. Secretary Yellen has been in conversation with our regulators, with the Federal Reserve, with the Office of the Comptroller, so that they can be monitoring the situation. And they are very acutely aware of these risks, more than we are, and we have full faith and confidence that they will be tracking. They have better tools than they had in 2008, and the banking sector has more resilience.
Georgia, you mentioned the House Freedom Caucus proposal. I know you guys were able to reach a deal approach in December. If this is a baseline that House Republicans, which now control the chamber, are working off of, where do you see overlap here? And I'm not talking necessarily about debt ceiling, I'm talking about further on fiscal negotiations that need to happen.
I mean, it's a good question. And the first step is, this is why we do budgets. This is why we put it in black and white so the American people can look at what the president values, what Congress values, and we owe it to them to lay that out clearly. That's why this president's been actually pretty strong about show us your plan. And it's not just talking point. This is why we have a budget process, because it is important that people see what you mean. It's easy to say spending cuts. What does that mean? Well, at least some Republicans have told us what that means. Before today, we heard defense was off the table. This says defense is on the table. So I think they have to figure out if this is the plan for all of them. Because it's a few members, we don't know. That's why the House budget process, they have to come out with a plan. They have to show if this is a plan that the majority of their conference can stand behind. Because right now, the plan we have in front of us, by some of them, would cut critical programs. When we talk about non-defense spending, education, Department of Education, Title I, IDEA, bipartisan programs. Transportation, housing vouchers, where are people supposed to live with a housing supply crunch? Our national defense, while we're supporting Ukraine, while we're supposed to be countering China, those are real key stark differences. And Phil, I think we're in the point of the program where we both have to lay those out and make the case to the American people, and that's what we're doing. And the rubber hits the road in the appropriations process. And we'll see if they can pass those bills that live by the outline that the Freedom Caucus has put out today. It'll be interesting to see.
Thanks. Director, if you could explain the president's thinking and his commitment going forward to ensuring the continued solvency of Social Security. His budget yesterday does not advance any plan to adjust the payroll tax for wealthier individuals. You say in the document that he's interested in working with Congress. Can you explain whether that means that he hopes for a deal this year or in this Congress?
So the deal is this president will not accept benefit cuts. You talk to someone like my 94-and-a-half-year-old grandmother in South Louisiana, you call and tell her, because I'm not, that some people in D.C., after she has spent 40 and 50 years working in this country, that some people want to cut benefits that she has paid into and earned her whole life. What this budget says is this president's not interested in that conversation, and his budget says not on his watch. So in contrast, we have people who want to cut it, and we think the existential crisis for Social Security is making sure that our American seniors know this president is going to stand behind them.
If I can just follow up, I mean, the thinking is that Social Security only has about 12 more years of solvency left. It seems like a good opportunity, isn't it, with the Biden government, for the president to make a proposal, hope for a compromise? He doesn't seem to be interested in doing that.
Well, you assume the debate is from cutting no benefits and moving forward. We're trying to protect the benefits that are there now. I wish we were at the point of the debate where we could sit down and come up with proposals to extend. Unfortunately, it is clear that some people want to go backwards. We're saying this president, which he has said over and over, will not accept benefit cuts in the Social Security program. So you're assuming all players are starting from the same place. They're not. And so this president has been very clear. His position is we will protect Social Security.
The president is not making a proposal here to extend the solvency of Social Security. He's proposing not to accept any benefit cuts, but the Republican leaders say they're not proposing benefit cuts.
Who are you going to listen to? You going to listen to the Freedom Caucus, who have something different than what other people are saying? What we've said is Mondays, one thing is said, Tuesday, another thing said. We'll know if that is an ironclad commitment. We hope it is. And until we see a plan, excuse us for wanting to see it in black and white and see that it's supported by the majority of the conference.
Thanks. Just following up on that, in the budget, you did spend a lot of time talking about your proposals for Medicare, expressing concern about Medicare solvency and claiming that the proposals that you're making will extend Medicare for another 25 years or so. So why no proposal for extending Social Security's solvency, which is almost as dire?
So, one, thanks for bringing up Medicare. You're right. We have a proposal that would extend the life by at least 25 years. We hope our friends on the Hill will take us up on those proposals. And I've been very clear, and the president has. We believe the greatest existential threat to Social Security today is those who want to cut it. So our position, his position is that is not on the table, not on his watch, and that's what this budget says.
So will the president have a proposal in the future for extending Social Security's lifeline so that people like your grandmother will be able to get their full benefits come 10, 15, 20 years from now?
I hope she's with us that long. I really do. But what this president will do is make sure he is a backstop and will stop attacks on the program for people who want to cut it.
I want to follow up on that, but about Medicare, the proposal to keep Medicare solvent includes increasing taxes, which is something that Republicans have called a non-starter. So given that, where are the conversations happening about keeping Medicare solvent, given that it is dire and expected to run out in a matter of years as well, the trust fund?
So remember, the budget writ large, this is the start of a conversation. So budgets, this is the president's job. His job is, and Congress told all presidents, send us a budget. Show us what you would do, what you value. This president has done that. Now, it was his choice to put forward proposals that extended Medicare, and he'll work with anyone who wants to work with him to do that. Look, the net income tax was always supposed to go to Medicare. We're correcting something that should have happened a long time ago. Are we asking those making over $400,000 to pay more? We are, to extend, and that has a dual benefit. It not only extends the trust fund life, it helps us reduce the deficit. So we think it's a good proposal, and we hope people take us up on it.
I want to follow up with you on the debt limit. The president has been very clear he's not going to negotiate over increasing the debt limit. Will there be a parallel negotiation with Republicans? In other words, would he agree to sign something that raises the debt limit unilaterally and then simultaneously have negotiations about potential cuts, which I understand you're still waiting to see the details?
Yeah, I really tried in 20 years not to deal in hypotheticals in this town. That is a good way to get oneself in trouble. And I've been in a lot of funding debates over the years. They end differently every year. But guess what? They happen every year. So I know there's a lot more rhetoric around it with a new House majority, but we just work together and beyond. And most critics thought we could not find a path on a bipartisan basis in December, and we did.
Possibility, though, I understand you don't want to lock yourself into a parallel, into a hypothetical, but is it a possibility that you would have parallel negotiations?
I will say we talk, Democrats and Republicans, every year. That is the only way to get government spending bills done. So that happens every year, and we expect it to happen this year.
One more on S&P. It is the 19th largest bank in the U.S. It went down in about 40 hours. What do you say to Americans who have real concerns today about their hard-earned savings and money?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why we have the FDIC and other safeguards in place in our banking system. And what I would say to them is that our Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary Yellen, the bank regulators, those who provide the guardrails and are safeguarding, are closely watching and are prepared to use the tools that they need. The FDIC stepped in very quickly here. And that's what they were doing, was protecting the deposits of those up to $250,000, and then they have a way to unwind the rest. So I will refer you to the FDIC. I will refer you to Treasury that is monitoring the developments in the system. But what I will say to you is our banking system is far more resilient than it was in 2008. We learned a lot. We've got better tools specifically so that we can protect the important investments of our
I'm going to take some from the back and then we're going to.
Thanks, Corinne. I have one for each of you. Picking up on that, you said you have full faith and confidence in our regulators. Regulators are those that work for the government. Do you have the full faith and confidence in the banking system writ large?
Our banking system is fundamentally different because of the changes that we put in place in 2008. For example, they have to hold more capital. They undergo stress tests. So we know that we had to build more resilience into our banking system, which allows it to withstand these kinds of shocks. So I do have faith that we have the tools for this sector and for our regulators to be able to absorb. But this is what we know today, but we do know that our banking system is in a fundamentally different place. Again, we put in guardrails, and our regulators have much more visibility into the banking sector than they did a decade ago.
Director Young, there's been a lot of talk in this room over this week and then last week as well about Mexico and how to deal with cartels, transnational trafficking, etc. There was additional money thrown into the budget, $800 million worth for ICE and CBP, more agents along the border, more money to take on fentanyl, etc. Is it an acknowledgement from the president that more needs to be done along the southern border and more needs to be done taking on these cartels?
Look, the president has been clear. He's asked the Secretary of Homeland Security to let him know what is needed. And that's why we're putting forth a robust request of fiscal year 24. But you're right, in December, the president told Congress, I need more than I originally asked of you months before. And Congress gave us about half of what he asked for. So we have to ask, if we're all concerned about border security, are you going to resource the men and women at the border to do their job? So we did not get everything we asked for in December. We're going to try again with this budget. We're asking for about 880 million more in CBP. We're asking for $4.7 billion in a contingency fund, acknowledging migration patterns change. So we're going to have triggers. If encounters hit a certain level, we'll access more money. We think that's a responsible way to fund this. So we're going to ask for the resources we need, and we continue to assess. And we will let Congress know, like we did last year, if that situation changes.
So I'm going to ask about the other thing today, the jobs report, if I could. So the average hourly wages in the jobs report is up 4.6%. The CPI inflation is 6.4%. Inflation has been outpacing wages for about a year and a half. When can Americans expect that to reverse, relief from that?
So we did see that on an annual basis. We saw some wage. The nominal wages went up slower than what we expect. We don't have the CPI report for this month, but based on what we had in January. But I will highlight that real wages in January were higher than they were 7 months ago. So we understand that inflation needs to come down. It's why it's the president's highest priority. We just got the blue chip forecast. Was just released from blue chip forecasters. They're expecting inflation to be easing to about 3.2% at the end of this year. We know that that is why it's so important for the Federal Reserve to have the independence. It is why the president is focused on lowering costs in his budget through the Inflation Reduction Act for Americans when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to childcare, when it comes to higher education. But we are expecting to see this economy, the labor market is robust. We're expecting to see inflation ease over the year. There may be bumps along the way, however. We know that we can't focus on any 1 month, but that is what most forecasters are expecting.
And on jobs, real quick, manufacturing lost 4,000 jobs. With the focus on manufacturing here, what happened?
So again, yes, but we had 1 month, and we don't like to focus on any 1 month. And if we look at the manufacturing growth overall, they're higher today than they were almost 2 years ago. We've seen more manufacturing growth in the last 2 years than we have in previous recovery cycles. Again, I want to emphasize it's really important not to over-focus on any 1 month of data. But if we go back to the president's policies, if we look at the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, those are even the Inflation Reduction Act in terms of the investments in the green energy transition. All of those are going to bring the kind of manufacturing jobs that we know are so important to both rebuilding the infrastructure in this country, which is very important for building our economic growth, building our economic capacity, and will offer those kind of manufacturing jobs which are so important for a lot of American workers, especially those without a college degree. Good, Phil.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for Director Young. The first is for the Pentagon. The president is requesting $842 billion. That's a 3.2% increase from last year, but inflation is at 6% currently. So how is that not a cut in real terms?
So remember, it matters what we spend the resources on. This defense budget was built on the National Defense Strategy. As you can imagine, we tend to get from Congress a lot of things that this administration did not prioritize. So frankly, we have room in the base in which to prioritize to make sure we're taking care of the highest priority items for our national defense. So that is the basic answer. It is about look under the hood. We believe we have the resources, as I mentioned, to counter China in defense and State Department and USAID. And it's the right level for doing the right thing. We don't say, I know people like to compare percentages from non-defense and defense. It's about what the right level is to achieve what we're trying to achieve. So we worked in lockstep with the Department of Defense to make sure we were funding the top priorities around the globe.
I think you have said it today, and the president has also said on numerous occasions that cuts to Social Security are off the table. I'm wondering, though, for folks who are planning on retirement after 2035, when the Congressional Research Service estimates that program could be approaching insolvency, for folks who are expecting to retire, in the next decades ahead, what is the president's message to them? Can they rely on this program? Will it be around for them after they pay into it?
Remember, it's going to take bipartisanship in order to deal with longer term issues here. And right now, unfortunately, the debate is centered around the current benefits in the program. We have some Maybe it's not the case, but we'll see when their budget comes out. But we have some who have said they want to cut Social Security. That is why this president in his budget made very clear that he is not going to allow that to happen on his watch. And that's full stop. But absolutely, if people want to accept that as a reality and talk about further proposals, we're happy to engage in that.
Can I go back to the Silicon Valley thing for a second? There's the CEO of the Y Combinator that has hundreds of its portfolio companies tied to the bank. And the CEO said that this is a quote, extinction level event for startups if regulators and lawmakers don't actively to give it some liquidity. So I'm wondering if the administration believes right now whether that kind of intervention is needed. I don't know if I'm supposed to say the word bailout, but what is the White House thinking on that?
What I would say is that Secretary Yellen is closely tracking. She's closely in touch with Chair Powell, with the FDIC, with the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. And so they are assessing the situation. They understand the importance of the stability within our financial sector. That is what their job is. And they have the tools that they need to ensure that we maintain stability in the financial sector.
The president proposed 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave as part of his budget. What percentage of wages does he intend to replace, and how does he plan to pay for the proposed program?
So, thank you for that. When we talk about the president reducing the deficit by over $3 trillion, it assumes the investments in paid leave. It assumes the investment in child care. We believe that when we reform the tax code and ask the wealthiest in this country and large corporations to pay what nurses and firefighters pay in this country, that we can do things like paid leave. So those programs are already baked in. So our deficit projections, when we say $3 trillion, it assumes that we have paid for a 12-week paid leave policy. So we think we can do those investments fiscally responsible by ensuring that we have fairness in the tax code.
Given that in the past, lawmakers have discussed this for a very long time. They all, many Republicans and Democrats have said that they believe in a paid leave program, but what they can't figure out is how to pay for it. Why not put forward a specific measure in this plan?
Look, we're happy to talk about how to mix and match tax proposals and spending proposals. I think the important thing to know is in the budget, we've laid out several revenue sources, several tax policies, and absolutely, if some of the proposals get mixed and matched with certain things, we're open to that. I think the key thing to leave here with is we put a suite of proposals forward that have enough revenue, more than enough to do paid leave and the other proposals that the president has put forward. Because this president, rather than talk about fiscal responsibility, has actually put forward budgets that say we should pay for what we spend. And as a matter of fact, we should pay for what we spend and reduce the deficit at the same time.
Great, thanks. First for Dr. Ross, with regard to the jobs numbers today, are you concerned that rising interest rates is going to torpedo the progress in the labor market and that there's a disconnect between how the Fed looks at this and how the White House looks at this?
So what I would say is this jobs report, that does sound different. This jobs report reflects that we have an economy that remains resilient, and the president respects the independence of the Fed and understands they have a dual mandate. So their dual mandate is both price stability and maximum employment. So I have full faith that they are focused on those two goals. What I will say is that the resilience that we see in this labor market defies expectations of traditional macroeconomists. And so we are, it's not foregone that we have to see, big spike in unemployment in order to bring down inflation. As I mentioned before, I don't think any macroeconomist would have expected we would have seen the easing over the past 7 months that we've seen without seeing some give in the unemployment in the labor market. So, we fully expect that we know there will be bumps along the way, but we fully expect that we will see a transition to an economy that is more stable and where there's more sustainable growth. Our forecast, the forecast of private forecasters suggest that inflation should come meaningfully over the course of this year, and we'll eventually get back to a more stable situation.
Do you think rates are too high?
So what I would say is that we see an economy that is quite resilient, and we still see, but we also understand that inflation is too high. So the Federal Reserve has to take the actions it needs to take, so we have the confidence that they will do that while also trying to achieve that softish landing, which suggests that they will try to maintain the momentum in the labor market in particular, but in the economy while bringing inflation under control.
Just very briefly, Director Young, you've been asked multiple times about the future of Social Security, and most of your answers have focused on Republicans wanting to cut benefits now. Keeping that context in mind, will the president make a proposal at some time during his administration to help ensure that Social Security both exists for people who are retiring as who's already asked in 10 years?
So the president has supported proposals that would extend Social Security. He has not walked away from those proposals. I'll remind everyone this is the fiscal year 24 budget. It is 1 year. That does not mean that every policy that the president and then candidate supports will be reflected in one budget year. And he absolutely has supported policies that would extend Social Security. Right now, unfortunately, we believe the thing he has to protect against most is those who want to cut it. So you're right, this is about a contrast. And we're starting from a place of having to protect Social Security. So that is what is reflected here.
Just listening in there to the White House press briefing, the most recent update from Friday afternoon. We're going to step away for a commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more top stories. That's coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday. Well, depending on where you were at, the time changed for many people overnight, the time springing ahead an hour. And of course, that means that daylight savings time is here again. But some are hoping that this could be the final year, the final time that we spring forward and stay forward. The move to make daylight saving time permanent could soon get another push to pass as law. The Sunshine Protection Act passed the Senate last year, but it hasn't been approved in the House. Some medical critics want permanent standard time instead. They say changing time messes with our biological clocks, while some studies have found that heart attacks, strokes, and traffic accidents increase after the time changes. We're also continuing to follow other top stories here on Live Now from Fox, including an unbelievable story out of Redmond, Washington. A crazed stalker who is obsessed with a woman, a popular podcaster in Washington. Washington traveled across the country, breaking into her home, killing her and her husband before ultimately turning the gun on himself. Fox 13's Frankie Thompson has more on this story. The Redmond police chief said the woman and the suspect met on an app called Clubhouse, a podcast chat app for people looking for employment in the tech industry. But their communication took a very scary turn. At one point, he was calling her 100 times in a day, even threatening to burn himself and a tree at this house behind me. Court documents say investigators got involved because she told them she never gave the suspect her number or her address. In the first homicide in the city of Redmond since 2021, a crazed stalker obsessed with a woman killed her and her husband before turning the gun on himself.
This is the absolute worst outcome, for a stalker case.
Police Chief Daryl Lowe says this man, 38-year-old Ramin from Texas, is the suspect. He came to the neighborhood in this red truck Tuesday overnight.
Suspect broke into the home via a bedroom window. That bedroom being the mother's. She did encounter the suspect. She was aware of what was occurring, and she knew or realized that she needed to get out and get help.
Police say the mother of the wife ran for her life to a neighbor's house to call 911. When officers arrived, the mother and neighbor led them to the home.
As officers approached the front of the home, a male later identified as the husband of the victim was seen in the doorway. As officers tried to communicate with him, he collapsed and became unresponsive. Officers evacuated him from the front of the house and realized that he had been shot.
First responders performed CPR, trying to save his life, but he soon died. During the investigation, officers found the man's wife shot in the master bedroom, Ramin dead from shooting himself. The petition for a protection order, filed on March 3rd, says Ramin would leave the woman voicemails more than 10 times a week, sending gifts and flowers to her home, even saying he hired a jazz band to play outside her house for 2 hours, but then called it off. The documents say the suspect would also leave her husband 20 messages a day. He even found her friends' addresses and phone numbers without their permission. Chief Lowe says a restraining order was officially filed with the city's prosecuting attorney's office, with a hearing scheduled for March 17th.
Restraining order is simply a piece of paper that allows officers to take enforcement action should a suspect violate the court order, but a piece of paper does not protect a person when someone is intent on causing them harm.
Chief Lowe says it was challenging serving the order to Ramin because he was a long-haul truck driver, always traveling the country for work.
It was difficult to, pin him down to a location. It wasn't as though he was local and we had a local address to where we could either do surveillance or find him, serve the protective order, etc. He was in a different state, traveled across the country as part of his employment, so that was the biggest challenge.
Chief Lowe says the woman and her family worked very closely with detectives since becoming aware of the crazed stalking situation in December 2022, even adding extra surveillance cameras to the home.
In this case, the victim did everything that they possibly could. Unfortunately, this person, broke into their home and killed her, and it is a tragic event.
As police continue their investigation here at the home, the medical examiner's office is working to positively identify the woman and her husband. Reporting in Redmond, Frankie Thompson, Fox 13 News.
We also have an update following that deadly shooting at Michigan State University on the campus that left 3 students dead and many others injured. This all happening just several weeks ago. Well, today and this weekend, we have learned more information about the shooter, the suspect in this, a man from Lansing, leaving behind a note detailing a lot of very disturbing and difficult things to read and see, including outlining other targets that he had in mind, also talking about having a lot of questions as to why, saying that he was an outcast, and police did release that information, that letter that was found on him the evening that this all happened on MSU's campus. Well, our Live Now's Shirley Desforbat talked with a psychologist further about that note. I want to bring you that conversation now.
Of the gunman who opened fire on Michigan State University last month. Anthony McCray killed 3 students and injured 5 others. McCray had a handwritten note in his pocket listing other targets and portraying himself as a rejected outcast. Police found the note after he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, we want to go ahead and talk about this some more. Joining us right now is psychologist Dr. Katie Coleman. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Now, McCrae's notes starts off with why? I've been hurt. He goes on to say, there's a group of 20 of us and I'm the leader. I'll be shooting up MSU. Dr. Coleman, can you just briefly tell us what is your analysis of McCrae's behavior?
We recognize that an individual who engages in an act of targeted violence like a mass shooting, they really have to build themselves up in order to accomplish this. There's a lot of planning that's involved, a lot of skill set building, a lot of trying to dehumanize your victims, which makes you then feel like it's okay to kill them, and desensitization to violence. And what you see in McCrae's letter here is that, as you mentioned, he sees himself as the leader of a group of type of thinking, because as we now know, there are no followers. This is no group. He acted alone. There's nobody else that's going to be targeting these other locations that he mentioned. And so he's built himself up in his mind to be a leader. And I think that kind of pushes him towards the edge to make him feel like, okay, I need to do this to show everybody else how to follow in my footsteps. And it's very narcissistic, it's very grandiose, but it helps him in his mind to commit this atrocious act.
He also mentioned high school, middle school, and quotes how they hurted me. Now, Dr. Coleman, this is a man who was 43 years old. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's really interesting because, obviously he chose Michigan State University as his target, and he does name those two other schools in this note. And so there's something about his education and his upbringing that I think seems to be playing into this perceived injustice and this rejection throughout his adulthood. Now, I'm not sure why it happened again at the age of 43, but you can tell when he reads the note, there's some spelling errors, there's some grammatical errors. This is not a man who probably has a lot of education. I'm guessing that when he was going through school that there was some rejection and some bullying that he's probably either held on to over the years, or, as we've come to find out through this investigation, is that his mother died about 2 years ago, and that served as a big triggering event. And so that really, I think, kind of sent him into a tailspin where he was looking back on his life and maybe, kind of brought him back to that sad time.
All right, some more about the note here. He said, I'm tired of being rejected, an outcast, loner, why do people hate me? 10 years since he had sex, then he listed targets. Some more analysis here we would love to get from you. What does the note suggest about McCrae's, considering his lack of connection to the university?
Well, so a person that engages in targeted violence, typically they're what we call an injustice collector, which means that they externalize blame. They're going to blame everybody else for their problems. And a lot of time it's perceived, which means that it's not necessarily real. So there was no connection that he had to MSU. But yet, it may have been kind of a target of opportunity because he lived close by, and that's the university that's close by to him, and he obviously has this grudge against institutions of education and learning, maybe because of his own past. So that's probably why we're seeing that particular target. But the way that he says, they did this to me, I've been so rejected. When he uses the word they, that's him blaming other people.
And right there on your screen, that's video of officers, I believe, taking down McCrae, or video at the scene at MSU after the shooting. Now, what further information could police look for about the shooter to help them understand his motive?
Well, I mean, there's a lot, and I'm sure that they're doing all of it. I mean, social media is huge. There's so much that can be learned through a person's social media footprint. And the investigations that I've been a part of as a witness when looking through this type of stuff, nothing ever leaves. Snapchat, Instagram, all of that stuff that you think is temporary, that's always there. And so law enforcement and prosecutors will be able to sift through any of that, which should help to provide a little bit of insight. Obviously, they've already spoken with his father, who has given them some more insight as well. And one of the things that his father had mentioned to investigators was the fact that he had been sitting in his room playing video games all the time. And so if I'm an investigator, I want to know what kind of video games he's playing, if there are a group of people that he's playing with, often and kind of routinely, has he mentioned things to them? I'd want to talk to them too, just to get insight into his most recent history.
All right, really good insight there from psychologist, Dr. Katie Coleman. Do you have any final thoughts regarding this?
No, I mean, my heart breaks absolutely for the families of these victims, as they always do. And these cases are always incredibly fascinating, I think, to all of us, to help us understand not only why this happened, but what can we learn from this to prevent the next one.
Okay, great conversation there that we wanted to bring to you on that update, that note that was found on the shooter and released to the public. I want to also bring you a couple of updated stories out of California. This one out of Ontario, California, where video here that you're looking at shows a Wild West type of shootout that occurred between Ontario police and a suspect who managed to get a hold of a gun while inside of a police cruiser. This happened Friday afternoon when officers responded to reports of a car in the middle of the road. Officers located the suspect in this 42-year-old Christopher Urena acting erratically near the vehicle. According to the police department, he had an arrest warrant for domestic violence. They took him into custody and seated him in the back seat of the patrol vehicle. And while he was in the back seat, he retrieved a firearm he had concealed and shot at officers. They then returned fire on him as he barricaded inside of the vehicle for several hours. According to police in this, no officers were injured in the shooting. Eventually, the suspect, Urena, surrendered and was taken into custody. And it is now Sunday morning, almost 10 o'clock in California. We also want to bring you an update about a standoff that is still going on over 40 hours later. For more on this, here's Fox 11.
A Belinda neighborhood is now the scene of an active police standoff, one that has gone on for more than 24 hours. Despite rounds of tear gas and other tactics to try to get the armed man out of the barricaded house, and that has residents shocked.
It's crazy. I can't believe it's still going on.
It's kind of bizarre. Like I said, 24 hours for this to be going on.
It all started Friday afternoon at around 2:30. Deputies responded to a report of an assault with a deadly weapon on Wing Lane. And when they arrived, a shootout between the barricaded man and deputies started.
I came out last night and I heard the gunfire. I thought it was fireworks. And I saw everything coming out and it just came out like everybody neighbors, like what's going on?
Nearby homes have been evacuated as a precaution, and residents are anxious to get back home. Officers say one woman was transported to the hospital for injuries not related to the gunshots. The suspect's family members came to the scene to try to talk to the suspect and get him to leave, but nothing has worked. And some residents are now hoping it ends peacefully.
And he comes out and everything's good and everybody gets to go back home into our normal everyday life.
And staying with some other top stories out of California, at least 2 people are dead as dangerous floodwaters swelling neighborhoods throughout parts of the state. Overflowing rivers have flooded homes and forced evacuations. Fox Weather's Max Gordon has the latest.
A strong atmospheric river blasting California with torrential downpours and hazardous weather, bringing intense flooding, mud, and landslides and significant snow to the Golden State. Thousands of people had their power knocked out as utility crews try to get the lights back on. At the height of the storm, around 50,000 people went without power. A large part of the state is under a flash flood watch with another atmospheric river on the way. On Friday, at least 34 counties were under a state of emergency as a flash flood warning was issued in central California. Spotters reported up to 3 inches of rain as snow rapidly melted. On Saturday, in Monterey County, a flash flood warning was issued along the Pajaro River. That's where heavy rain caused a levee to fail, flooding the community and forcing evacuations. The National Guard and first responders helped people evacuate. Some had to wade through floodwaters by themselves to get out.
A lot of people want to go home to nothing now. So I might lose everything, but the only thing I might have is on my back. But there's a chance I'm losing everything. So I had to walk on the water. It's just like you're in like 4 feet of water.
Meanwhile, this drone footage of Kings River in Fresno County on Friday showing how the river burst its banks, flooding out cars and mobile homes. And this stretch of highway in Monterey, impassable after a mudslide left it covered with piles of debris and rubble. The floodwaters still gushing underneath the road. This as another storm system bears down on California, expected to hit early next week.
And as we know, San Bernardino County in California has been hit so hard between the snow and now more of these storms and severe inclement weather that have moved through. For a closer look at how the community there is doing, here's Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez.
The storm has gone through without major issues, but the work continues, especially San Bernardino County sheriffs and those welfare checks. Climbing through snow, knocking on hard-to-reach doors to do welfare checks. Oh, Sheriff, what San Bernardino County deputy sheriffs are doing in communities like Cedar Pine Park.
The lady that lives back here, she was home alone and couldn't get her meds.
She brought us out here because she was worried about you.
God did, and I've been praying since I got here. I don't mean to cry. I really don't.
It's emotional on many levels.
All this is just a lot. You know what I mean? You know, we're just dealing with things. Oh, it's slushy now, so it's hard to walk in the snow.
Until recently, these communities were only reachable by snowcat.
So starting last week, we were able to respond to calls for service on those snowcats and get back into some of the communities that were snow and that we've had a hard time and we haven't been able to reach.
San Bernardino County sheriffs continue doing welfare checks. Even though the roads have been opened somewhat, there's still quite a few people who are having a really difficult time getting in and out of their homes, especially the elderly. You need anything?
No, we're good. I've been snowed in. I moved here in 1970, but not like this. It's been a catastrophe, but it's melting now, so it'll be better, you know?
San Bernardino County is offering refunds of up to $500 for residents who had to pay to get dug out from their homes. Welcome Help, a community where many are still depending on food distribution centers and those visits.
I think it's a pretty good deal because, you know, we need to be checked on.
And there is a sense of cautious comfort when the deputy has time to help one resident find their dog or make sure another one is taken care of physically and emotionally. So how does it feel when you see her coming to check her?
I feel hope.
With another storm still coming, there's still a lot of concern, and they are asking residents, they do have 911 for immediate emergencies, but they also have those secondary numbers. We have them on our website at foxla.com for other types of needs, and they're asking people to use those. From the San Bernardino Mountain Communities, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
Okay, thanks so much, Christina. I want to bring a couple of live looks here. This one out of Edina, Minnesota, where the 2022-2023 winter in the Minneapolis area has cemented its place in Minnesota's weather history. As of midnight, MSP reported 2 inches of additional snow and bringing snow totals so far this winter to 80 feet, which takes us from the 11th snowiest to the 8th snowiest winter on record. And a live look there from Edina, Minnesota. Also want to bring you this live look here from Chicago, and you will recognize it because of the brilliant emerald green river that always happens around this time every year in celebration of St. Patrick's Day. This tradition dates back to 1962 when local union members who were using green dye to help identify leaky pipes decided to dump 100 pounds of the dye into the river. The dye doesn't stay there for an entire week. This event has been a fixture ever since, draws thousands to downtown Chicago, rain or shine. So many celebrations going on throughout the weekend. And what's in the dye itself is still a closely guarded secret. A lot of questions about it, but we do know that it's harmless to wildlife and lasts for just several hours throughout the weekend. So a live look there from downtown Chicago. I want to bring you a look at how some of the celebrations are going from Fox's Austin Westfall.
Not only are people excited for the river to be colored green, there's also full-on parties that are being thrown around this event. But first, we want to show you some aerial views of what this thing looked like last year. Take a look. The dye is poured from boats, and then other boats mix it in. The lucky people that get to be on those boats are sponsors of the event who paid to be there. You might think with St. Patrick's Day being 6 days away that this green dye will last a long time. That is not the case. Event coordinators say that the color will likely be gone within a day or two. That's why lots of people pack into downtown Chicago to watch as the dive happens in the morning. Now, one popular viewing spot is the London House Hotel. They have a rooftop party every year with a bird's eye view of the water. We went up there yesterday and saw some looky-loos already taking photos.
It's a special event for the city. It draws in a lot of tourism, creates a huge stir and buzz down in the city. So not only do we have the Dying of the River, but we also have the St. Patrick's Day Parade, which also kicks off at noon. So there's just a lot of traffic and foot traffic and a lot of people just celebrating.
Now, we shared this video with us from their party in 2018. This is probably one of the better viewing spots in town because the dye goes in right near the base of their building. The river will be dyed green tomorrow morning. That's going to be at 9 Eastern Time. Here in Chicago, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
Staying in Chicago, a new poll has shed light on the final two candidates headed for the Chicago mayoral runoff election happening next month. That poll, which was conducted March 6th to 9th from a pool of 806 likely Chicago runoff voters, found former Chicago Public Schools CEO Cal Vallis holds a slim lead over Cook County Commissioner Brandon Johnson. The poll, accurate to within about 3.4 percentage points, was done by Victory Research of Chicago. It found 44.9% of voters would vote for Vallis, while 39.1% would support Johnson. 16% of respondents said they are still undecided. Early voting for the April 4th runoff election begins March 20th in Chicago. As we leave you with this one last look at the Chicago River, looking gorgeous and green in the city, as many still celebrating St. Patrick's Day ahead of the actual day. The celebrations in Chicago often extend for many days, if not longer, at a time, as so many people flock to the Windy City to take part in all of the festivities. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Appreciate your company on this Sunday. I want to pull up this tweet for you here as we continue to bring you all of these top headlines that we are following this weekend. Well, this from the Associated Press says here, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the federal government won't bail out Silicon Valley Bank, but is working to help depositors who are concerned about their money. This comes as the news of the bank shutting its doors, sending shockwaves through global markets and battering banking stocks. In the meantime, that branch in New York City called the cops on investors who showed up demanding their money. For more on this, here's Fox News correspondent Nate Foy.
A quiet night here in New York City after a hectic end to the week for customers at the Silicon Valley Bank here at the Loan Branch in New York City. Investors showed up yesterday trying to withdraw their funds, but not only were they turned away, the cops were called on them. So now they wait until Monday when the bank's 17 branches will reopen and insured depositors can receive up to $250,000. But a lot of the customers of this bank were corporations with a lot more than $250,000 invested. Take a look at this video. This bank is closely tied to the tech industry. A lot of startups are relying on this bank, and now a lot of those startups will have a hard time making payroll come next week. The bank's collapse comes after the shocking announcement of a $1.8 billion loss. It crumbled after being forced to sell bonds at a massive loss. Now CEOs who relied on the bank are in crisis mode.
We will get access to the $250,000 on Monday. But after that, trying to get access to the remaining capital is going to take months. So the reality is we can't operate our business without accessing some capital. So our options are basically to go find debt until we can get access to this capital.
The FDIC says insured depositors will get up to $250,000 on Monday, and uninsured depositors will receive an advance dividend within the next week. After that, future dividends will be paid from the sale of whatever assets remain in the bank. We spoke with the CEO of a financial services company here in New York City who's trying to raise capital this weekend to save those tech startups that are now on life support.
The goal is to advance this money exclusively to these companies to so they can reach payroll until the FDIC starts releasing the deposits, both insured and uninsured.
The collapse triggered the largest bank run in U.S. history. On Thursday, customers of the bank withdrew $42 billion, or over $1 million every single second for 10 hours. In New York, Nate Floyd, Fox News.
And a live look here from New York City. Also want to bring you a live look from the White House for our next story. As we know, President Biden unveiling his plans for the budget. Well, some critics are slamming his budget proposal, pointing to concerns that his nearly $7 trillion in proposed new spending would add $17 trillion to the federal debt. All of this as the White House pushes back on reports that it's decided to approve a major oil drilling project in Alaska. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is at the White House with more.
President Biden says that trillions more in government spending will be paid for by taxing the wealthy. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says the spending is out of control.
So it's not a revenue problem, it's a spending problem. We've got more money ever coming in. The problem is that the Democrats in the majority, they increased spending by 30%.
The Wall Street Journal says the Biden budget will grow the debt by $17 trillion, a roughly 50% increase. Here's the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus.
We can solve our debt crisis responsibly if we shrink Washington and grow America. McCarthy's not going to cut a deal with Democrats. Speaker McCarthy's not going to cut a deal with them.
Here's what's in Biden's budget. Increasing taxes on those making more than $400,000 from 3.8 to 5%. $842 billion in defense spending. But it's notable that it's a roughly 30% increase over last year, which amounts to a cut when you factor in inflation is over 6%. And defense spending is now at historic lows as a percentage of U.S. GDP at a time when many want to see U.S. forces grow to handle China and replenish depleted U.S. weapons stockpiles used to arm Ukraine. Speaking of which, there's $6 billion more to support Ukraine and Europe, $26 billion to strengthen the border, $3 billion to help poor countries deal with global warming, and the funding for over 100,000 police officers across the nation. The White House is denying reports it has approved a massive $8 billion oil drilling project in Alaska over the objections from environmental groups. The president's apparent about-face comes as an official announcement over his re-election campaign looms. Alaska Senator Dan Sullivan says the project will help Alaska natives and lower gas prices. As a presidential candidate, Joe Biden said he would never approve any drilling projects.
No more subsidies for fossil fuel industry. No more drilling on federal lands. No more drilling, including offshore. No ability for the oil industry to continue to drill. Period. Ends.
It's estimated the Alaska drilling project will create more than 2,500 jobs and generate more than $17 billion in revenue. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Well, in case you missed this from the end of the week when President Biden spoke about his budget plan in Philadelphia, I want to bring you those remarks now, some of them at least. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, I don't know whether you know this or not. Because of the previous president, Jimmy Williams, the only reason I'm standing is you guys, not a joke. And when I was running with Barack, we were having things were slowing up a little bit. I asked for help. You guys got the bus and got a bus, and you're the reason why I'm standing here. I was vice president then, and I'm president because of you guys. And again, they say, I've told your son, he got good blood. My dad would say. Thank you all very, very much. And it's great to be here with Josh Shapiro. I predict he's going to be one of the best governors in the history of the state. That's in large part because he married up. And I want to thank Congressman Brendan Boyle for the passport to get to this district. Brendan, you've been a great friend for the time we've been together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, he now leads the Democratic part of the Budget Committee. He's the guy that's going to determine whether or not my budget gets passed. But while he couldn't be here, I want to thank Jim Kennedy, who's a good friend, Mayor of Philadelphia, and two great senators, great close friend, Bobby Casey and John Fetterman, who will continue to deliver for the people of Pennsylvania, I believe. John, if you can hear this at all, we're with you, pal. We're with you. Everybody asks why I ever moved from Scranton. I moved from Scranton because we lived 5 blocks from the Casey's. I think I'm kidding. I knew as long as his dad was around, I'd never be able to be senator or governor of Pennsylvania. And then along comes Bobby. Anyway, great family, great friends. Folks, here's why I'm here today. For too long, working people have been breaking their necks, but the economy's left them behind. Working people like you, while those at the top get away with everything. One of the reasons why I ran for president, and I mean this sincerely, you may remember when I announced this, there were 3 reasons I was running. 1, to restore the soul of America, restore some decency and honor to the system. And 2, to rebuild the backbone of the country, the middle class. And the middle class does well, the poor have a way up, and the wealthy still do very well. And the 3rd one is to unite the country. Didn't think we could do that. But as we've seen all the talk about we never get any cooperation with the other team, last 2 years, we passed some pretty big things with bipartisan support. I ran to grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up and not the top down. And I know when I grew up, my dad's kitchen table, not a whole lot trickled down economics into my kitchen table for my dad. That's why I wanted to come here today and lay out the next part of my economic plan. My budget I'm sending to Congress today. If I could hold for just a second, I want to be clear, and I'll be clear with the press as well. The fact is that the Speaker of the House he's a very conservative guy, and he has an even more conservative group with him. But he and I met early on, and he said, what are we going to do about the budget? And I said, let's make a deal. Let's meet. I said, I'm going to introduce my budget on the 9th of March. You introduce yours, and we'll sit down and we'll go line by line, and we'll go through it. See if we can agree on it or we disagree on, and then fight it out in the Congress. So I want to make it clear, I'm ready to meet with the Speaker anytime, tomorrow, if he has his budget. Lay it down, tell me what you want to do, I'll show you what I want to do, see what we can agree on. If we don't agree on, let's see what we vote on. Now, I'm not going to lay out the entire budget, that would take the rest of the day. But no, it's a detailed budget. But I want to give you the contours of what we're for and how it's in stark contrast to what appears to be what the other team is for. My dad had an expression. So someone would come up to my dad and say, let me tell you what I value, Joe. And my dad would say, no, show me your budget, I'll tell you what you value. No, I'm serious. My expression my dad would do, show me your budget, I will tell you what you value. Well, folks, let me tell you what I value with the budget I'm releasing today. I value everyone having an even shot, not just labor, but small business owners, farmers, so many of the people who hold the country together who have been basically invisible for a long time. So at the end of the month, after working like the devil, they just have a little bit more breathing room, my dad would say. After you pay all your bills, you're sitting at a kitchen table writing out the last bill, you have just a little bit of breathing room left. So my budget reflects what we can do to lift the burden on hardworking Americans. And there's more than one way to do that. And that's what brings us down to everyday cost. How much do things cost? Not just whether inflation. We brought down inflation 7 months in a row. We're going to whip it. But in the meantime, there's other ways to take what is inflation in your budget. I just met, I won't embarrass them by pointing out, I don't have permission, but I just met a woman who has health care costs that are $600,000 a year, $7,000 a month. Well, guess what? How can you possibly deal with that? Well, we just dealt with it, by the way. We just dealt with it. For example, prescription drugs. We pay more for prescription drugs in America than any other advanced nation on earth. Let me say it again. In the United States of America, for whatever prescription drug you're buying, you're paying more than any other nation on earth. It's an advanced nation. We're finally beginning to change that. I've been fighting that for over 30 years. Because of the law that I worked on for decades, and that I just signed last year, we took Big Pharma on, and we won. For the first time, we won. The other team didn't think that's a good idea. None of them voted for it. They think Big Pharma should be able to make extraordinary profits, exorbitant profits at the expense of the American people. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. Medicare finally has the power now to negotiate for lower drug prices. And by the way, they've been able to do that for the VA. The VA, they're able to say, we're only going to pay X amount of dollars for this particular drug that, in fact, veterans need. The only place that was exempt was Medicare. They couldn't do it for Medicare. Now they can. And it's going to lower prices for seniors. But here's the deal. Not only, for example, the woman I just mentioned, by the beginning of 2025, she'll not have to pay more than $2,000 a year total amount for drugs. Folks, it's not just going to save people's lives and save people money, so they don't have to go bankrupt to try to stay alive. It's going to save the government. It's going to reduce the deficit to $160 billion. These guys keep saying, how are you going to cut the deficit? Well, guess what? Your tax dollars don't have to go out paying all that exorbitant price for Medicare to drug companies, and it's rational. It's going to save $160 billion in tax dollars. Millions of Americans have diabetes. They need insulin literally to stay alive. How many people know somebody who needs insulin for the diabetes? Raise your hand. Well, they're paying somewhere between $400 and $700 a month now. They were until last month. Well, guess what? That insulin was invented 100 years ago. Literally 100 years ago. Okay. You know how much it costs to make that insulin? $10. You know how much it costs to make it and package it? $13.50. And charging the kind of money they charge? Well, guess what? Guess what? Now we've lowered the cost of the insulin to maximum $35 a month. I was at a town meeting in Northern Virginia last year. A woman stood up. She said, she was a little embarrassed to speak. She said, I have 2 daughters with diabetes, and I can't afford the insulin. And she talked like that. She said, and we have to split it sometimes. Can you imagine looking at your son or daughter and knowing you don't have the money to pay for the insulin to keep them alive and healthy? Not a joke. Talk about being deprived of your dignity. Well, not anymore. Seniors on Medicare don't have to pay more than $35 a month. And guess what? When not only I thought we should cut it for everybody to $35 a month. But my friends and other team knocked it out. I didn't have the votes. I lost by a couple votes. Well, guess what? Capping the cost for everybody at $35 a month, especially those 200,000 children with type 1 diabetes. Well, here's what happened. Eli Lilly, one of the world's biggest drug companies, just announced it's capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Now, how are the rest of these folks going to charge more than that when you go to Eli Lilly and buy it for $35 a month? So folks are going to save a lot of lives, but also it's going to give parents back their dignity. They've been deprived because they can't take care of their kid. Something that's so basic and so important. But again, the MAGA Republicans want to take away the law. One of the things they've announced, they want to do away with the Inflation Reduction Act. Okay, well, we have a difference in the budget ideas, man. More than budget ideas, man. By the way, how many people, maybe even some of you know people who stared at the ceiling last night wondering, God forbid, if I get pancreatic, can I pay the bills? I can tell a story. My dad would probably be mad if I tell him were he alive. We lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home. Nice. I mean, it was a nice home. We were a middle-class family with 4 kids and a grandpa. And the bed, my headboard was against in the room with myself and my 2 brothers. It was against the wall of my dad. My dad was really restless. You could hear it one night. You could hear the bed. And I asked my mom the next morning, what's wrong with Dad? She said, his company said no more health insurance. They weren't going to pay for it. Well, guess what? A lot of people are lying in bed at night wondering what they're going to do. They're going to have to sell the house. What do they have to do if one of them gets really sick? Well, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, which not one single Republican voted for, that I signed in the law as soon as I got to office, millions of Americans, millions more have enrolled in the Affordable Care Act, saving an additional $800 a year for better coverage, better prices. My budget's going to make those savings permanent. We passed them up to now, but they'll expire if I don't get them done again. My MAGA Republicans all voted to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. They voted to get rid of it over 50 times since Barack passed it. Or 50 times. Well, it is. I think it is shameful. Folks, no one can deny we have a climate crisis. So we've seen more land, for example. I've been in more helicopter rides these last 2 years, particularly from Arizona all the way up to Idaho, all the way in the West Coast. More forests have burnt to the ground than the entire state of Maryland, the entire size of the state of Maryland. Look what's happened. The Colorado River has become a creek. You have all these environmental problems that are so profound, they're hard to deny. And people are seeing them now, along with extreme superstorms and droughts. That's why I took the most aggressive action ever in all of history in any country to take on the climate crisis by lowering your home energy bills, which MAGA Republicans voted against. We've now gotten to a point where it's cheaper to generate electricity from wind and solar than it is from coal and or fossil fuels. And I'm from Scranton. Okay, I'm not against coal per se. A lot of people made a living on that way. But we're providing incentives for folks to make the transition. So here's what we're doing. for providing you with a tax credit and rebates if you're buying new energy efficient appliances. Heat pumps, the new heat pumps. They can heat the whole damn house. No, I'm serious, not a joke. Well, if you need a heater and you need to buy one of those heat pumps, you get a tax credit for doing it. And water heaters, tax credit to weatherize your home with better windows and doors. I gathered together leaders from American Auto Workers in the South Lawn of the White House, all American manufacturers. And this 2 years, a year and a half, well, 2 summers ago. And guess what? They all agreed within the next month, came to me and said, we're going to go all electric. We're going to go all electric. And that's going to save billions of gallons of gasoline burning into the air. It's not only going to save the environment, it's going to help create really good paying jobs. We're providing tax credits for folks who buy electric vehicles to encourage them to do it. We're still going to need combustion engines. We're going to still need oil for the next 10 to 15 years. It's all of a sudden not all going to go away. But all this is going to lower energy costs for families on an average of $1,000 a year and create good paying union jobs.
Great, plus President Biden there laying out his budget plan in Philadelphia on Thursday that would cut deficits by $2.9 trillion over the next decade. This is a proposal that Republicans already intend to reject. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Here's what you can expect when we come back as we pull up this tweet here, a breaking news story that we're following out of San Diego, California. Migrant boats crash off the coast there with 8 confirmed drownings so far. We'll bring you more on that, the latest update from police. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. As I mentioned right before the break, we are following a developing story out of San Diego, California. Pulling up this tweet here from Fox News saying that migrant boats have crashed off of the San Diego, California coast. 8 confirmed drownings so far. The San Diego Police Department confirming that at least 8 people are dead after 2 boats carrying a group of immigrants crashed off of Black's Beach. The police spokesperson said that lifeguards handling the incident are handling the incident as the rescue and recovery efforts continue. A fire official also has talked about how thick the fog was and how it hampered rescue efforts overnight. It's unclear how many people may have made it out to shore. We did just get an update from police on this moments ago. I want to bring you that in full here on Live Now from Fox.
It continues, has been happening for quite some time. Since 2017, we've had a 771% increase in human trafficking in the California coastal region. Since 2021, we've had 23 lives lost at sea. This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. This is part of a transnational criminal organization effort to smuggle people into the United States. These people are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive. Again, it was a tragedy. We offer our condolences, and I'd offer Chief Garland for some words. Yes. I'm Captain James Spittler, Sector Commander of the Coast Guard, San Diego. James Garland, Lifeguard Chief for the City of San Diego and San Diego Fire Rescue Department. So around 11:30, 12 o'clock last night, we had a 911 call from a Spanish speaker that contacted the dispatch center of the SDPD. That person reported that there were approximately 15 people and 8 people on 2 vessels that had overturned at Torrey Pines City Beach in San Diego, down at Black's Beach. When lifeguards arrived on scene, we arrived in rescue mode. We did the best we could to recover people from the water, try and find survivors. And the lifeguards, after about an hour of searching and recovering bodies, we were in recovery mode for about 5 hours after that. The access to the area was very difficult due to the tide and the coastal cliff there. So lifeguards worked to technically extricate all of the victims there. We had San Diego Fire Rescue Department had 3 ambulances, a truck, an engine, and a full cast. The Unified Command included CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, the Air Marine Operations, U.S. Coast Guard, State Lifeguards, San Diego Police Department, UCSD Police Department, and obviously San Diego Lifeguards. So we worked to recover those, and my condolences to the family and those smuggling. This is the one of the worst maritime smuggling tragedies that I can think of in California, certainly here in the city of San Diego. So local rescuers, state rescuers, law enforcement, and our federal partners, nobody encountered any survivors during this time. But the timing was of all the assets getting down there. People may have left the beach. We're not sure. When we arrived on scene, both vessels were capsized and inside the shoreline. That area is a very hazardous area, even in the daytime. It has a series of sandbars and inshore rip currents. So you could think that you could land in some sand or get to waist-high, knee-high water and think that you're safe and be able to exit the water, but there's long inshore holes. So if you step into those holes, those rip currents will pull you along the shore and then back out to sea. The surf conditions weren't large. It was probably a 3-foot swell. We're not clear. They just gave the information that the vessels were capsized and how many people were down. Both were capsized when rescuers and federal agents got on scene.
How many confirmed dead are there?
We've lost 8 souls.
Are there children involved? Adults?
They're all adults.
Do you know if the two boats crashed into each other? Possible capsizing?
We don't know.
We don't know what happened.
It was the fog, surf conditions, pitch black down there. There's no lighting from the coast down there. So without navigation lights or a plan to navigate well, it's just a difficult landing and extrication.
Do you have the nationalities?
We don't. We don't have any of that information at this time. So right now, U.S. Coast Guard and lifeguards are still in recovery mode, and we'll still continue to search with air assets, sea assets, and land assets until later this afternoon.
Especially with those air assets, incredibly valuable. How did it impact things? How are you expecting to find more bodies in your snow?
The conditions last night prohibited San Diego Fire Rescue air assets, so all air assets were brought by the federal partners, and they could speak to their assets.
I'm sorry, can you clarify how many were on each boat? The leading boat, were all aboard that one boat?
The reporting party said it was 15 and 8. 15 on one vessel, 8 on another. Both vessels were capsized when we arrived on scene. We don't know. Yeah, when we arrived on scene, it was 2 capsized vessels and people who had perished on the beach and in the water. So we did our best to rescue those that were out in the water and then work any viable candidates. Yes. As I said, no local assets, no law enforcement, rescue, or federal assets encountered any survivors at the scene. No. By the time we got there, there was nobody there. Okay, we don't have the demographics, so I'll have to contact the county medical examiner's office.
Thank you all for coming out. We are in the Q&A section. Please limit it to one and one follow-up. There's a lot of you, so we'll get through it that way. If speakers speak to the specific agency section, those might not, but let's just be respectful of everyone here to get those questions in. So one and one follow-up, please.
James Gartland, San Diego Lifeguard Chief, JAMES, Gartland, GARTLAND.
So just to be real clear, so the woman said there was 15. You don't have that confirmed. There's nothing with that. She said that there were 15.
That's what the reporting party reported, yeah, to the 911 dispatcher.
Yes, ma'am. So around 1 in the morning, a Coast Guard 60 got airborne. It was the only aircraft that was able to get up due to the weather.
When they arrived on scene, visibility was about 50 yards. The lowest they could get was down to 100 feet. They couldn't see the water very well, even with night vision goggles. So they did a few legs of the search pattern and determined that the risk exceeded their ability to do a search effectively. So they returned to base. They should be launching here shortly if they're not already airborne, and we expect to continue the search until after lunch. It all depends on the survivability of the water and the number of people there. It'll be determined then based on the information we have and whatever new information we can gain between now and then. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes. How is the government working out with the authorities side of the border in regards of the one or two groups who cartel, but especially groups that are handling all this weight of boats crossing the border that way? Do you have any leads on how you help from the community? No, anything out of the border.
I'll let Border Patrol follow up to the first part of your question. But the second part, I think awareness. If we continue to provide awareness that every time they get into a panga to come northbound, their lives are at risk. The real number of deaths in the California coastal region is unknown. Often these boats are overloaded, the maintenance is poor, and they often do it like weather last night, where it's very little visibility. It's very challenging for anybody to operate in those conditions. They were likely one of the very few mariners out there at sea. So I'll let Border Patrol answer the first part.
So for your question, Eric Laverne, Special Operations Supervisor with the San Diego Sector Border Patrol. I can't speak to any specific. So we continue to work with our partners in Mexico and the government of Mexico. I can't speak specifically targeting any specific groups that are responsible for maritime smuggling, but our relationship is quite strong with our partner agencies down there in Mexico, be it ANAMI, SDANA, or SEMAR.
Any other questions?
Okay, so this update just coming in from San Diego, California, following the news of those two boats capsizing late last night. At least 8 people have been confirmed dead in this as they continue those recovery efforts here today. In the daylight, they're talking about the treacherous conditions last night for crews as they were searching for any survivors. The initial call that they got had said there were 15 people on one of the boats, 8 on the other, both of which capsized, though it's unclear about the survivors in this, including the person who made the 911 call to officials. By the time that they got there, officials saying that none of the survivors were there at the area. They're talking about how this is one of the worst maritime smuggling tragedies in San Diego and the dangers of all that unfolded last night, especially with the fog and weather conditions of being out there during that time. We are going to take another break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. All right, Lexi Petrovich, you're watching live now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us on this Sunday. Well, anticipation is in the air at the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles as the building undergoes final preparations for the 95th Academy Award ceremony that's happening tonight. The champagne carpet is getting some finishing touches before receiving Hollywood's biggest stars tonight when this all happened at the award ceremony. Now, yesterday, hundreds of production staff and crew members were on hand to get everything Oscar ready. This year's ceremony will be a little different. In recent years, a lot of little-seen films were nominated for an award, but this year, many of the top contenders were big box office hits last year. They include Avatar, Top Gun, Elvis, and Everything Everywhere All at Once. I want to dive into this a little bit further, talk about some predictions. Who's going to win big tonight? Live Now's Andrew Kraft spoke with a couple of different people on their predictions, people who are known to cover all of the biggest ceremonies and award shows. Let's bring you that conversation now here on Live Now from Fox.
And if you're a huge Oscars fan as well, you're going to be watching all of the awards this weekend, this Sunday. You're going to want to watch our next segment here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Let's bring into the conversation here some Oscars experts, should I say. Fox News' Oscars experts and predictor Tariq Khan joining us from New York, and Fox Entertainment producer and reporter joining us from Los Angeles, Ashley Dvorkin. You guys, thanks so much for being with us. I know you've been watching the award season so closely. What we're going to do now is we're going to put up some of the major categories and the nominees, and then we're going to get your predictions. I know, like I said, you've been following this so closely. All right, let's start with this category. Nominees for actor in a supporting role. Ashley, we will start with you. Who do you got?
Oh, this one, thank you. I'm glad to take this one to start. This one, I think we might both agree on. Ke Huy Quan, supporting actor for Everything Everywhere All at Once. He's been winning all awards season so far, and just these incredible acceptance speeches, and I think we can expect another one on Oscars night.
And Tara, Ke Huy Quan, he's been around Hollywood for a very long time. Is this his moment, you think?
Oh, absolutely. What a great comeback story. We remember him from 1984's Indiana Jones. 1985's The Goonies, and who would have thought that Ke Huy Quan would win the Oscar before Harrison Ford, but he's been a favorite all season long. Won the Golden Globe Award, the Critics' Choice Award, the SAG Award. So I think the biggest mystery of this category on a Sunday night is how they pronounce his name. Do they get it right or not? But regardless of how they say it, it's the Quan name inside the envelope. It should be a great moment.
Yeah, I mean, Tariq and Ashley, I think some of those names in that particular category would be unfamiliar to a lot of American movie viewers. Some newcomers as well, right?
Yes. Andrew, what are you talking? Barry Keoghan? Come on, that's a household name, right? I mean, what are you talking about? Brendan Gleeson? I mean, a little more name recognition, but you're right. There are some newcomers. Judd Hirsch, of course, returning as an Oscar nominee 42 years later after his first nomination for Ordinary People. That's a great story. His one scene in The Fabelmans got him an Oscar nomination. So it is an interesting category, but again, Quan is the one who's going to take home the Oscar. So I think all the other contenders are pretty much prepared for that moment.
All right, let's move on to actress in a supporting role now. And Ashley, we'll start with you. We're going to put up those nominees on the screen. Who do you got for that?
Okay, I am going with Angela Bassett. I think Angela Bassett, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, for actress in a supporting role. I know that this one, we saw the SAG Awards, Jamie Lee Curtis won, but I'm going to go with Angela Bassett on Oscars night.
All right, Tariq, your turn for this one.
Oh, okay. Well, Ashley, great to see you, by the way, Ashley. We're old friends, so I can say this to you, and you won't take it the wrong way, but you're going to go down on that one. I'm sorry. Angela Bassett, a great actress. Wonderful performance in Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, but she's not going to win the Oscar. She won the Golden Globe and the Critics' Choice Awards, but she lost the BAFTAs, lost the SAG Awards. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, not up for Best Picture or any other major category. it's just not seen as an Oscar caliber performance. So the race really comes down to Jamie Lee Curtis in Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Carrie Condon in The Banshees of Inisherin. Condon won the BAFTA, then Curtis came back to win the SAG Award, and my money is on Curtis. She's a beloved Hollywood veteran, gives a great scene-stealing performance in Everything Everywhere. She won the SAG Award, was not seen as a favorite, and gave a great acceptance speech right before voting began. So I think that Curtis is famous for being a scream queen, and she's going to scream like she's never screamed before on Sunday night. So that should be just a wonderful moment when Curtis wins the Oscar.
Okay, Tarek, actually, we love the friendly competition here. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about actor in the leading role now. I want to put up the nominees on the screen here. These are some pretty powerhouse names. Ashley, we'll start with you. Who do you got?
Okay, Brendan Fraser for The Whale. I have said this from the beginning of award season, and I am sticking to it. I think that this award is his. And also, I'd like to express my excitement of being on an Oscars predictions panel with Tarek. I know Tarek knows this guy. Every year, I'm going with Brendan Fraser for this one.
Okay, Todd, your turn for this. The Best Actor Oscar is so highly coveted. Who's getting it?
Okay, this is fast. It was actually a good point of Fraser. Terrific performance in The Whale. Just so remarkable. A great comeback story as well. He, of course, in 1990s, a famous actor known for films like The Mummy and George of the Jungle, Double to Your Right. What performance. Also, to watch out for Austin Butler and Elvis, remarkably transformed into playing Elvis Presley. He looks, sounds, and sings like the king. A lot of points are betting on him. However, I'm betting that it was split between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser, and the Oscar goes to Colin Farrell. Banshees of Inisherin. This is a terrific dramatic performance. He is the most respected actor of those three. And Banshees of Inisherin, a very powerful, potent Best Picture nominee for 9 Academy Awards. This is the best chance to get a major Oscar. Again, with Fraser and Butler splitting the vote, I think Americans will create. And a bit of inside information, I've been speaking on Oscar awards the last few weeks, and I think somebody went to Butler and Fraser. The name I keep hearing is Colin Farrell. The last time we had a big Best Actor jaw dropper was probably I think 2002 when Adrian Brody went to Heroes over Jack Nicholson in About Short, and Daniel Day-Lewis and Denzel Washington. It puts the biggest Best Actor jaw dropper in almost 20 years when Colin Farrell wins. And if it happens, you heard it here first. How's that?
Okay, let's keep it moving here. Actress in a supporting role. Ashley, Tarek. Is it Michelle Yeoh? Is it Michelle to lose?
Yes. I'll just say yes. I'm going Michelle. Yes, Michelle Yeoh for Best Lead Actress. I think I cannot wait to hear her acceptance speech after this entire award season. After this, I do think so. I know it's been mostly between her and Cate Blanchett, but I'm going to say Michelle Yeoh.
Okay, Tarek, your input.
Okay. Well, right now, before Sunday, the score is Yeoh has 0 Oscars, Blanchett has 2, and on Sunday night, it'll be Yeoh 1 Oscar. She's catching up to Cate. Terrific performance in Everything Everywhere. She won the SAG Award, beating up Blanchett there. Momentum on her side, Everything Everywhere being the Best Picture favorite. So, as wonderful as Blanchett is, and she will get her Oscar someday, not this year, it is Yeoh all the way. The Academy will say yes to Yeoh. How's that?
Okay, we will have to see. All right, before we get into really the marquee award of the night, Best Picture, a lot of people are also interested in directing that nominee as well. I want to put up the nominees here. We want to get your thoughts. Ashley, you first. Who do you think is going to take this statuette home tonight? Or Sunday, right?
Yes, on Sunday. Well, I know we're waiting to say Best Picture, but I do believe it's going to be. Those are going to go hand in hand. Everything Everywhere All at Once directors, the Daniels, Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert.
All right, Tarek, what do you got?
Yes, Ashley, great points. The Daniels all the way. Who would have thought they would beat out Steven Spielberg, one of his third Oscar for big moments? But for the film Everything Everywhere All at Once, such a classic director and achievement. They pulled it off. They won the Directors Guild Award, won the Critics' Choice Award, and I think they're unstoppable at this point.
Okay, that leads us to the Best Picture category as well. You've already kind of indicated it, both of you. It seems like that is the clear front runner, Everything Everywhere All at Once. And full disclosure, this is one of the nominees I have seen. I absolutely loved it.
Yes, I think Everything Everywhere All at Once for sure. I will say I absolutely filmed it. Also, Banshees of Inisherin, and as you were talking about it before, I want to also say that was one of my favorites of this past year. I do think Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think maybe Tarek, we agree?
Yes, Ashley, I second that. You know, Everything Everywhere, it has 11 nominations, leads all others, and more importantly, it won the 4 big Guild Awards. Producer's Guild, Director's Guild, Writers Guild, Screenwriters Guild, and any film that has won those 4 Oscars is almost always won the Best Picture Award, so I think everything is pretty much unstoppable. You know, I've joked that the film centers on the concept of the multiverse, that there are an infinite number of universes, and I dare say that Everything Everywhere All at Once wins the Oscar for Best Picture in every single one of those universes, so it's unstoppable.
Okay, that's going to do it for some of those categories. I want to get your thoughts on those. Let's talk about the ceremony overall. Ashley, you've been covering the red carpets all awards season. We all know what happened at last year's ceremony with the slap heard around the world. How much do you think that's going to be a part of this year's ceremony? Do you think people are going to be talking about it? Is it going to be in the background?
I don't think it's going to be as much a part of the show as some people might expect. I think that Jimmy Kimmel, who is hosting for the 3rd time, he will address it. I think he'll do it in the monologue, maybe briefly, and then move on. I don't think this year is going to be about last year. If you remember, there were so many award shows directly following the Oscars, and it came up in other award shows all throughout last year that we've been talking about it so much. So I think at the Oscars, yes, Jimmy Kimmel will mention it in some way, and then I think they'll move on with the show.
Tarek, that was obviously went down in Oscars history. It was somewhat reminiscent of that other major moment when Faye Dunaway and Warren Beatty pulled the wrong name for Best Picture. Do you think we're going to expect anything historic like that on Sunday night, or should it be a pretty mild-mannered show?
You know, it's funny. Well, I think that Ashley hit the nail on the head. That Kimmel will acknowledge it, make some jokes about it, and then move on. But I can see walking out and saying, you know, welcome to the Oscars. What could possibly go wrong? And I think that after last year's mishap, and of course the famous envelope fiasco from 6 years ago, I think it'll be smooth sailing. I think that everyone has moved on from last year's show. And again, after a brief joke, the focus on celebrating the Fringe in 2022. It was a great year for films, big pictures like Top Gun Maverick, Avatar: The Way of Water, Elvis. So they'll acknowledge last year for the move on, and hopefully it'll be a great show, better than last year, and much shorter as well. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and just last question, because everyone's going to be watching for some of these highlights. I want to get that to you as well. What are you guys going to be watching for? To me, this whole award season, what has struck out is it seems like these nominee classes are just having like the best time of their lives. They're having a ball. You see them pictured all the time together. Ashley, what are you going to be watching for?
Yes, I love the support amongst the actors. We mentioned before Jamie Lee Curtis when she was giving her acceptance speech at the SAG Awards and was talking about Michelle Yeoh. And I want to see them celebrating each other. I love that so much. And I'm also going to be looking for these great performances that are in store. We've got Rihanna, from all of the Best Original Song nominees for the most part. I know Lady Gaga is not performing, but for the most part, we have a lot of big musical performances to look forward to. So I want to see that, and I'm also looking for any of these surprises because I feel like by this point, every season we can almost predict every category. Yeah. I know we've made our predictions, and I feel pretty confident about mine, but I want to see if there's any surprises there this year because I think there might be.
All right, Tarek, final thoughts.
Well, again, big surprise. Colin Farrell, Best Actor, that happens. But again, see whether it's Angela Bassett or Jamie Lee Curtis are predicting giving speech. Think about it. I mean, Jamie Lee Curtis, a Hollywood icon, 64 years old, the first nomination, only getting on stage to accept an Oscar. Or Angela Bassett. If it does happen, I don't think it will, but it does. 29 years later, after, what's that got to do with it? Accepting an Oscar, that'll be a great speech. Ki-Hwan Kwan should give a great speech. Michelle Yeoh, when she wins, becoming the first Asian woman to accept the Best Actress Oscar, only the second non-white woman to win the Oscar. I think it'll be a great, heartfelt speech for Bessie DeCote. So a lot of great emotional moments. And this tournament, people will remember for many years to come.
Okay, Tarek Khan there in New York, Ashley DeVorkin in Los Angeles. That was a very fun Oscars predictor panel, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. I know a lot of people will tune into that tonight. Obviously, like you heard there from my colleague, a lot of discussion about the slap last year. Likely to stay away from that narrative this year as it's a whole new year and a whole mean crowd of very talented people there, hoping and expecting to win some awards. We want to continue with this theme, though. My colleague Andrew Kraft continues up with his Oscar coverage ahead of the Monument Show later on tonight.
And in our continuing coverage here on Live Now from Fox of the 95th Annual Academy Awards, it's taking place this weekend, and we're going to be talking about some of these Best Picture nominees with none other than Brian Bishop. He is the host.
Well, we had a little bit of an audio issue there. We're going to try to clean that up and get right to other different things here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get you a Live Now look from around the country in New York City. That is a look, an overcast sky there. Also in Washington, D.C., the White House in Minneapolis, still snow there on the ground and coming down some more in this March is daylight savings time, but also out of Florida. You can see the big wheel there still turning. A busy day all around here on Live Now from Fox. We want to continue to cover all of the top headlines. Let's get into some other top headlines from further this week, including out of Louisville, as Mayor Garland was hosting a press conference to announce the investigation into the Louisville Police Department following the death of Breonna Taylor. Let's listen to that here on Live Now from Fox.
Found no evidence of any crime. In a separate criminal case, we have charged that officers involved in obtaining the warrant knew that the affidavit that supported the warrant contained false and misleading information. Ms. Taylor's death brought immeasurable pain both to her family and to this community. In April 2021, our Civil Rights Division opened the pattern of practice investigation that I've just referenced. Shortly after we opened the investigation, an LMPD leader told the department Breonna Taylor was a symptom of problems that we have had for years. The Justice Department's findings and the report that we are releasing today bear that out. The department has concluded that there is reasonable cause to believe that Louisville Metro and LMPD engaged in a pattern of practice of conduct that violates the First and Fourth Amendments of the Constitution. There is also reasonable cause to believe that they engage in conduct that violates Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Safe Streets Act, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Specifically, the report finds that LMPD uses excessive force, including unjustified neck restraints and the unreasonable use of police dogs and tasers, conducts searches based on invalid warrants, unlawfully executes warrants without knocking and announcing, unlawfully stops, searches, detains, and arrests people, unlawfully discriminates against Black people in enforcement activities, violates the rights of people engaged in protected speech, critical of policing, and, along with Louisville Metro, discriminates against people with behavioral health disabilities when responding to them in crisis. The Justice Department has also identified deficiencies in LMPD's response to and investigation of domestic violence and sexual assault. LMPD has relied heavily on pretextual traffic stops in Black neighborhoods. In these stops, officers use the pretense of making a stop for a minor traffic offense in order to investigate for other crimes. Some officers have demonstrated disrespect for the people they are sworn to protect. Some have videotaped themselves throwing drinks at pedestrians from their cars, insulted people with disabilities, and called Black people monkeys, animal, and boy. This conduct is unacceptable. It is heartbreaking. It erodes the community trust necessary for effective policing, and it is an affront to the vast majority of officers who put their lives on the line every day to serve Louisville with honor. And it is an affront to the people of Louisville who deserve better. As the report states, Most Metro employees and LMPD officers are dedicated public servants who work hard to promote public safety. But Louisville Metro and LMPD have failed to ensure that all employees uphold the constitutional and statutory rights of the people of Louisville. Louisville Metro and LMPD have also failed to provide police officers and other employees with the support and resources that they need to do their jobs effectively and lawfully. Our investigation uncovered deficient training, substandard facilities and equipment, inadequate support for officer mental health and wellness. Police officers already have difficult jobs. These inadequacies have made those jobs even harder and less safe. Our report also describes unlawful law enforcement practices by LMPD patrol officers and by members of a specialized unit that was first called the Viper Unit. The unit was later rebranded as 9th Mobile Division and the Criminal Interdiction Division. Officers in this specialized unit frequently made pretextual traffic stops in black neighborhoods. Federal and state courts have found that officers in the unit violated residents' Fourth Amendment rights. The report concludes that the unit's activities were part of an overall enforcement approach that resulted in significant and unlawful racial disparities. LMPD's conduct has undermined its public safety mission and strained its relationship with the community it is meant to protect and serve. In an important step toward reform, I am pleased to announce that the City of Louisville has signed an agreement in principle with the Department of Justice. This agreement commits the city and LMPD to work with the Justice Department, the community, police officers, and other stakeholders to address the problems that we have identified. And this agreement commits us to negotiate a legally binding consent decree with an independent monitor. Louisville Metro and LMPD have already instituted a number of changes through the settlement with the family of Breonna Taylor, as well as through other measures. The city enacted a law that prohibits LMPD from seeking no-knock warrants. A limited pilot program has started sending behavioral health professionals to certain 911 calls, and the city has expanded community-based violence prevention services. LMPD has also announced plans to revamp its training, support for officers' health and wellness, and internal auditing. These efforts are commendable, and we credit Louisville Metro and LMPD for acknowledging that change is necessary. But more must be done. The Justice Department recommends 36 remedial measures that provide a starting framework for changes that are necessary to improve public safety, build community trust, and comply with the Constitution and federal law. To the officers of LMPD, the Justice Department is acutely aware of the integral role that law enforcement officers play in our society and the dangers you face to keep your community safe. So it is imperative that your police department sets you up for success. Your department needs to provide you with clear policies and consistent training to explain constitutional boundaries and responsibilities. You need equipment and facilities that help you meet those responsibilities. And you need supervisors and a chain of command that enables you to achieve the highest standards of your profession. To the people of Louisville, you have shown meaningful engagement on issues of reform. During the investigation, the department met with many community members, including people who had encounters with the police, religious leaders, advocates, criminal defense attorneys, prosecutors, judges, and service providers. I want to thank you for sharing your experiences with us. We could not have completed this investigation without your contributions. And I ask that you continue to engage with these issues in the months ahead. The Your involvement is critical to our success. Together, we can make true progress and ensure that the durability of reforms. Together, we can ensure that constitutional policing also results in safer communities. Finally, to the career staff of the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Kentucky who conducted this investigation, thank you for your extraordinary hard work, which will make Louisville a better place and a safer place for all of its residents. As I mentioned when I announced the opening of this investigation, the Justice Department is charged with ensuring that the constitutional and federal statutory rights of the people are protected. Congress authorized the department to conduct pattern of practice investigations to help it fulfill this responsibility. But those investigations and the recommendations that ensue do not only protect individual civil rights, they also assist police departments in developing measures to increase transparency and accountability. Those qualities are necessary to build a trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve, and community trust is essential to making both communities and policing safer. The Justice Department looks forward to working with Louisville Metro and LMPD to achieve these ends. I'm now pleased to turn the podium over to Associate Attorney General Benita Gupta.
Thank you, Attorney General Garland. I want to thank Mayor Greenberg, Council President Winkler, Interim Chief of Police Jacqueline Villarreal, Louisville Metro and LMPD for their cooperation with the Justice Department's investigation. I also want to thank the outstanding team led by the Civil Rights Division for their tireless efforts on this matter. And I want to especially thank the many community members who shared their experiences with our team during the investigation. As the Attorney General announced, our investigation has revealed a pattern of practice of conduct that violates the United States Constitution and federal law. LMPD's ability to serve and protect the people of Louisville has been compromised, and the findings are deeply troubling and sobering. But we are committed to working with Louisville on a path forward to constitutional policing and stronger police community trust. And that is why I'm pleased that the Justice Department and Louisville have entered into an agreement in principle. In that agreement, we commit to negotiating a court-enforceable consent decree to ensure sustainable, constitutional, and effective public safety and emergency response services in Louisville. By entering into this agreement, the city and police department have taken a critical step forward and shown their commitment to moving expeditiously to implement reforms aimed at remedying the problems that we have identified in the investigation. And I want to commend them for taking this step. I also want to acknowledge that Louisville did not wait for us to issue findings to start instituting change. In the wake of Breonna Taylor's tragic and terrible death, the city made changes through its settlement with her family in addition to other measures. The agreement in principle only represents a framework, and in the coming months, we will use the framework to negotiate a comprehensive consent decree with the city that will be filed in federal court. And we will soon be meeting with and reaching out to community members and law enforcement to hear your ideas about the kind of police department and policing you want to see in your community. In negotiating and developing a consent decree, we will lean on the lessons we have learned from consent decrees in other cities, worked collaboratively with not only city and police officials, but also members of the public who are invested in finding better ways for their cities to meet public safety challenges. Our approach has led to significant improvements. In Seattle, for example, the Independent Monitor reported a 60% decrease in the use of serious force since 2014. In Albuquerque, the Independent Monitor recently reported serious uses of force dropped by a third from previous years. And in Baltimore, the Independent Monitor recently found that officers are using force less often. We will apply these lessons in Louisville, and the consent decree we negotiate and implement here will address the specific context of the Louisville Metro government and LMPD and this community's needs. The agreement in principle commits us to including mechanisms in the consent decree that will facilitate ongoing participation of community members as well as police officers in the implementation of reform. We need this entire community to help us craft solutions that will result in real and lasting change in Louisville. The agreement in principle also commits us to selecting a third-party independent monitor who will assist the court and parties in determining whether a consent decree is being implemented. In 2021, I reviewed the department's use of monitors in these contexts and recommended, and the Attorney General agreed to, actions that ensure that policing consent decrees minimize costs, enhance transparency, involve voices from the community, and move a community as efficiently as possible to lasting change that we all desire and that the people of Louisville deserve. As we move forward, we know that we can achieve constitutional policing only by using every available tool. In that vein, just this morning, the Justice Department's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services announced that it will produce a guide for police chiefs and mayors across the country to help them assess the appropriateness of the use of specialized units, like the unit formerly known as the Viper unit here in Louisville, as well as how to ensure necessary management, oversight, and accountability of such units. The Justice Department also supports co-responder and community responder models that pair law enforcement and behavioral health professionals to attend to people experiencing a crisis, which will free up law enforcement officers to address more serious violent offenses and save lives. These resources will be available to LMPD, and they are to police agencies across the nation. To the men and women of the LMPD, we recognize the many challenges faced by police officers in Louisville and in communities across the country. And we know that police officers every day risk their lives in the line of duty. And we know also that you need the public's trust to do your jobs effectively and to keep communities safe. To the people of Louisville, whether here or around the country, police reform won't happen overnight or by chance. It will take time, along with focused effort and sustained commitment. In communities across America, even in communities where that trust has been broken, we have seen transformative reform rebuild relationships, advance public safety, and bring us closer to the nation's promise of justice and equality under the law. And in the months ahead, because of the proactive leadership in the city, because of the energy and vibrancy of this community, and because of the police department's commitment for reform, together we can shape the same progress right here in Louisville. Together we can build a stronger Louisville, a Louisville that protects the safety, rights, and dignity of all. I will now turn things over to Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark, who will discuss the findings of our investigation in greater detail.
Good morning. 3 years ago, in the wake of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd's tragic and brutal deaths, the nation once again turned its eye to the state of policing in America. People across the country came together to demand action from their leaders, accountability from the police departments that protect and serve them, and reforms that can ensure public safety while restoring public trust. At the heart of the many demonstrations that unfolded in this city and across the country was a call for constitutional policing and respect for people's civil rights. People in Louisville deserve constitutional policing. They deserve policing that is fair and non-discriminatory. Our investigation found that the police department and city government failed to adequately protect and serve the people of Louisville, breached the public's trust, and discriminated against Black people through unjustified stops, searches, and arrests. The police used excessive force, subjecting people to unlawful strikes, tasings, and canine bites. The police sought search warrants without justification and carried out no-knock warrants unlawfully, evading the Constitution, defying federal law, and putting ordinary citizens in harm's way. Today marks a new day and a new chapter for the people of Louisville. For the last 2 years, the Justice Department has led an exhaustive investigation in Louisville to determine whether Louisville Metro government and the Louisville Police Department engaged in a pattern or practice of conduct that violated the Constitution or federal law. We left no stone unturned. And we found that LMPD routinely seeks search warrants for residences without establishing legal justification for invading someone's home. Officers regularly seek warrants that are overly broad, sweeping in people who have at most a remote connection to the investigation, who have committed no crime, harbor no evidence, and have a constitutional right to not be subject to unreasonable search and seizure. Officers also violated the law when they act on these warrants by unjustifiably barging into people's homes without knocking and announcing their presence. And they often serve these warrants at night. These tactics are dangerous. Officers can be misidentified as intruders, and they may misinterpret shock and surprise as a threat. All of this puts the public at risk, and officers too. Officers also routinely conduct stops, searches, and arrests without the required constitutional justification. These tools are essential to enhance public safety, but when used without restraint, they turn into weapons of oppression, submission, and fear. We found that LMPD officers use excessive and dangerous tactics such as neck restraints, canines, and tasers, even against people who pose no imminent threat to the officer or others. We also found that officers misdirect their resources and violate fundamental principles of equal justice by selectively targeting and disproportionately subjecting Black residents to unlawful policing. LMPD disproportionately stops and cites Black drivers for minor traffic offenses. In fact, Black drivers were nearly twice as likely as white drivers to be cited for having one headlight out. Black drivers were nearly 4 times as likely as white drivers to be cited for improperly tinted windows, and Black drivers were nearly 5 times as likely as white drivers to be cited for improper tags. LMPD also disproportionately searches Black drivers who are stopped and cited. Even when comparing traffic stops where Black and white drivers were engaged in similar behavior before the stop, Black drivers were almost 50% more likely to be searched than whites. LMPD charges Black people at higher rates than white people for the same misdemeanor offenses.
Welcome to the stream.
LMPD charges Black people for loitering at more than 4 times the rate of white people, for disorderly conduct at 2.5 times the rate of white people, and for littering at 3 times the rate of white people. This pattern of racial discrimination fuels distrust and impedes the community's confidence in the LMPD and their law enforcement operations. LMPD's improper activity extends beyond use of force, street enforcement, and search warrants. We also found that LMPD often responds aggressively to people criticizing the police, both in routine day-to-day police encounters and during lawful demonstrations, and both before and after the racial justice protests that occurred in 2020. We saw unnecessarily aggressive behavior against people experiencing behavioral health crises. One person, a Black man with an apparent behavioral health disability, had more than 25 encounters with LMPD in less than 2 years. And in some of these interactions, LMPD officers needlessly escalated the situation and used unreasonable force. At times, they even mocked him. The man ultimately died in a Louisville Metro Detention Center after he had once again been arrested by LMPD. Such unnecessary escalation of encounters that could have and should have remained nonviolent was far too common. These findings are not based on any one incident or event. They turn on evidence showing long-standing dysfunction at LMPD. The pattern or practice of unlawful conduct compromises LMPD's ability to serve and protect safely, constitutionally, and effectively. Instead, LMPD has practiced an extreme, misdirected, and counterproductive style of policing. And as Attorney General Garland noted, these findings give us reasonable cause to believe that Louisville Metro and LMPD engage in a pattern or practice of conduct that violates both the Constitution and federal law. Together, our findings have at their core a lack of effective management, training, and accountability. The Louisville Police Department can do better and will do better at respecting the civil rights of this community and better at working with the community to fight crime. Our investigation here was guided by a few core principles. First, policing in America, and particularly here in Louisville, is complex. We know that interactions with members of the public don't happen in a vacuum. Dynamics like racial segregation, poverty, and violence all affect how officers do their job. Second, being a police officer is hard and dangerous work. Officers are often faced with complex, fast-paced situations which at times threaten their lives and the lives of others. And third, members of the public may see the police in different ways. Some see the police as pillars of the social order who get us through the worst days of their lives. Others view the police with skepticism and worry that any encounter poses the risk of being unfairly targeted and victimized. With all of these realities in mind, again, our efforts were exhaustive. We talked to hundreds of people across the city. We rode with officers in their cars on patrol. We spoke with city and union officials, judges and attorneys, advocacy groups, religious leaders, and community members from different walks of life. And along with our experts, we reviewed thousands of documents regarding LMPD's enforcement activities, and we watched thousands of hours of body-worn camera footage. We know sustainable police reform requires going beyond mere surface-level changes. It requires digging deep into the root causes of systemic problems. It requires creative ideas from many sources that can help LMPD and Louisville Metro achieve their public safety mission in line with the Constitution, federal law, and the community's values. It also requires an optimism that change is possible and a hard-nosed realism about the solutions that can achieve that change. So to the people of Louisville, I say let your voice be a part of the change. Louisville residents have a rich history of community organizing and demanding better from your leaders. And we want your activism and engagement to energize and advance this reform process. In the road ahead, as we focus on creating solutions that will drive real, lasting change in the city, the Justice Department will be reaching out to community members and law enforcement to hear about the kind of police department that people want for their city. We are relying on the diverse communities of this vibrant city to stay engaged, to push us, to advocate, and to work with us to create a safer, more just Louisville. As I close, I want to extend my gratitude to Mayor Greenberg, Council President Winkler, and Interim Chief of Police Jacqueline Wood-Fiorell for joining us today. In addition, I want to recognize former Mayor Greg Fisher and former Chief of Police Erica Shields for their cooperation and leadership throughout our investigation. And I also want to extend gratitude to the hundreds of people across Louisville who worked with us throughout this investigation. Thanks to the police officers, the civil rights advocates, leaders, and many others for exercising your voice in this process. Law enforcement works when the community is engaged, and we at the Justice Department thank you all. Finally, as we prepare to embark on a path towards reform, we want the citizens of Louisville to hear us loudly and clearly that we will stand with you every step of the way. I'd now like to invite Mayor Greenberg to the podium.
Thank you. Our city has been through a lot these past few years, and hearing the details of this report brings back a lot of painful memories, especially from 2020. Though for too many in our community, the memories this brings back are much older than that. Our city has wounds that have not yet healed. And that's why this report, this moment, are so important and so necessary. We have to understand and come to terms with where we've been so we can get to where we want to be. Chief Jacqueline Quinn, Bill O'Rell, and I were both sworn in 2 months ago. We took our oaths of office on January 2nd, knowing this investigation was reaching its conclusion, but not knowing what these findings would be. We both understood from the beginning that we would inherit and embrace this opportunity to reform and improve LMPD. The work is essential to reducing violent crime and strengthening public safety, which is our top responsibility in city government. And it's equally as important to acknowledge the infuriating examples of abuse cited in this report, particularly cases against Black and brown members of our community and women and children, abuses by the same people who were supposed to protect them. The chief and I and our entire teams will do everything possible and everything necessary to correct the mistakes of the past and heal the wounds they've left in our community. As the Department of Justice has noted, this work has begun, but we have a lot more to do. What we just heard from the Attorney General, the Associate Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General, the descriptions of police misconduct, people looking the other way, all of that is unacceptable. It's inexcusable. And it's a betrayal of the public's trust. And it's a betrayal of the integrity and professionalism that the overwhelming majority of our officers bring to their job every day and every night. I want to address some of the reactions that I expect different people in our city will have to this report and some of the details of the findings. I know some people are surprised and horrified to hear stories about certain officers operating in ways that are so counter to our values as a community. All of this is really hard to hear and hard to accept. It's infuriating. I understand that. I also know there are people who are not surprised to hear the findings in this report, because they see this report as confirmation of complaints they've made about their own interactions with law enforcement, sometimes for years. Many of those spoke out and felt dismissed or devalued. Now, the United States Department of Justice is essentially saying yes. In many cases, you were right, and you deserved better. That's a powerful thing. I understand that, too. And I know there are people who will look at this report and they'll be eager to find some way to minimize it or dismiss it. They'll say it's all politics, or that you can find examples like this in any city. No, this is not about politics or other places. This is about Louisville. This is about our city, our neighbors, and how we serve them. We will not make excuses. We will make changes. We will LAPD delivers services that respect the Constitution, increase trust, and promote public safety and officer safety. The United States Department of Justice is demanding that we take action. The people of Louisville are demanding that we take action. Chief Glenn Miller-Orell and I are taking action to reform and improve how our police department operates. Over the past few days, the Department of Justice and my office have reached an agreement in principle that will help us guide us as we implement next steps. We will continue to provide updates as we go through this process. There will be many more announcements to come, and community input will absolutely be a critical part of the ongoing part of police reform. We will reform how we recruit, train, equip, support, supervise, and deploy the more than 1,000 public servants whose job it is to serve as guardians of the public safety every day and every night. I talk to and work with LAPD officers every day. And as the Department of Justice has said, the vast majority of our officers are good, honorable people who are doing this work because they want to serve, they want to help, and they're willing to put their lives on the line. They frequently go into dangerous, traumatizing, and heartbreaking situations to keep us safe. None of that excuses anything in the Department of Justice report, but it is something we need to understand as we carry out police reform, because it's our job to provide every officer with the support, training, structure, leadership, resources, and accountability they need so they can do their job and do it right. We need our officers to prevent and solve crimes while treating people with dignity and respect, because everyone from every community and every background deserves that. And as we just heard, too many people who deserve respect and dignity didn't get it from officers of the law sworn to protect them. Instead, they received contempt and abuse. To those people who've been harmed, on behalf of our city government, I'm sorry. You deserve better.
We were supposed to get officials in Louisville, Kentucky after the DOJ flew into the death of Breonna Taylor and the police department as a whole. I know you don't put this on the video. We're seeing online now from Fox. We're going to take a quick. trades through global markets and evaluating banking stocks. And a branch in New York City called the Cops on Investors showed up demanding their money. Fox News correspondent and Ford is outside that branch in Manhattan with the latest.
A quiet night here in New York City after a hectic end to the week for customers at the Silicon Valley Bank. Here at the loan branch in New York City, investors showed up yesterday trying to withdraw their funds, but not only were they turned away, the cops were called on them. So now they wait until Monday when the bank's 17 branches will reopen and insured depositors can receive up to $250,000. But a lot of the customers of this bank were corporations with a lot more than $250,000 invested. Take a look at this video. This bank is closely tied to the tech industry. A lot of startups are relying on this bank, and now a lot of those startups will have a hard time making payroll come next week. The bank's collapse comes after the shocking announcement of a $1.8 billion loss. It crumbled after being forced to sell bonds at a massive loss. Now CEOs who relied on the bank are in crisis mode.
We'll get access to $200,000 on Monday. But after that, trying to get access to the remaining capital is going to take place. So the reality is we can't operate a business without access to this capital. So our options are basically to go behind debt until we can get access to this capital.
The FDIC says insured depositors will get up to $250,000 on Monday, and uninsured depositors will receive an advance dividend within the next week. After that, future dividends will be paid from the sale of whatever assets remain in the bank. We spoke with the CEO of a financial services company here in New York City who's trying to raise capital this weekend to save those tech startups that are now on life support.
We launched to advance this money exclusively to these companies like a payroll until the FDIC starts releasing the deposits for insured and uninsured.
The collapse triggered the largest bank run in U.S. history. On Thursday, customers of the bank withdrew $42 billion or over $1 million every single second for 10 hours. In New York, Nate Ford, Fox News.
Thank you so much. And that's certainly something interesting to look into on Monday morning when the stock market opens again. There's certainly a lot of concern there around Silicon Bank, but also investors at different banks around the country. We also heard today that the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, said the federal government will not bail out Silicon Bank is looking at the Congress who are concerned about their money. Of course, this coming in as the Secretary of the Treasury said Sunday that the federal government won't bail them out. But FDIC ensures deposits of $250,000 for many of the companies and let people implement workforce relationships with the tech industry and more than that amount in their account. Of course, she said our faith in the nation provided very enthusiasm. The government's next step is to emphasize the situation was much different in the financial crisis almost 15 years ago in 2008, which led to the banking bailout in the tech industry. Of course, we're following this very, very closely here on Live Walk. Fox will have probably a lot more this upcoming week on what's up about the news and what will mean moving forward in the future. We also want to take you out to the early district hearings with Fed Chair Powell as he was making comments about the Senate and also the House and representatives there. And certainly this coming before we also some instructive questions and answers for him as interest rates likely to continue to rise. Here's more from this on Capitol Hill.
Just to navigate that battle. In the past, Chair Powell, you told this committee that our financial system is proven resilient through 2020 and that the capital levels at that point in time, and I would note that those capital levels are at multi-decade highs, are in aggregate adequate. And I just wanted to follow up on those prior statements and see if you still feel that way.
So I guess I would say it to you this way. In our system, we have a vice chair for supervision who has statutory responsibilities. And when a new vice chair for supervision comes in, generally they're going to want to take a fresh look. That's what one Vice Chair Quarles did, and that's Dan Chiarullo kind of had the job on an informal basis, and that's what we did. So it's only natural that someone would come in and take a fresh look, and I think that's part of the process. The role of that person is to make recommendations on regulation and supervision to the full board. The consider those when made. And this, to me, this just comes under that heading.
Well, as the review is underway, and I appreciate that context, one aspect of it seems to us as an apparent willingness to undo the tailoring requirements that were enacted as part of S2155. And I understand that nothing has been finalized regarding the regulations. It's a concerning prospect if that's the case. That's General Counsel just yesterday alluded to undoing 2155 by, quote, pushing down the Basel requirements on banks that were intentionally given relief in that bill. So I want to be perfectly clear that the banking regulators themselves can't just simply ignore or selectively enforce the laws. And again, I realize that the details of the study haven't been finalized and made public, but the proposal forth by Vice Chair Barr is either unduly aggressive or appears to contradict the spirit of S2155. Will you vote for it?
I can't answer that in the abstract, of course, but I would say we're, as an institution, very strongly committed to tailoring, and anything we do is going to reflect, tailoring of institutions according to their risk. And I mean, that's a principle that we'll stick with.
I think it's quite important, again, given the legislative intent here and the concerns that we maintain that in the face of what General Counsel said just yesterday. I appreciate the perspective in terms of keeping that in place. I'd like to come with my next question, Chairman Powell, with starting the question by underscoring the importance of the independence of the Fed's monetary policy. Right now, the economic picture is about as uncertain as I can remember. We've had large companies in the private sector who are in the midst of planning layoffs, forecasting serious economic weakness in the quarters to come. Yet, on the other hand, the current economic data seems to be robust. Inflation showed some signs of softening in the past several releases. So I just hope, Chair Powell, that you briefly tell us how you synthesize these seemingly contradicting data.
So, just quickly, at the end of last year, we saw a couple of very promising, modest inflationary readings in November and December. But earlier this year, some of that improvement was revised away. In addition, we got a very strong reading on inflation in January, also very strong jobs reading, also very strong retail sales. And so, as I pointed out in my testimony, we're looking at a reversal, really, of what we thought we were seeing to some extent, a partial reversal. It's still true. It's still the case that we're seeing progress on inflation. We're seeing goods inflation has come down significantly. There's improvement in housing inflation in the pipeline. There's not a lot of improvement yet to be seen in the largest sector, which is non-housing services. So core inflation is running at 4.7% on a 12-month basis. I think nothing about the data suggests to me that we've tightened too much. Indeed, it suggests that we still have work to do.
In that context, thinking about where the tightening goes and when it might, when it might happen, where do you see the terminal debt run rate landing?
So we last wrote down our assessments, individual assessments of that in December, and I think the median range was basically people were clustered between 5 and 5.5. We're going to write down those again as part of we do it 4 times a year. We'll do it around the March meeting, which is on the 21st and 22nd of March. And as I indicated in my testimony, I think the data we've seen so far, and we still have other data to see, we still have significant data to see before the meeting, suggests that the ultimate rate that we write down may well be higher than what we wrote down in December.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Fed has raised interest rates 8 times over the last year in what has been the most extreme rate hike cycle in 40 years. The Fed's goal is to slow inflation, and your tool, raising interest rates, is designed to slow the economy and throw people out of work. So far, you haven't tipped the economy into recession, but you haven't brought inflation entirely under control either. And maybe the reason for that is that other things are also keeping the prices high, things you can't fix with high interest rates, things like price gouging and supply chain kinks and a war in Ukraine. But you are determined to continue to raise interest rates, so I want to take a look at where you're headed. In December, the Fed released its projections on the state of the economy under your monetary policy plan. According to the Fed's own report, if you continue raising interest rates as you plan, unemployment will be 4.5%
2.6% by the end of the year, more than a full point higher than it is today. Chair Powell, if you hit your projections, do you know how many people who are currently working, going about their lives, will lose their jobs?
I don't have that number in front of me. I will say it's not an intended consequence.
Well, but it is, and it's in your report, and that would be about 2 million people who would lose their jobs. People who are working right now, making their mortgages. So, Chair Powell, if you could speak directly to the 2 million hardworking people who have decent jobs today, who you're planning to get fired over the next year, what would you say to them? How would you explain your view that they need to lose their jobs?
I would explain to people more broadly that inflation is extremely high and it's hurting the working people of this country badly. All of them, not just 2 million, but all of them are suffering under high inflation, and we are taking the only measures we have to bring inflation down.
And putting 2 million people out of work is just part of the cost, and they just have to bear it.
Will working people be better off if we just walk away from our jobs and inflation remains 5-6%?
Let me ask you about what happens if you do this. Since the end of World War II, there have been 12 times in which the unemployment rate has increased by 1 percentage point within 1 year. Exactly what you're aiming to do right now. How many of those times did the U.S. economy avoid falling into a recession?
You know, it's not as black and white as very.
Just looking at the numbers, it actually is pretty black.
Alan Blanker's written a book on this.
There have been 12 times that we've seen a 1 point increase in the unemployment rate in a year. That's exactly what your Fed report has put out as the projection and the plan based on how you're going to keep raising these interest rates. How many times did the economy fail to fall into a recession after doing that? Out of 12 times.
I think the number is 0.
I think the number is 0. That's exactly right. So then the question becomes, we've got 2 million people out of work. Can you stop it at 2 million people? History suggests that the Fed has a terrible track record of containing modest increases in the unemployment rate. Once the economy starts shedding jobs, it's kind of like a runaway train. It is really hard to stop. In fact, in 11 out of the 12 times that the unemployment rate increased by a full percentage point within 1 year, unemployment went on to rise another full percentage point on top of that. If that's what happens this time, we'd be looking at least 3.5 million people who would lose their jobs. So, Chair Powell, if you reach your goal and 2 million people get laid off by the end of this year, and then, just like in 11 out of 12 times that unemployment has risen by a point in a single year, it keeps on rising. And then we've got 2.5 million people at work. We've got 3 million people who get laid off. We've got 3.5 million people who get laid off. What's your plan?
Well, right now the unemployment rate is 3.4%, which is the lowest in 54 years. And we actually don't think that we need to see a sharp or enormous increase in unemployment to get inflation under control.
I'm looking at your projections. Do you call laying off 2 million people that are not a sharp increase in unemployment?
4.5%.
Explain that to the 2 million families who are going to be out of work.
We're not targeting any of that, but I would say even 4.5% unemployment is well better than most of the time for the last 75 years.
In other words, you don't have a plan to stop a runaway train if it occurs. Chair Powell, you are gambling with people's lives, and there's a pile of data showing that price gouging and supply chain kinks and the war in Ukraine are driving up prices. You cling to the idea that there's only one solution: lay off millions of workers. We need a Fed that will fight for families, and if you're not going to lead that charge, we need someone at the Fed who will.
Senator Vance, Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, thanks so much for being here. I have a question that's slightly far afield, but how often do you get to talk to the Federal Reserve Chairman, so I might as well ask it. So to give some context here, my family comes from Appalachia. Particularly my grandparents grew up in southeastern Kentucky, coal country, and moved to southern Ohio, where I now have the honor of representing all of Ohio. And one of the things that you hear a lot when you you study the regional history of Appalachia is it's often described as possessing a resource curse, right? So there's a lot of coal in central Appalachia that enables a certain amount of consumption. Obviously, consumption is good. People need food and medicine and other things. But there's also a pretty good argument that for a host of reasons, it causes malinvestment in the region, and consequently, you have lower productivity growth, lower innovation, and an economy that's much less diversified and much less dynamic. I'm wondering when I hear about the history, when I think about and read about the history of Appalachia and the resource curse, I'm struck by some of by the idea that you can make a similar argument about the reserve currency status of the United States dollar. Americans have enjoyed one of the greatest privileges of the international economy for the last nearly 8 decades, a strong dollar that acts, of course, as the world's reserve currency. You know that better than I do. Now, this has obviously been great for American purchasing power. We enjoy cheaper imports. Americans, when they travel abroad, benefit from lower costs. But it does come at a cost to American producers. I think in some ways you could argue that the reserve currency status is a massive subsidy to American consumers, but a massive tax on American producers. Now, I know the strong dollar is sort of a sacred cow of the Washington consensus, but when I survey the American economy and I see our mass consumption of mostly useless imports on the one hand and our hollowed out industrial base on the other hand, I wonder if the reserve currency status also has some downsides and not just some upsides as well. And let me just put a final point on this, and I'd love to get your thoughts on that, Chairman Powell. We're, of course, now the main supporter of a massive land war in Europe between the Russians and the Ukrainians. I read recently, and I'm not going to comment on how perfect or precise these estimates are, but I read recently that the United States is trying to ramp up production from 14,000 artillery shells to 20,000 artillery shells. That's per month, while the Russians are firing 20,000 artillery shells in Ukraine per day. And when I look at the American economy, we have a lot of financial engineers and a lot of diversity consultants. We don't have a lot of people making things. And I worry that the reserve currency status and the lack of control we have over our currency is perhaps driving that. I'd love to get your feedback on that. What are the upsides and downsides of the reserve currency?
That's a big question to try to answer.
2 minutes, Sheriff Powell, so plenty of time.
I can't even get started on that. So we are the world's reserve currency, of course, and that's because of our democratic institutions. It's because of our control over inflation over many, many, many years. The world trusts the rule of law in the United States, and those are the things. So once you're the world's reserve currency, it's used all over the world in transactions, and it's the place where people want to be in times of stress. It's a dollar-denominated assets. Now, so of course we benefit by being able to pay for our goods all over the world, pay for everything anywhere in the world, mostly with dollars. That's an advantage. There's some economic theory around it that it also has burdens of various kinds, but I can't call it all back to mind. But the other thing is, it's a very stable equilibrium, but it's not a perfect one. This is why it's not a permanent one, rather. So there isn't any obvious candidate to replace the United States right now, where you can have free flow of capital in and out of the country, where you can really trust the rule of law and democratic institutions, and keeping price stability as you can here.
Do you think it gives us less control over our own currency, the fact that it's become the world's reserve currency?
Or control over our currency. I'm not sure. So essentially, what we try to control is price stability, and no, it doesn't make it harder for us to keep inflation under control. The United States has a smaller external sector than most large economies. It's only about 15%. So mainly what affects inflation in the United States is domestic supply.
Do you think it makes it harder for us to fight back against currency manipulation to control the export and import flows in a way that stabilizes our own manufacturing sector?
Well, I mean, what's important there is really the level of the dollar. And when the dollar is stronger, obviously our wares are more expensive, and that kind of thing. But we don't have an opinion on it. That's matters of the level of the dollar really matters for the Treasury Department and the elected government, not for the Fed. Thank you, Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Senator Vance. Senator Van Hollen, Maryland. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Powell. Thank you for being here and for your service.
I know the Fed is experiencing lots of challenges these days. I've got a couple questions that are just, I think, basic yes or no's, and then some longer questions. Would you agree that changes in the size of corporate profits can be one of the factors that affects the inflation rate?
Yes.
Now, recently, we saw that the Employment Cost Index, which, as you know, measures the growth of wages and benefit costs, grew at roughly 4% on an annualized basis in the fourth quarter of 2022. Is that right?
That's my recollection, yes.
So if corporate profits were to decline from the extremely high levels that we saw recently, would it be possible to sustain the 4% growth rate in the Employment Cost Index for an extended period of time, even as we get inflation down to the target of 2%?
Depends on what you mean by extended period of time. So you would not, without a very, very large increase in productivity, which would be great, but that we don't expect, you wouldn't be able to sustain 4% wage inflation over the longer term. Over the shorter term, though, yes.
So over the shorter term, that would not be a justification in and of itself for raising rates. Is that right, in the short term?
Well, so I think wages affect prices and prices affect wages. I think we do think that some softening of labor market conditions will happen as we try to get inflation under control, and will need to happen.
Right, but that's more a prediction about your efforts to fight inflation. Are you saying that simply looking at the current 4% growth rate in the short term is an excuse for jacking up interest rates?
I think what I would say is that the overall, all the data we look at in the labor market, including not just that measure of wages, but others, also unemployment, also participation, also job openings and quits and things like that, all of that, you put that into the picture, and I think you see a labor market that is extremely tight and is probably contributing to inflation. I've never said it was the main cause.
I think the larger point here, based on your response to that first question about growth in profits, is right, is corporations have a decision as to whether or not they're going to pocket more for profit, which they can, or provide higher wages to their employees. And if you actually lowered your profit margins, you could sustain a higher wage increase without violating the 2% inflation. Isn't that right?
Yes. I mean, when I hear profit margins, what we're seeing in the economy is pretty much about shortages and supply chain blockages. And when there's not enough of a product, what happens is there's a lot of demand. What you see is prices going up as the supply chains get fixed and shortages are alleviated. You will see inflation coming down. You'll see margins coming down, and that will certainly help with inflation.
Right, but profits are the margin, right? They're going up beyond what they were before. That means that even with the increase in cost because of supply chains, they're making more profits. Which again, that they can do that. But my point is that as a contributor to inflation, as you indicated in response to the first question. Let me ask you about the tight labor market because one of the issues in the tight labor market is parents with kids, including a lot of moms who would like to go back into the market, but are not able to do so because of lack of affordable childcare. The other issue is immigration, and I know that you've got some recent data on how some immigration figures actually have softened a little bit the tightness in the labor market. Can you just talk broadly about those two factors, affordable childcare and immigration, more legal immigration, and how they could affect labor force participation and therefore also reduce inflation pressures?
So on the first, we don't make recommendations or evaluate fiscal policy, but I will say there's research that shows that it helps keep women in the workforce when there's childcare available, which is, I think, kind of self-evident. The second was impact of immigration. Yeah. So what I talked about with you is actually as part of the January Bureau of Labor Statistics report, which comes the employment report for January, which comes out in early February. There is a section in there about more people. The Census Department has increased its estimate of the workforce by something like 870,000, and a significant part of that has been immigration. And that has moved up participation by a little bit, but it may be
part of why we're here. It may be part of why we're hearing from, in the labor market that the really tense labor shortage pressures that we were hearing about in 2021 and 22 may be alleviating. So that would contribute. Clearly, more people. Clearly, the economy is calling for more people with essentially two job openings for every unemployed person, and this can be a source of those people. Right.
President Biden says that trillions more in government spending will be paid for by taxing the wealthy. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says the spending is out of control. So it's not a revenue problem, it's a spending problem. We've got more money ever coming in. The problem is that the Democrats in the majority, they increase spending by 30%. The Wall Street Journal says the Biden budget will grow the debt by $17 trillion, a roughly 50% increase. The chairman of the House, Freedom Caucus.
We can solve our debt crisis responsibly if we shrink Washington and grow America. McCarthy's not going to cut a deal with Democrats. Speaker McCarthy's not going to cut a deal with them.
Here's what's in Biden's budget. Increasing taxes on those making more than $400,000 from 3.8 to 5%. $842 billion in defense spending. But it's notable that it's a roughly 30% increase over last year, which amounts to a cut when factor in inflation is over 6%. Defense spending is now at historic lows as a percentage of U.S. GDP at a time when many want to see U.S. forces grow to handle China and replenish depleted U.S. weapons stockpiles used to arm Ukraine. Speaking of which, there's $6 billion more to support Ukraine in Europe, $26 billion to strengthen the border, $3 billion to help more countries deal with global warming, and the funding for over 100,000 police officers across the nation. The White House is denying reports and has approved a massive $8 billion oil drilling project in Alaska over the objections from environmental groups. The president's apparent about face comes as an official announcement over his re-election campaign moves. Alaska Senator Dan Sullivan says the project will help Alaska natives and lower gas prices. As a presidential candidate, Joe Biden said he would never approve any drilling projects.
No more subsidies for fossil fuel industry. No more drilling on federal lands. No more drilling, including offshore. No ability for the oil industry to continue to drill. Period. And
it's estimated the Alaska drilling project will create more than 2,500 jobs and generate more than $70 billion in revenue. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
It's what we want to continue doing. I'm about our budget and take you out to the informal because the Biden campaign is making budget for federal police. What is the end year to budget?
Max and Southern Government talk guys, a lot of kids don't look at that goodness. Nothing to do with that. Congratulations, Mom. Congratulations. Thank you. Stay down the seat. Well, I don't know whether you know this or not, because of the previous president, Jimmy. Jimmy, you wouldn't. The only reason I'm standing here is you guys, not a joke. And when I was running with Barack, we were having things slowing up a little bit. I asked for help. You guys got a bus, and the reason why I'm standing here, I'm vice president then, and I'm president because of you guys. And again, as I say, I've told you, son, you got good blood. My dad would say. Thank you all very, very much. And it's great to be here with Josh Shapiro. I predict you to be one of the best governors in the history of the state. That's in large part because he married up. And I want to thank Congressman Brendan Boyle for the passport to get in this district. Brendan, you've been a great friend for the time we've been together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, he now leads the Democratic part of the budget committee. He's the guy that's going to determine whether or not my budget gets passed. But while he couldn't be here, I want to thank Jim Kennedy, who's a good friend from Mayor of Philadelphia, and two great senators, great close friends, Bobby Casey and John Fetterman, who continue to deliver for the people of Pennsylvania, I believe. John, if you can hear this at all, we're with you, pal. Everybody asks why I ever moved from Scranton. Moved from Scranton to move 5 blocks from Casey's. I think I'm kidding. I knew as long as his dad was around, I'd never be able to be a senator and governor of Pennsylvania. And then along comes Bobby. Anyway, great family, great friends. Folks, here's why I'm here today. For too long, working people have been breaking their necks. The economy's left them behind. Working people like you, while those at the top get away with everything. One of the reasons why I ran for president, and I mean this sincerely, you may remember when I announced this, so there's 3 reasons I was running. One, to restore the soul of America, restore some decency and honor to the system. And 2, to rebuild the backbone of the country, the middle class. When the middle class does well, the poor have a way up and the wealthy still do very well. And the third one is to unite the country. We didn't think we could do that. But as we've seen, all the talk about never getting any cooperation with other team last 2 years, we passed some pretty good things with bipartisan support. I ran to grow the economy from the middle out, the bottom up, and not the top down. And I know when I grew up, my dad's kitchen table, not a whole lot trickle down economics into my kitchen table for my dad. That's why I wanted to come here today, lay out the next part of my economic plan. My budget, I'm sending to Congress today. If I can hold for just a second, I want to be clear, and I'll be clear to the press as well. The fact is that the Speaker of the House is a very conservative guy, and he's more conservative group of them. But he and I met early on. He said, what are we going to do about it? Budget. And I said, let's make a deal. let's meet. I said, I'm going to introduce my budget on the 9th of March. You introduce yours, and we'll sit down and we'll go line by line. And we'll go through it and see if we can agree on it or we disagree on it, and then fight it out in Congress. So I want to make it clear, I'm ready to meet with the Speaker anytime, tomorrow, if he has his budget. Lay it down, tell me what you want to do, I'll show you what I want to do, and see what we can agree on. If we don't agree on, let's see what we vote on. Now, I'm not going to lay out the entire budget. That would take the rest of the day. But it's not a detailed budget. But I want to give you the contours of what we're for and how it's in stark contrast to what it appears to be what the other team is for. My dad had an expression. Someone come up to my dad and say, let me tell you what I value. My dad would say, no, show me your budget, I'll tell you what you value. No, I'm serious. My discussion, my dad would say, show me your budget, I will tell you what you value. Well, folks, let me tell you what I value with the budget I'm releasing today. I value everyone having an even shot, not just laborers, but small business owners, farmers, and so many other people hold the country together who've been basically invisible for a long time. So at the end of the month, after working like the devil, they just have a little bit more breathing room. So after you pay all your bills, you're sitting at the kitchen table right now, the last bill, you have just a little bit of breathing room. So my budget reflects what we can do to lift the burden on hardworking Americans. And there's more than one way to do that. And that's going to bring us to down the everyday cost. How much do things cost? It's not just for the, so we brought down inflation 7 months ago, we're going to whip it. But in the meantime, there's other ways to take what is inflation in your budget. I just met, I won't embarrass them by pointing out, I don't have permission, I just met a woman who has healthcare costs that are $600,000 a year, $7,000 a month. Well, guess what? How can you possibly deal with that? Well, we just dealt with it. For example, prescription drugs. We pay more for prescription drugs in America than any other advanced nation on earth. We say it again. In the United States of America, for whatever prescription drug you're buying, you're paying more than any other nation on earth, advanced nation. We're finally beginning to change that. I've been fighting that for over 30 years. Because of the law that I've worked on for decades, that I just signed last year, we took Big Pharma on, and we won it for the first time. The other team didn't think that's a good idea. None of them voted for it. They think Big Pharma should be able to make extraordinary profits, exorbitant profits at the expense of American people. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. Medicare finally has the power now to negotiate the lower drug prices. By the way, they've been able to do that with the VA. The VA were able to say, we're only going to pay X amount of dollars for this particular drug that in fact veterans need. Only technically exempted was Medicare. They couldn't do it for Medicare. Now they can. And it's going to lower prices for seniors. And here's the deal. Not only, for example, the woman I just mentioned, but at the beginning of 2025, she'll not have to pay more than $2,000 a year in total amount for drugs. Folks, it's not just going to save people's lives, it's going to save people money. So they don't have to go bankrupt to try to stay alive. It's going to save the government. It's going to reduce the deficit to $160 billion. These guys keep saying, how are you going to cut the deficit? Well, guess what? Your tax dollars don't have to go out and pay all that exorbitant price for Medicare to drug companies, and it's rational. It's going to save $160 billion in tax dollars. Millions of Americans have diabetes. They need insulin literally to stay alive. How many people know somebody who needs insulin for diabetes? Raise your hand. Well, they're paying somewhere between $400 and $700 a month now. Were until last month. guess what? That insulin was invented 100 years ago. I mean, 100 years ago. Okay? You know how much it costs to make that insulin? $10. You know how much it costs to make it package it? $13.50. Charge. But guess what? Now we lowered it. We lowered the cost of the insulin to maximum $35 a month. I was at a town meeting in Northern Virginia last year. A woman stood up and she was a little embarrassed in speech. She said, I have 2 daughters with diabetes and I can't afford insulin. She talked about that. She said, I have to split it sometimes. Can you imagine looking at your son or daughter and knowing you don't have the money to pay for insulin to keep them alive and healthy? Not a joke. Talk about being deprived of dignity. Well, not anymore. Seniors on Medicare don't have to pay more than $35 a month. Guess what? Not only cut the I thought we should cut it for everybody, $35 a month. But my friends and other team knocked it out. I didn't have the votes. I lost by a couple votes. Well, guess what? Capping the cost for everybody $35 a month, especially those 200,000 children with type 1 diabetes. Well, here's what happened. Eli Lilly, one of the world's biggest drug companies, just announced it's capping the cost of insulin. Now, how are the rest of these folks going to charge more than that when you go to Eli Lilly and buy it for $35 a month? So folks are going to save a lot of lives, but also it's going to give parents back their dignity. They've been deprived because they can't take care of their kids. Something so basic and so important. But again, the MAGA Republicans want to take away the law. They want to think they're nice. They want to do away with the Inflation Reduction Act. Okay, well, we have a difference in the budget ideas. More than budget ideas. By the way, how many people, maybe some of you, know people who stare at the ceiling last night, wondering, God forbid, if I get pancreatic cancer, my wife gets breast cancer, or something like that, what's going to happen? How am I going to pay the bill? I can tell a story. My dad was probably mad my time would be alive. We lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home, nice home, middle-class family, with 4 kids and a grandfather. And the bed, my headboard was against the room with myself and my 2 brothers. It was against the wall of my dad. Now, my dad was real aggressive. Why not you could be in bed? I asked my mom the next morning, what's wrong with Dad? She said, this company said no more left the kids. Well, guess what? A lot of people are lying in bed tonight wondering what they're going to do. They're going to have to sell the house. What are they going to do? One gets really sick. Well, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, which not one single Republican voted for, but I signed the law as soon as I got office. Millions of Americans are living more enrolled in affordable care, saving an additional $800 a year, better coverage, better prices. My budget's going to make those savings permanent. Passed off to now until expired, but they'll get it done again. My MAGA Republicans all voted to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. They voted to get rid of it over 50 times since Broad passed it. Or 50 times. Well, I think it is shameful. Folks, no one can deny we have a climate crisis. So, you see more land, for example. I've been in more helicopter rides these last 2 years, particularly from Arizona all the way up to Idaho, all the way to the West Coast. More forests have burned to the ground than the entire state of Maryland, the entire side of the state of Maryland. Look what's happened. Colorado River has become a creek. They have all environmental problems are so profound they're hard to deny. And people are seeing it. Along with extreme superstorms and droughts. That's why I took the most aggressive action ever in all of history in any country to take on the climate crisis by lowering your home energy bills with back public utilities. We've now got to the point where it's cheaper to generate electricity from wind and solar than coal and or fossil fuels. And I'm from Scranton. I'm not against coal per se. A lot of people make a living with it. But we're providing incentives for folks to make the transition. So here's what we're doing. We're providing you with a tax credit and rebates that you're buying new energy efficient appliances. Heat pumps, the new heat pumps. They can heat the whole damn house. No, I'm serious, not a joke. If you need a heater and you need to buy one of those heat pumps, you get a tax credit. And boy, if tax credit to winterize your home with better windows and doors. I gathered together leaders from American Auto Workers in the South Lawn of the White House, all American manufacturers. And this 2 years, a year and a half, or 2 summers ago. And guess what? They all agreed within the next month, came to me and said, we're going to go all electric. We're going to go all electric. And that's going to save billions of gallons of gasoline burning into the air. It's not only going to save the environment, it's going to help create new jobs. Providing tax credits for folks who buy electric vehicles. Encourage them to do it. We're still needing combustion engines. We're going to still need oil for the next 10 to 15 years. All of a sudden, they're not all going to go away. But all of this is going to lower energy costs for families on average of $1,000 a year and create good paying union jobs. Jimmy, I told you I was going to be the most pro-youth president in history. I've kept my promise. By the way, when we're talking about creating jobs, my buddy's the IBEW, the strongest supporter I had this year. Well, guess what? We're going to install 500,000 charging stations all across America. By the way, the things I'm proposing not only lift the burden off of families in America, it's also going to generate economic growth. That's not all. To support working parents, my budget expands access to affordable child care for millions of families. And it's going to invest in paid family and medical leave. All of you fought like hell for it, so that the U.S. is no longer the only major economy in the world that doesn't have paid leave. Folks, my budget also invests in the elder care and home care. How many of you are like I went through with my mom, my dad, as you got older? They wanted to stay in their own home. It was cheaper to stay in their own home than to have to sell everything and have everything not go into a home. Well, fortunately, I lived close enough and they could move in. But my point is, it's cheaper if we in fact provide for the ability for them to stay in their home. It's not only right thing to do, but it's cheaper on the taxpayer. All the things are going to help folks go to work, generate economic growth in our nation, and still take care of their families. The point is that every time I talk about things, people talk about it like this is an overwhelming burden on the taxpayer. It's going to save money for the taxpayer. No, it really does. Save money for the taxpayer. And generate growth. That's how the economy grows. That's why I was able to create 12 million new jobs in 2 years. More than any president in American history has created in 4 years. We've done in 2 years what no president's done in 4 years. But the point is, it's good for everybody. You're not hurting anyone. My budget also restores the child tax credit. You know, that was in place during the pandemic. Guess what? Child poverty was cut in half to the lowest level in all American history. Guess what? Mom and dad go to work. Mom and dad go out there and make child poverty, increase child opportunity. Again, it's going to help millions of parents go to work, knowing that children are being taken care of. Yet, I'm sure my Republican friends support it. My wife Jill is a Philly girl.
Listening here, President Biden making those remarks. This incredible proposal we're watching here on Thursday on Live Now. Mark, you want to get we just heard from President Biden saying he would potentially leave with Kevin McCarthy, new speaker, other than California, as they boldly let their plates out. We want to hear now from that side from Kevin McCarthy himself. Let's listen to this here on Live Now.
So in a moment, I will sign HJ Res 30. HJ Res 30 block a vote by the administration that forces Americans to fund left-wing activism at the expense of the retirement age. So what this will do is actually put people to pause. But unfortunately, President Biden wants to get politics before he wants it. So for the older generation of America who works really hard to save their money for the day of retirement, they're going to have less. Because he thinks left-leaning voters is more important than the return on investment. Everyone you see behind me has pulled together to pass this bipartisan resolution. I want to give a special thanks to Governor Andy Brown. Andy has done a tremendous job on both sides of the aisle. But looking out for the future of individuals who have more in their hard-earned money. They put together this bipartisan proposal to pass the House and got majority in the Democratic majority Senate. Along with Andy, there are several members here who are leading the charge against ESG. Right next to him is Chairman Jim Fox, Education Financial Service Chairman Patrick McHenry, and Congressman Huizenga, who leads the ESG group, and all of them members of the ESG group. So many. This resolution that strongly deserves to be covered. It passed the House, and it passed the Senate on a bipartisan basis. Unfortunately, our president wants to put the left-wing activism over the return. So literally, what he is telling businesses, they have to get low, but not for the return. So for everyone who invests in a retirement account, you can't look to get the highest return. Why do you invest? You invest to get a higher return so you have money in the future. Now it's taking that away. It's power and politics. And that's wrong. I hope the president will actually do the right thing. Side with the American people and sign this bill. Otherwise, he'll be on record to say that the world is cheap. That undermines Americans' financial security. Now with that, I'd like to call up our majority leader who worked on this to make sure it passes the floor. Get to the zone. Steve Stevens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to start by thanking Andy Barr for taking the leadership on this bill to go and fight for those hardworking taxpayers who are out there on the job every single day, showing up for work. And as they're working, they're putting a little bit of money aside. They're investing their money in 401k so that one day they can retire and enjoy the other part of the American dream. After they work so many years of their life, they want to retire. And they want a retirement fund that's going to give them the highest rate of return so they can go do more things in their retirement. And so they want investment opportunities that are going to ultimately allow them to have the best ability to retire and enjoy their life afterward. And yet President Biden got together with a bunch of billionaire elites who came up with utopian ideas to move those hardworking taxpayers' retirement funds into lower returning funds, these ESG funds. Historically, they're lower returns than the market, and by the way, they actually cost more. It's kind of the typical example of big government socialism. Less return on American dollars at a higher cost to the hardworking taxpayer.
That's not the America that those 150 plus million people work for. They deserve to have the highest rate of return so that they can enjoy retirement to the fullest. And so President Biden's got a choice. When Speaker McCarthy signs this bill and sends it over to the White House, President Biden's got a choice. He's going to have to pick between billionaire elites or those hardworking taxpayers who just want to have the best retirement possible after decades of working and paying into the system. The billionaires already have their money. Don't these hardworking taxpayers deserve the same ability to live their retirement to the fullest? That's a choice the president's going to have to make. And I think he's going to be hearing from Americans all over the country. As you see people and anybody watching, if you're a blue-collar worker, you might not be a millionaire, but you want to enjoy the highest rate of return in your 401k so that when you do retire, you can do more things in your retirement. And a decision by President Biden in the next few days is going to decide just how much you're going to be able to get in your retirement. And so don't wait. Get in touch with the White House now. Remind the president that he was elected to represent all the people, not just the billionaire elites who might get his ear every day, but those hardworking Americans who make this country what it is today. And the man who led the charge to stand up for those hardworking taxpayers is my dear friend, Andy Vaughn from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Fox, for your leadership and your jurisdiction over retirement savings in America, and to my good friend, Congressman Huizenga, for leading the charge on this ESG task force in the Financial Services Committee. Mr. Speaker, thank you for including in the commitment to America the platform of putting people over politics. And Mr. Leader, thank you for bringing to the House floor this resolution disapproving of this rogue Department of Labor regulation that does just that, puts politics ahead of people and retirement security. And this is a big deal for American workers and future retirees because the gap between what Americans have saved for retirement and what they're going to actually need for retirement is $3.8 trillion. And so hardworking Americans deserve maximum financial performance. They deserve and need returns. They don't need a regulation from Washington that steers them into higher fee, lower performing, less diversified funds. And that's what these so-called ESG funds are. They are less diversified. They are concentrated risk. And this is investing 101. You want diversification. And this is a big deal in a year where we're coming off of a huge sell-off, where people who are invested in ESG are winning. And without their consent, in many cases, they suffer losses far greater than the average investor who is broadly and diversifying invested across the board. And it's true, these funds carry 43% higher fees, which also eat into their returns. So thank you to all those involved in fighting for America's retail investors, fighting for financial performance, and fighting to get politics out of retirement savings. The American people deserve retirement security. They don't want their retirement security compromised by the politicization of the allocation of their capital. And so with that, it gives me a great pleasure now to introduce a fighter on the front lines from the state level. My good friend Alice Ball is the state treasurer of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and she, along with other state officials around the country, have been leading the fight against ESG investing. And so at this point in time, I'd like to bring to the podium our great state treasurer, Alice Ball.
Thank you very much. Well, I am here to give a state perspective on this issue. I'm here to support what is happening. As a Kentuckian, as a state treasurer of Kentucky, I've been fighting this issue on the state level. Kentucky is one of the most unfunded pension plans in America. It may actually be the 50th. So I have been fighting to make sure our pension systems are strong and people can retire. So I've been pushing back against the ESG movement. There are many other treasurers who have been pushing back. So I'm here to give you that perspective. And I want to say, once upon a time, pension systems and retirement investment agendas. We don't need to push anything that is progressive. We need to focus on getting good returns so people can retire at the end of their work life. So I am proud to be here. I'm proud to support this. I think this is important for the whole country. It's important for Kentucky. So thank you very much. I appreciate the support.
And we're pleased also to be joined by a constituent of mine, a farmer from Fleming County, Kentucky, who at a town hall meeting raised this issue of ESG. How does this issue impact regular, ordinary Americans in addition to savers and investors? Charlie's going to talk about that and how discriminating against energy and investment hurts capital formation and increases the cost of energy for farmers. Charlie?
My wife, Roseanne, and I own a farm in Fleming County, Kentucky. Master's Acres. We sell produce, eggs, honey, and our signature product is our grass-fed craft meat. It's all Kentucky craft. And we've heard about the effect of ESG on people's future. I want to talk a little bit about its effect here in the present. ESG has an effect on us by our two biggest expenses on the farm, fuel and fertilizer. And ESG managed to put those two together. And it did it this way. Within sight of my house, there's been 2 coal-fired power plants that have been destroyed this year. And so something has to take their place. Well, one of the things that's available and works is natural gas. But this extra demand on natural gas has forced up its price. Natural gas is also a vital part of the manufacture of nitrogen fertilizers like urea. Nitrogen fertilizers are important in all the cereal grains and all the grass that my cows rely on. So urea last year went from about $300 a ton to nearly $1,000 a ton. That had a big effect on our business and allowed us, prohibited us from fertilizing as we should have. Energy exploration is slowed down by ESG and the pressures put on the energy sector. Last year, we saw our diesel fuel prices double, and we all remember $5 gas. That has a big effect on our bottom line. So, in the end, our farmers have not been able to raise their prices enough to compensate for the increased costs squeezing out our profits to the point of we're really operating at a loss. We look forward to President Biden signing this bill and support our farm by cutting our costs and also allowing us to reduce the price of our food. Thank you.
And our final guest is Fred Lewis, who's also going to talk about how ESG hurts the American people. My name is Fred Lewis. I'm from Iowa, Wisconsin. I'm facilities advisor for the Federal Corporation. I'm here because I'm concerned that ESG will put firefighters savers at risk to certain public general. There's no reason
follow what the majority of the bipartisan in the House and Senate said to stop this. He can follow the American public. If he vetoes it, Americans will have to work longer and have less to take. There's another aspect of this. It's going to take research to develop the America's future without envy and disadvantage. The president needs to do is follow the majority of the House and Senate himself. Listen to the American public. Do not bring politics into retirement accounts. Let people make their own decision at greater choice and greater return on investment, so they can have more money for their retirement, more money for their grandchildren, and more money to be able to have a safer lives. So, we're going to move over. It's going to be the first time I've signed an unwritten list. Listening to this press conference there from Speaker Kennedy and other speakers there on the House side, on the Republican side as well. And thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now. Back a live look at Chicago, the annual March to mark St. Patrick's Day. We're going to continue on here on Live Now. Welcome back into Alive and Now from Fox. I am Andrew Mack. We want to give you an update on a story off the coast of San Diego. As 8 people were killed when 2 migrant smuggling boats approached the beach there in Southern California. This is a tweet from Fox News saying the breaking news migrant boats crash off San Diego. 8 people drowning so far. Obviously, we're going to need information on all the drug use, smuggling operations ever in the United States. We have an update from San Diego and officials on the ground there, including the U.S. Coast Guard. Let's listen to Dale Martin on that now.
This tragedy continues. It's been happening for quite some time. Since 2017, we've had a 771% increase in human trafficking in the Southern California coastal region. Since 2021, we've had 23 lives lost at sea. This is not necessarily people trying to find a better life. This is part of a transnational criminal organization effort to smuggle people into the United States. People are often labor trafficked and sex trafficked when they arrive. Again, it was a tragedy. We offer our condolences, and I'd offer to Chief Garland this morning. Yes. Captain James Spittler, Sector Commander of the Coast Guard, San Diego.
Garland, lifeguard chief for the city of San Diego and San Diego Fire Rescue Department. So around 11:30, 12 o'clock last night, we had a 911 call from a Spanish speaker that contacted the dispatch center to the SDPD. That person reported that there were approximately 15 people and 8 people on 2 vessels that had overturned actually 9 cities. When lifeguards arrived on scene, we arrived in rescue mode. We did the best we could to recover people from the water, try and find survivors. And the lifeguards, after about an hour of searching and recovering bodies, about 5 hours after that. Access to the area was very difficult due to the tide and coastal cliff there. So lifeguards worked to technically extricate all of the victims there. And San Diego Fire Rescue Department had 3 ambulances, a truck, engine, full cast. Unified Command included CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, Air Marine Operations, U.S. Coast Guard, State Lifeguards, San Diego Police Department, UCSD Police Department, and obviously San Diego Lifeguards. So we work to cover those. My condolences to the family of smuggling. This is one of the worst maritime smuggling tragedies that I can think of in California, certainly here in the city of San Diego. So, local rescuers, state rescuers, law enforcement, and our federal partners, nobody encountered any survivors during this time. Timing was about all the assets getting down there. When we arrived on scene, both vessels were capsized inside the shore. That area is a very hazardous area in the daytime. It has a series of sandbars and inshore good currents. So you can think that you could land in some sand or get the waist high water, and you think that you're safe. You're going to exit the water quickly, long and short holes. So if you step into those holes, those good currents will pull you along the shore and then back out to sea. The surf conditions weren't large. It was probably a 3-inch swell. We're not clear, but just gave the information about the vessels were capsized and how many people were. Both were capsized from rescuers and we've lost 8 souls. Well, there's the fog, surf conditions, it's black down there, there's no lighting from the coast down there, so without navigation guidance or land to navigate that, it's just a difficult land. Right now, U.S. Coast Guard and lifeguards are still in recovery mode and will still continue to search with air assets, sea assets, land assets until later this afternoon. The conditions last night prohibited San Diego Fire Rescue air assets, so all air assets were brought by the federal partners, and they can speak to air assets. The reporting party said it was 15 on one vessel, 8 on another. Both vessels were capsized, both arrived on scene. We don't know. When we arrived on scene, there was 2 capsized vessels, and people were perished on the beach and in the water. So we did our best to rescue those that were out in the water and were inside. As I said, no local assets, no law enforcement, rescue, or federal assets encountered any survivors at the scene. By the time we got there, we don't have the demographics, so I have to contact the county. James Gardner, San Diego Lifeguard Chief, JMES, Sergeant GARC, LA. That's what the reporting party around 1 morning, they expect 60 red airborne, so air traffic and when they arrived on scene, the building was about 50 yards. The lowest they could get it down to 100 meters. The water very well with 19 miles. They just keep the legs to better and should be launching here shortly if they're not already airborne. We expect them to take the services afterwards. It all depends on the survivability of the water. We'll be determined based on the information we have and whether second part, I think awareness. Provide awareness every time they get into a hang down, their lives are the real number of deaths out in Costa Rica right now. Often folks are overloaded, vans, and they often do it like the weather last night. There's very little visibility, very challenging by operators. They were likely one of the very few mariners out there. Special Operations Supervisor, San Diego Second Corporal. So we continue working with our partners in Mexico, I guess the specific parking
Active now from Fox and Lexi Metro. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday. We continue to follow this major weather story out of California, where the state has just been hit so hard by different rounds of severe weather over the last few weeks. So I've looked here at our radar here. We're continuing to follow this. We now know that at least 2 people are dead as the dangerous floodwaters swallow neighborhoods throughout parts of California, overflowing rivers, have flooded homes, and forced evacuations. For more on this, here's Fox Weather's Max Gordon.
A strong atmospheric river blasting California with torrential downpours and hazardous weather, bringing intense flooding, mud, and landslides and significant snow to the Golden State. Thousands of people had their power knocked out as utility crews try to get the lights back on. At the height of the storm, around 50,000 people went without power. A large part of the state is under a flash flood watch with another atmospheric river on the way. On Friday, at least 34 counties were under a state of emergency as a flash flood warning was issued in central California. Spotters recorded up to 3 inches of rain as snow rapidly melted. On Saturday, Monterey County, a flash flood warning was issued along the Pajaro River. That's where heavy rain caused a levee to fail, flooding the community and forcing evacuations. The National Guard and first responders helped people evacuate. Some had to wade through floodwaters by themselves to get out. A lot of people are going to help you up tonight. Why am I doing everything in my house and my back? Well, how to walk on the water because you're like 4 feet of water. Meanwhile, this drone footage of the Kings River in Fresno County on Friday showing how the river burst its banks, flooding out cars and mobile homes. At this Messer Highway in Monterey, impassable after a mudslide left it covered with piles of debris and rubble. The floodwaters are still gushing underneath the road. This as another storm system bears down on California, expected to hit early next week.
We also know that one part of the Golden State that's been hit so hard is San Bernardino County. So many residents and visitors who were in the area over the last week or so, week and a half, have been dealing with the high snowfall levels there. And even now, officials are still going door to door, checking with people. Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez tagged along. She brings you this report.
The storm has gone through without major issues, but the work continues, especially San Bernardino County sheriffs and those welfare checks. Climbing through snow, knocking on hard-to-reach doors to do welfare checks. Oh, sheriff! What San Bernardino County deputy sheriffs are doing in communities like Cedar Pine Park.
The lady that lives back here, she was home alone and couldn't get her meds.
She brought us out here because she was worried about you. I've been praying since I got here. I don't think you cry. I really don't. It's emotional on many levels. All this is just a lot. You know what I mean?
You know, we're just dealing with things recession now, so it's hard to walk in the snow.
Until recently, these communities were only reachable by snowcat.
So starting last week, we were able to respond to calls for service on those snowcats and get back into some of the communities that were really impacted with snow and that we've had a hard time and we haven't been able to reach.
San Bernardino County sheriffs continue doing welfare checks. Even though the roads have been opened somewhat, there's still quite a few people who are having a really difficult time getting in and out of their homes, especially the elderly. And you?
No, we're good.
I didn't snow yet. I moved here in 1970, but not like this.
It's been a catastrophe, but it's melting now, so it'll be better, you know?
San Bernardino County is offering refunds of up to $500 for residents who had to pay to get dug out from their homes. Welcome Help, a community where many are still depending on food distribution centers and those visits.
I think it's a pretty good deal because, you know, we need to be checked on.
And there is a sense of cautious comfort when a deputy has time to help one resident find their dog, or make sure another one is taken care of physically and emotionally. So how does it feel when you see her coming to check her? I feel hope. With another storm still coming, there's still a lot of concern, and they are asking residents if you have 911 for immediate emergencies. But they also have those secondary numbers. We have them on our website at foxla.com for other types of needs, and they're asking people to use those. From the San Bernardino Mountain Communities, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
Get a live look at our radar here
early, and the levee unfortunately failed, flooding out around 1,700 people, and the water continues to rise in these neighborhoods. You can see it flowing right here. Now, even as the water levels along the Pajaro River start to go down, the levee is still open, and essentially the water continues to flow down into the lower lying areas in these neighborhoods. The National Guard has been out rescuing people, making dozens of rescues. Some people having to just slog through the water, carry bags of their belongings, whatever they could grab, and just try to get out as quickly as they could. Now, the levee failed just a little after midnight last night, in the early hours of yesterday morning. Officials had to go door to door telling people to evacuate, to get out as fast as they could. Now, of course, this comes in the wake of very heavy rains in the region as this atmospheric river swept across California. One rain gauge near us measured more than 12 inches of rain in a 48-hour time frame. Just incredible amounts of rain. And unfortunately, we're seeing this flooding playing out here, inundating these neighborhoods and nearby farmlands.
The ground is so saturated and there's so much runoff that the levee just could not hold that volume of water. And it broke the size of a train car. That's how big it is. And now our crews don't know when they could go in, how fast they could go in to try to mitigate that, because we have another major storm coming on Tuesday.
Now, the impacts of this last atmospheric river event were felt all across northern and central California. We've seen mudslides, we've seen down trees, we've seen down power lines. Thousands of people had to go without power as crews raced to get the lights back on. Then in Kern County, we see levels on the Kern River start to rise after the warm rain started to melt off snow. That was a big effect that we were anticipating with these atmospheric river events. And then more wild weather in central California, in the Central Valley. We saw one storm system dump large amounts of hail. We saw funnel cloud, cars stopping on a major road there. Just, incredible images coming out of California with these storm systems rolling through. And unfortunately, as we've been talking about here on Fox Weather, more bad weather is on the way. Another storm system is set to hit California early this next week, Monday into Tuesday. Really not what folks here in Pajaro want to see. Right now, they are, of course, just trying to survey the damage, trying to figure out what they can do from here on out. Crews can't even get to the levee right now to start fixing it because we have that next storm system on the way. The drinking water here in Pajaro is currently undrinkable because it's been tainted by these floodwaters, and the fields will have to lay fallow for some time because they've been spoiled essentially by the floodwaters. There's a lot of contaminants in these floodwaters, so many impacts due to this flooding right here in Pajaro. A pretty horrible situation playing out for the folks who live here.
Absolutely, Max Gordon. We're going to keep a close eye on California as we head into the next couple of days with this next atmospheric river coming through. We want to thank you for this report out of Pajaro, California. Michael, you're taking us through the details with that next atmospheric river.
Yeah, the issue, as Max was just alluding to, is the fact that this is going to add insult to injury because we have another atmospheric river that's expected to set up shop along the West Coast Monday and Tuesday for the Golden Coast. And from LA, Fox 11, again, look at all of the cloud cover there for our friends and family in San Francisco. We had a shot of the bridge earlier, but clearly with Fox 2, not seeing much there because of those low-hanging clouds. And notice San Francisco, all of the areas of green, the yellows, the oranges, and the reds just means some moderate and at times some heavy rain blazing the area. And notice how that moisture rides up and over I-5 and eventually impacts places like the Sierra Nevada, where it eventually transitions into some heavy snow. The problem that we'll see with this incoming atmospheric river is the fact that snow levels are going to get a little higher, meaning that there's going to be more rain that falls on top of that snow. That rain on top of the snow is only going to exacerbate that flood threat, not only through the day today, but more so on Monday and on Tuesday as that atmospheric river really gets going. Here's when it moves into town. Again, tonight it's just general scattered showers and thunderstorms that we're seeing. But look at how it becomes like a fire hose by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening, up and down I-5. The California one getting soaked. Unfortunately, rock slides, landslides, mudslides are all possible out of this. Won't really be until Wednesday that we'll finally begin to catch a break around Wednesday lunchtime around lunchtime. In its wake, though, 2 to 3 inches of rain, a couple of spots perhaps squeezing out 4 to 5 inches of rain, and that does include the San Fran area. So note that even up towards San Rafael, we're anticipating 3, perhaps even 5 inches of rain by the time everything is said and done. We also need to get to some breaking news into the Fox Weather Center. A tornado watch has.
Okay, so you just heard being at Fox Weather, they're talking about the weather in California, but it's still expected to come. So always stay up to date with all of our weather coverage from our team at Fox Weather by downloading the free app. You can see that QR code on your screen here. To do so, it's quick and it's easy. And I still want to continue talking about this major weather story. Right now, Josh Bresky spoke with officials in Monterey County about everything that's happened. Remember, that's the area that's been hit really hard with flooding and evacuation. Let's bring that conversation here now in this moment.
We have been keeping an eye on that atmospheric river that hit over in California. They have seen flow after flow after flow. And the photos that you are looking at right now are from Monterey County, California. I do want to bring in Nicholas Pasculi with Monterey County to talk a little bit more about what they are seeing in that area. Nicholas, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So first off, what are the current conditions? Because we do know that we've seen this atmospheric river move through, but it's pretty much been one after the other after the other.
Yes, that's correct. So we had a tremendous amount of rainfall and a tremendous amount of heavy rainfall in the higher elevations, which is exacerbating the situation down in the valleys with runoff and things of that nature. So the present situation, unfortunately, we did have a levee breach in the town of Pajaro, which is in the northern part of Monterey County, on the border of Santa Cruz County. And the levee breach is approximately 100 feet wide and has encompassed, as you can see in the photos that we sent you, the town or the community of Pajaro, which we have approximately 1,500 to 1,700 residents in that community who have been evacuated to an evacuation shelter across the river at the Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds.
What exactly did you see from the previous storms that moved through? Because I know certain areas saw snow, and I'm not sure if that's what you were dealing with there in Monterey County.
Well, we did get a little bit of snow up in the mountains a couple of weeks ago, which is unusual for our area. As you know, we're a coastal community. However, that didn't compound the situation. It's this atmospheric river that is. We had a direct hit. Even the folks from the National Weather Service and NOAA told us that it was coming right for us. And so we started preparing over a week ago for this eventuality. And so by pre-staging personnel, by pre-staging equipment, high rescue water vehicles, search and rescue teams, and the like. And so the preparation has been an ongoing effort. And we are expecting more. Unfortunately, we are being warned by the National Weather Service on Tuesday that we're going to get another hit, and so we're very our situational awareness is very high right now.
And that's what I was going to ask: is how exactly do you prepare? Because you've been hit time after time, but now you have to look ahead and say, we're already dealing with this flooding, but now we're expecting even more.
Yes. Well, our Department of Emergency Management, we have 24-hour operations in our Emergency Operations Center. And we have experts, scientists, and other agency representatives, everything from law enforcement to fire. We have National Weather Service folks embedded. We have agricultural experts embedded in our DOC. And so that's part of the preparation, is the coordination of agencies and the coordination of efforts. And so at the end of the day, we're running through different plans and different models. We're making arrangements for shelters and temporary evacuation centers all in advance, including things like providing transportation for disaster victims to and from these shelters. So it's a tremendous effort.
Does that area of California normally see this many storms, one after the other, during this time of year, or really in general?
I would say this is very unusual. As you know, the state of California has been in a severe drought situation for quite some time. We've got a whole lot in a little bit of time. The ground is saturated. From all intents and purposes, I've lived here 30 years, and I would say this is very, very unusual.
What are you seeing as far as, damage? Are there buildings and things of that nature that have been damaged as a result of this, or is it mostly just people have to be evacuated because, there is just high water there?
Yeah, undoubtedly there are buildings that have been damaged. We're starting our damage assessment. So the damage assessment is in progress right now. There's been damage to critical infrastructure as far as roadways, levees, and things of that nature. And of course, the agriculture industry, which the Salinas Valley is famous for, the salad bowl of the world, is also took a hit in with regard to flooding fields and things of that nature where crops were grown. So the damage assessment is going to take some time, but it is in progress. Right now, we're still in the disaster response phase, and so we are most concerned about people's their lives, their health, and their safety of their property, and that's what our focus is right now.
What would you say to the residents there of Monterey County as all of this is going on and we know that there is yet another storm headed that way? What do you say to them right now about all of this?
Preparation is key. The County of Monterey Department of Emergency Management is very focused on helping to educate the public about the importance of preparation. Having supplies on hand, having a go bag ready, making sure you have your medications and water and things of that nature. Because when there is flooding, there are health advisories of not drinking the tap water and things of that nature. So preparation is key. The second thing I would say is listen to the advice of the officials. When the sheriff issues a evacuation order, it is very, very wise to pay attention to those orders. And in the warning phase, that's your time to be vigilant and to really start to think about what you're going to do to protect yourself and your family. So those are the things. And then, of course, after the disaster is over is the recovery phase, and then working with the local, state, and federal agencies to help get the support and that people need in order to get their lives back to normal.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
I would say for residents who are concerned and would like to get some additional information, we do work with the United Way, and we do have a 211 line where information and referrals available in multiple languages. And also, just to be safe and to take care of each other. Neighbors helping neighbors. We live in a very caring community. And so what's important is that we come together as a community and work together and be patient through this very, very challenging time. And we are heartbroken about the suffering that families are experiencing here in our county.
It's so true. In situations like this, you tend to see the communities come together and you see.
Okay, so thanks to Josh and for this interview, a lot of great information there. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more to get to. We'll be right back here in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We continue to bring you all of these top stories and headlines from around the country. Well, we now know that 5 suspects have been arrested in Mexico for the deadly kidnappings of 4 Americans who crossed the border from Texas last week. We just passed the week mark on Friday. Now, those suspects were the same 5 men turned over on Thursday by the Gulf Cartel, who said they were responsible for the 2 deaths that happened out of this, and of course also abducting the other 2 Americans in this incident. As we now know more about it, that at least one of them was going to Mexico, crossing the border there from Brownsville, Texas, for a medical procedure. Also learned that a 6th suspect arrested in recent days has been linked to the kidnappings. Now, back on Thursday, just a few days ago, the Gulf Cartel had apologized for the kidnappings of the 4 Americans and murdered up 2 of them, and also one Mexican woman who was innocently killed in the shootout as well when all of this happened, saying that they have turned over those who are responsible for the crimes to authorities. For more on this and the latest, as those 2 bodies of the 2 Americans who were killed in this just returned back to the U.S., here's Fox's Mills Hayes.
Supposed to turn 34 this week, but instead he returns to the U.S. in a casket.
Just got along with everybody.
Woodard and Zindell Brown were killed by a Mexican drug cartel after being mistaken for Haitian smugglers.
Crazy to see your own child, taken from you in such a way, on a violent way like that. He didn't deserve it.
The Americans traveled from Brownsville, Texas into Matamoros, Mexico for one of them to get a tummy tuck. 4 days later, survivors Latavia McGee and Eric Williams were found by Mexican authorities. The Medical Tourism Association says Americans can save 60 to 80% by traveling for medical care.
It's unfortunate that, something like this happens, but if they were participating in medical tourism, you have to work with qualified agencies, qualified hospitals and doctors, and that aren't going to direct you to places like this.
Eddie Solis goes to the dentist in Matamoros.
It's very rare that they do something that if you're not doing anything wrong, everything is gonna be fine. But if you're doing something wrong, don't go.
The Gulf Cartel wrote an apology letter and turned over 5 members who they say acted on their own when killing the 2 Americans.
So they're claiming, well, these were undisciplined soldiers who were acting on their own. Cartels are really good at information warfare operations and their own propaganda. It happened when the U.S. government exerts significant pressure.
Meanwhile, a series of fentanyl busts across the country this week continue to raise questions and concerns about the deadly substance's source. For more on this, here's Fox's Bill Millington.
A series of new enormous fentanyl busts taking place all over the United States this week. In Los Angeles, the DEA seized 1 million fentanyl pills in a car belonging to 3 Mexican nationals looking to sell, all of whom are suspected of being associated with the Sinaloa cartel. And in Nogales, Arizona, CBP officers at the port of entry seized 560,000 fentanyl pills smuggled in vehicles coming from Mexico in just a 2-day span. At this single port of entry, CBP has already seized more than 20 million fentanyl pills just since October. These new busts come as Mexico's president is raising eyebrows with a claim that his country isn't the source of fentanyl pouring into the U.S. and that the opioid is an American issue. He says in part, quote, "Here we do not produce fentanyl, and we do not have the consumption of fentanyl. Why don't they, the United States, take care of their problem of social decay?" However, it is well-established fact that fentanyl is mass-produced by cartels in Mexico using chemical precursors imported from China, and some U.S. lawmakers say Lopez Obrador's claims are detached from reality.
Kamala works for the cartels at this point. That seems pretty clear. He's more interested in representing the cartels than the Mexican people. It's all produced in Mexico. The precursors come from China. AMLO lets that happen. He lets his cartels.
A series of new.
The return to our first team.
Okay, and so as we continue to talk about this, I want to take you out to the State Department briefing, hearing more on this from officials as well as other major topics. Let's listen in.
Senior official in the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues, Kat Fodebat, and other high-level U.S. government officials, and applauding these incredible women. From defending the rights of LGBTQI+ persons in Argentina to advocating for equal access to justice in Jordan, to fighting for the rights of persons with disabilities in Malaysia and beyond, the 2023 International Women of Courage have set an example that we should all strive to follow. Their strength is endless, their courage is unyielding, and their leadership inspires us all. In a few days, the awardees will embark on an international visitor leadership program exchange to meet and engage with American counterparts in civil society, academia, government, and the private sector in cities across the United States. This year, in honor of former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright's legacy and her championship of women's rights, we are proud to announce a new annual Madeleine Albright Honorary Group International Women of Courage Award. Given her longstanding support for women's empowerment and leadership, we can't think of someone who exemplifies the goals and values of the IWOC Award better than former Secretary Albright. This honorary group award provides us the opportunity to recognize the courage and leadership of women who would not normally be able to be feasibly or safely recognized with an individual IWOC award. We're proud to recognize the women and girl protesters of Iran with the inaugural Madeleine Albright Group Honorary Award this year. We know that countries that empower women and girls to be safe and meaningful participants in social, political, and economic life are more just, they're more peaceful and prosperous. It is a great privilege for the United States to recognize our IWOC awardees for their efforts to advance human rights and highlight the contributions of all women working for a better future. We remain deeply committed to advancing gender equity and equality at home and around the world as a central foreign policy and national security priority. For more information and updates on the 2023 International Women of Courage, we encourage you to follow the hashtags Women of Courage and IWOC 2023 on social media. Next and finally, the Black Sea Grain Initiative is a vital tool to combat global food insecurity and stabilize food prices. The United States strongly supports the efforts of Secretary General Guterres in partnership with Turkey to bring Ukrainian and Russian grain to world markets. We echo the Secretary General's call from Kyiv today for the initiative to be extended and expanded before March 18th, and we agree that the initiative should enable the greatest possible use of Black Sea export infrastructure. Since August of last year, more than 23 million metric tons of grains and oilseeds have shipped through the Mediterranean corridor created by this initiative. This includes over 4 million metric tons of wheat that have gone directly to developing countries, the equivalent of about 8 billion loaves of bread. The initiative facilitated 16 ships from the World Food Program with grain destined for places in the world facing the most dire food security crises like Yemen, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Afghanistan. Before the Black Sea Grain Initiative, when Russia was blocking Ukraine's food exports, prices of wheat and fertilizer spiked nearly 30%, a price shock that disproportionately affected vulnerable people worldwide. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has been successful, keeping the prices down, the grain flowing, and millions of food insecure people in the developing world have been saved from acute food insecurity. The bottom line is that the world needs Ukrainian grain, and we are all better off when Ukrainian grain gets to world markets. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Doug. Sorry I missed the very top, so I don't know if we're talking about was it your departure?
No, we were talking about the International Women of Courage Awards, yes.
Something far more important.
Yes.
Personnel matters. Well, anyway, on the subject of personnel matters, let me just say, and I'll let Sean speak to the association, but just on a personal note, I want to say thank you for your time up here. You'll have more to say. There'll be proper, I'm sure, time for a proper send-off / roast with perhaps a couple of surprises on the occasion of your final briefing from the podium. But anyway,
you nervous hearing about it, but I sentimental. Thank you.
Anyway, let's start for right now with I'm very curious about this flurry of reports, both here and in Germany over the Nord Stream 2 sabotage. And these, what appear to be more than just suggestions and fanciful speculation that Ukraine or pro-Ukrainian groups, Ukrainian partisans were responsible. And I'm just wondering what you make of all this, particularly in light of a report, one specific report that I think remains unmatched by anyone, that the U.S. was actually responsible for this.
So Matt, I'm glad you posed the question because I want to be very clear about this first. Importantly, we're not in a position to confirm the report you're alluding to. The anonymous claim, which I'm referring to the report that came out yesterday.
The reports that came out, but it's more than one. I mean, there's like 4 in Germany and 2, at least 2 in the U.S.
So
it was all signs lead to suggest that Ukraine or Ukrainian partisans.
So as to all of those reports, I'm not in a position to confirm them. I want to be very clear about that. The anonymous claim in the first report, as I understand the chronology of this, to be clear, is not downgraded intelligence shared by the U.S. government, and the sources quoted in that piece were not authorized to speak on behalf of the U.S. government. Our point on this has been consistent. There is an active, ongoing investigation on the part of 3 of our European partners, the Germans, the Swedes, the Danes, and that is ongoing, as we always do when there's a matter that's the subject of an ongoing investigation. We will let those investigations play out before we'll operate on them.
On this point, but of course, first, I also want to give a shout out to you being there day after day, always being professional. So thank you, best of luck in your time and day. On this point, but you certainly have suspects. I mean, you suspect someone is behind the sabotage, correct? I mean, do you suspect the Russians, for instance, that the Russians have done something to their own pipeline or their own air?
It's not productive or constructive for me to engage in speculation, certainly not from the podium, and certainly not when there are ongoing investigations. And these are not just any investigations, these are ongoing investigations by competent, capable authorities in 3 of our close European partners, the Germans, the Danes, the Swedes. So we will defer to them. Obviously, on the course of those investigations, they will be the one to report on the findings that they come up with in the course of these investigations, but we're just not going to get ahead of what they may uncover.
So you dismissed the legitimate New York Times on this.
I'm not dismissing anything. I'm not ruling anything in. I'm not ruling anything out. I'm just saying we're not confirming, we're not commenting on the specifics in any of the reports that have emanated over recent days. And we're not doing that for a very simple reason. There are ongoing investigations, whether it's an investigation into an undersea blast like this or an investigation into any criminal or terrorist activity. Our typical posture is to let the investigation play out. That's what we're doing.
The problem with that is that you were very quick to say that the earlier report from last month, it said that President Biden had ordered this.
When
you were very quick to say, no, absolutely not, that's preposterous, that's ridiculous. Instead of saying, well, let's let the investigation play out. So, what are we to think then?
You were to think that the reports that the United States government had anything to do with the undersea blast against the Nord Stream pipelines is ridiculous.
Well, then why can't? Well, but you can't say the same about the reports that it was in Ukraine or Ukrainian partisans.
Because Matt, we can speak to our actions when it comes or actions that we did not take in this case. Yes, thank you. When it comes to who may have been responsible for what did in fact happen to these undersea pipelines, we're going to have to defer to the investigation staff. Please.
The Americans that were kidnapped by gunmen in Mexico, have the bodies of the 2 who died been repatriated?
So Jackie, we're continuing to work very closely with our Mexican counterparts on this. We've asked Mexican officials to fulfill the family's wishes for the remains to be repatriated as expeditiously as possible. As of earlier today, that process was still underway. We know that our Mexican partners are working just as quickly as they can to finalize that process. Again, we express our deepest condolences to the families, to the loved ones of the 2 Americans who were killed in this violence. Our embassy in Mexico City, our consulate in Matamoros, have been working to support the families, to support their wishes, and working hand in glove with Mexican authorities and our U.S. government counterparts as well.
Do you know if any of the 4 Americans had any previous trips or dealings with Mexico?
I couldn't say, and that's not the sort of thing we typically would say from the podium. We want to respect the privacy of the Americans who were brought to safety and are now back in the United States. Of course, they are free to speak as much or as little as they would like. It's not our place to do so, but it is our place to remind all Americans of the travel advisories that are on our website and that we have pointed to a number of times when it comes to this incident and when it comes to the threat risk more broadly. This is an area that we categorize as a level 4. We have a level 4 travel advisory, meaning that Americans should not travel. Yes, confirmed this meeting, but we refer you to him and his office for the details. What I gets to your question, that transits of the United States by high-level Taiwan officials are consistent with long-standing U.S. policy and with our unofficial and strong relations with Taiwan. President Tsai herself has transited the United States 6 times in the last 7 years. There has been absolutely no change to the U.S. One China policy. We remain committed to our long-standing One China policy, which has not changed. It is and has always been guided by the Taiwan Relations Act.
Okay, hearing Speaker spokesperson Ned Price talking there about travel, we do want to stick on that topic because he was speaking about Mexico, the areas that they are advising people specifically to avoid any sort of situation in which you could put yourself unnecessarily in harm's way. We do want to take you out now to a conversation between Live Now's Mike Page and a travel expert talking about all things spring break, different trends, last minute deals, all of that and more. Let's listen in.
Like, you know what, spring break is right around the corner. I wish I could be going somewhere and there's still time to do that, but where is the place to go at this spring break? Let's bring in the trends expert right here, Laura Lindsay, global travel trends expert with Skyscanner. Thanks so much for coming on and joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Hi, great to be here.
No problem. So let's first talk about maybe what are some of the top destinations that you are seeing for spring break travel?
So you're absolutely right that warm weather is having an impact on spring break choices. Vegas is top of the list for many, many travelers across the US this year for spring break. It's also coincidentally the cheapest average route for spring break too. So we're really seeing that quest for affordability come through in the trends. Orlando and London are also in the top spots.
Okay. And when you take a look at these different types of areas, they're all fun places, obviously. But what else are people looking for as far as not only the price, of course, but the things to do? What are most people wanting to do for their time off during spring break?
So interestingly, this year, one of the biggest trends is outdoor activities. We're really seeing people wanting to get out and about and get active wherever they're going. So a huge trend in 2023.
Prices at grocery stores everywhere really has the higher prices. Is that coming in effect with travel as well? What are you guys seeing with that?
So there is no question that everybody has a little bit less disposable income this year than in perhaps previous years. That said, it's not impacting travel demand. We're seeing that people are prioritizing traveling just as much as they were ever before. In fact, the pandemic has made many of us really, really prioritize travel. And so while affordability is key, what we're seeing is that people will still get away. They may just change which destination they go to make sure that it suits their wallet.
Very good to know. Very good to know. And let's also talk about, unfortunately, the incident that happened in Mexico this past week there. We were all thinking about that and the two Americans that were killed there. And a lot of people are wondering, okay, if you're going to Mexico for spring break and maybe if you're maybe on the edge and you're getting a little worried about that, what are some sort of, do a lot of resorts have, what are the cancellation policies for someone that might be a little worried?
It's understandably concerning, but I would say that for many, many travellers who are considering, the best thing you can do is remain highly informed. So government advice on the Department of State website will share guidance around safety and security in all destinations, Mexico included.
Okay, and besides, if people want to go to Mexico for international travel, do you see any other spots internationally that people say, you know what, America's great, but I want to kind of get out of here? Where else do they go?
Well, I would sound biased, but London is the top international destination for Americans this spring break. But interestingly, Cancun is also up there, and Tokyo has made it into the top 10 the first time in a long time as we're seeing Japan reopen, and hugely exciting demand returning to Japan as such an incredible destination.
Very, very nice. And as we talk about places that are coming back finally after the pandemic, and what have you seen about really just pent-up demand for people wanting to travel now that they, you know, for say 2020 and 2021, you probably really couldn't?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There is huge pent-up demand. I think the pandemic showed us more than ever that travel is so critical for people's happiness and well-being and seeing loved ones and getting out and exploring. And so that demand came through very evidently whenever restrictions were reduced. We saw that demand immediately spike. And this year, as most travel restrictions are now taken away in relation to COVID or about to be, we're seeing that demand really come back. So yeah, a really busy time for travel, but definitely some great savings to be found out there and lots of availability still.
And would you say that there's still time for someone that says, you know what, I wasn't planning on leaving, but if they book now for the next couple of weeks there, are they going to be taking a big hit when it comes to prices because it's so quick?
There is always still time, and in fact, whilst advising guidance generally to book far in advance, if you are flexible, there will always be deals to be found, even as close to the day before departure. It very much comes down to supply and demand as to how prices are set. And so as a result, if you're flexible about the destination that you are visiting, you will always be able to find a good deal. In fact, we're seeing deals to somewhere like Miami Beach from New York for still as little as $31.
Look at that. All right. So Skyscanner always able to find the deals there and really the trends where people wanting to go there. We just hope that people will once again still pack their patients there at the airports and on the flights there. Because so much now we see these viral videos of people just getting a little outrageous on the flights there. We just need everyone to calm down a little, right?
I think social media will quite often highlight some of the extremities of things you can see at the airport. But to be honest, we see so many travellers getting away pain-free, stress-free, and definitely glad that they did so afterwards. So yes, definitely a bit of patience for the queues, but that's part and parcel of travel pre and post-pandemic, actually. a great conversation there, and a live look here at the Windy City, Chicago, with the Green River there ahead of St. Patrick's Day. Thousands out and about celebrating all of those festivities. We're going to take a quick commercial break here. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Live look at our radar here as we continue to follow this major weather story out of California, the Golden State, being hit so hard over the last few weeks by snow, rain, as well as gusting winds. And it's not done yet. More of it is expected on the way, and they're still recovering from this weekend's storms and torrential rain that has left many areas flooded, as well as other places that have evacuations in order. Still a lot of that cleanup underway. So a live look at our radar here. What we want to do is bring you out to this report on the next round of this atmospheric river that's heading to California tomorrow, through tomorrow at least, and bring you this conversation here between our very own Andrew Kraft and another California official on what we can expect heading into next week.
Significant rain and wind is already hitting certain regions of the state, prompting flooding concerns and evacuation orders. For more on how the state of California plans for emergencies like these major storms, I'm going to be joined right now by and with Brian May. He is a spokesperson for California's Office of Emergency Services. Mr. May, thanks so much for being with us. I know you guys are very, very busy there, but if you could offer what specific areas, counties, locales in California that might be the hardest hit by this certain atmospheric river today?
Yeah, the simple answer to that is it's really the entirety of the state. We currently have 34 counties that are under a state of emergency. That's over half the counties in California, and it really goes from the coastal communities along the waterways up to the mountains where the snow is really deep and impactful. We are looking at this really as a statewide response, which of course creates challenges that are very unique to a storm this size. To a size of the state this large. We're trying to get resources wherever we can, and that creates challenges when that really does mean the entire state of California.
So what concerns are there for these Californians? Is it just flooding? Is it just the rain? Or is it kind of the subsequent after effects like power outages, like trees down, like inundated roads?
Unfortunately, it's everything you just mentioned. You know, you talk about the coastal communities and the valley. Flooding is certainly a huge concern. We are seeing that happening today. We are rescuing people where we've seen rivers rise incredibly rapidly over the last few hours with all this rain that we've had, and we're rescuing people from flooded areas. In the higher elevations, we've got a lot of snow on top of roofs, and that snow is already very heavy. You start adding rain to that snow or even more snow, and it just acts like a sponge. And now we've got concerns and have seen collapsed roofs in certain areas, which are hard to predict. And we have a hard time telling people to evacuate when we're not sure if that's going to happen in higher elevations. So it literally is concerns across the state. We see flooded roadways, trees that are down. We had incredibly high winds last night in parts of the state. We're seeing that again today. So it's just, again, a multitude of challenges that we're facing right now. And, California is certainly no stranger to dangers, but earthquakes and floods and tsunami threats along the state. But this is creating some issues that we don't typically deal with in the state.
Yeah, Brian, behind you, it looks like that's the Nerve Center at Cal OES. If you could give us a sense, take us behind the scenes just briefly. How many people do you have working on this storm? They're going to be there, 24/7?
We've been activated 24/7 for the last several weeks, and if the people behind me have some dreary eyes, apologies for that. They've been working literally around the clock, and this is the state's emergency operations center, and what we want is it's a whole of government that has to respond when we see issues like that, like this. And by that I mean it's the road department with Caltrans, it's the California Highway Patrol, it's the National Guard that's been activated, all of the agencies coming together, working together. We have local fire departments that have the high clearance vehicles. We're using them to get into areas that are almost untraversable because of the levels of snow. So it's all the agencies coming together, and behind me it's the decisions that are being made. Where's the immediate need? How can we get resources there very quickly? That includes not only snow removal equipment and swift water rescue teams, but these storms have closed down a lot of schools, and kids normally get up to 2 meals a day there. And we're trying to get meals to people and generators and propane to people who rely on propane in the smaller communities. So it's every question that comes up and somehow gets answered in this room behind me.
Yeah. Brian, we know these atmospheric rivers are coming, back to back in these certain phenomenons. Is it safe to say at this point that this has been a historic year for California weather-wise when it comes to the precipitation, the snow, up and down the whole state?
We are at our
Okay, we're going to take you away from that conversation because it looks like we are going to get an update out of Monterey County, California on the flooding there. Let's bring you that here now. Okay, well, it appeared that an official had started speaking. It's expected to begin here 2 o'clock California time. So I'm going to leave this up for a second here to see if this starts on time as we try to bring you that update live. Now, Monterey County is an area that's been hit very hard with torrential rain, triggering massive flooding, prompting evacuations, other rescues throughout the area. This is following a levee failure on the Pajaro River in Monterey County that has brought so much of this flooding, high water levels, and has also led to dozens of water rescues as the atmospheric river storm.
We'll go ahead and get started. This is intended to be a very brief Q&A session. Before we get started on the Q&A, I do want to give you a quick update with regard to what's going on regarding evacuation warnings and orders. Most importantly, the Sheriff's Office just issued an upgraded an evacuation warning to an evacuation order for the Salinas River and affected areas. This is a very important evacuation order because it encompasses a large amount of residential structures as well as commercial agricultural structures. And the Salinas River is a long meandering river, and it is somewhat unpredictable. So I wanted to just share my screen real fast because I want to show you the actual map and location so you have an understanding of where we're at. The Salinas River, just for some history, is a river that runs from the south to the north, which is very unusual. Not many rivers in our world do that. And so when we talk about the flow of the river, we're actually talking about from the south to the north. And as you can see on the map, all of these red zones here from just north of King City, so it includes Greenfield, Soledad, Gonzales, Chular, and the town of Spreckles, is now under a evacuation order. The difference between warnings and orders, as I think you're all aware, is that an order means that people should be ready to leave their homes immediately and to seek alternative shelter for their remaining period of this event until the evacuation order is lifted. With that being said, these maps are available on the website, County of Monterey website. I would like to also encourage you to use the County of Monterey website as a resource because it does have quick links on the top of the web page that takes you to information like road closures, storm preparation, shelter information, and then there's an incident page that has a running chronology of everything that has happened so far today during this incident. And with that, I'm happy to say that we are fortunate to have Sheriff Tina Nieto on with us today, Shauna Mary from the Water Resources Agency, as well as Lou Bauman from the Water Resources Agency. I know you folks have a lot of questions, and I want to open it up to questions. I will moderate the questions, so you can either put them in the chat, or you can unmute, raise your hand, and I will recognize you, and then we can unmute yourself. Can't believe we have a bunch of shy reporters.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay, Kevin.
How many people evacuated so far now that you have this latest count?
So, Sheriff, you want to take that?
Hi, so we've evacuated mostly out of the Pajaro area. We've evacuated over 2,000 folks. We've also evacuated people out of the San Ardo area, which is the south part of our county. We have people evacuated out of Arroyo Seco. But with these orders, that's going to be more people that we're asking to evacuate out of their homes. These are the low-lying areas. We're looking at the 100-year floodplain, so it's a lot of people.
Yeah. Thanks, Kevin. Douglas, I see you unmuted yourself. Do you have a question? Sarah Rubin, you unmuted yourself. Would you like to ask a question?
Thank you, Nick. I'm sorry, I still am trying to figure out how to raise my hand in Zoom in 2023. I have a few questions. One is I'm hoping that you might be able to provide an update on the Pajaro River levee break. Is there any further analysis of exactly what happened there and any way of kind of shoring up, even temporarily, the flow to stop that just from continuing to stream into the community?
Lou or Shauna?
Good afternoon, Sarah, and the entire team are reporting in. We appreciate your attention to this issue and getting the information out to our constituents. On Pajaro, I'm pleased to report we do have support from the state of California Department of Water Resources, and the state has deployed their contractor, KW Emerson, and they are actually on site as we speak, and they are deploying rock and riprap into the area that was breached, and they will be working to the extent that it's safe 24/7 to make as much progress as they can prior to the next rain event.
Thank you, Lou. There's a question in the chat with regard to the number of rescues. Tom Wright had the question. Tom, there was at least 90 rescues as of late last night. Sheriff may have some more updated information. Sheriff Nieto?
So yesterday when we reported there was about 60 rescues. We're up to close to 200 rescues now to date, and we are still sporadically rescuing people out of the Pajaro area.
Thank you, Sheriff. Jeremiah, you have a question? Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, has there been
any reports of deaths or injuries at this point? And also, I'm wondering how long the evacuation orders are expected to take place and how long it will be before residents can return home.
Yeah, sure.
So we've had no reports of death, knock on wood. Thank you to the community that's helped us with that. Injuries, the only injury that we know of so far did not happen in the county area, but that was the firefighter in one of our municipal cities who was hit by a falling tree about 2 nights ago.
Thank you, Sheriff. We have another question in the chat about shelters. So just so everybody's aware, we do have 5 evacuation shelters currently set up. The closest one to Pajaro is the Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds. We also opened up one in the adjoining community at the Castroville Recreation Center. And then on the Monterey Peninsula, we have one at the Salvation Army Contra Costa Street facility. In Greenfield, in the south part of Monterey County, we have one at Holy Trinity Church at their church hall. And in Salinas, we have a shelter set up currently at Compass Church, which is on South Main Street in Salinas. So we do have those shelters open. We are working on opening additional shelters. In addition, we have, thank you, Maya, we have temporary evacuation points opened up at the Prunedale Library, the King City Library, and the Carmel Valley Library. So thank you for that question. Going back to the chat, a lot of questions. CNN, Sarah Moon, would you go ahead and unmute yourself?
Hi, this is Mike and Sarah from CNN. Thanks for doing this. We just wanted to go back to the larger evacuation order. For anybody who's able to answer, what's the best way, do you think, for us to explain to a California and national audience how the evacuation order has changed? It's grown larger, but would it be beneficial for us to say, look, we started out with 3,400 plus or minus people impacted, and now we've gone to X number of people impacted? That's our first question, and then we have one more.
I'll let the sheriff answer that question.
Well, as you all know, I think people are getting storm warning fatigue, and so this is how it's affected Monterey County. Is that in January, when we were doing the same magnitude of orders and warnings, after the event, when nothing catastrophic happened, and there was some flooding, but it was in sparsely populated areas, and somewhere Carmel River and Big Sur was affected. This situation that we're dealing with now is that we're having some major flooding occurring, and so I think how it's affected the community is people are taking it seriously. We have a whole community underwater, so how you guys can get it out into the media is probably show some of the B-roll that you have in Pajaro and some of the flyover drone footage that you've had in Pajaro and some of these other affected areas. This is real. Mother Nature is fickle.
Yeah, I mean, amen to that. In terms of, though, us saying, hey, national and California audience, the evacuation area has grown, should we say, or is it accurate for us to say that the area has grown by a few dozen square miles? What's the best way for us to describe how the evacuation zone has expanded?
Well, the county is 4,000 square miles, and it's right now the evacuation areas. If you look at the map that the county put up, we're talking almost the entire Salinas River area. We're talking along the Pajaro River between Pajaro and Watsonville. We're talking. So the map's up right now, so you can see that that's a lot of square miles, and maybe our PIO can reach out and we can get some update as how many miles that is, because I can't tell you. I just can tell you it's a big area.
Yeah, sorry to quiz you. I mean, if you were talking to a friend, Sheriff, and first of all, it's great to talk to you. You've been doing an amazing job. If you're talking to a friend, would you say something like, yeah, we went from a couple miles of river to several dozen miles of river? I mean, just like a few to many more miles of river. Is that conversationally the best way you might think of describing it?
Conversationally, I'd say, look, we went from part of the river, under just warnings, and we knew that the river at some point, the entire river would go to warnings, and then we're dealing with 4 rivers, not just one river.
We knew that would happen, but we are evacuating people. And so it's this, I'm trying to think of the wording. It's a holy moly situation, but my language would be a lot more colorful.
We liked your hashtag from here to Atlanta yesterday during the news conference. It just seems like a much larger stretch of river. Do you think that's accurate for us to say? Like a much larger stretch?
I wouldn't say the stretch of river is larger. What I would say is it's expanded from the river's edges.
Expanded from the river's edges. Okay. And then our second sheriff, thank you so much. And for your forbearance for everybody else on the Zoom, if anybody is able to answer this in the vein of conversationally explaining what's happening to the levee, we're telling our audience that it's just a bunch of boulders. Is this ballast? Does anybody know what kind of rock, where the heck the rock comes from that's being dumped into this gap? Is there anybody who can kind of illustrate, like, where are these big old boulders coming from, and illustrate what's happening with plugging up that gap?
Why don't we let the Water Resources Agency address that, Shauna or Lou?
Shauna, you want me to go ahead? Okay, we're very fortunate that Granite Rock has a quarry in Aromas, which is literally adjacent to the upper reaches of the Pajaro River. So our contractor, or the state's contractor that we're working with, has immediate proximity, and the boulder sizes will be graded. I don't have an exact specification, but under the expertise of the state of California Department of Water Resources engineering staff and flood control experts, they will deploy the boulders to maximize both the strength and the impermeability of the remedial construction work.
Granite boulders from a couple miles away, that's accurate to say?
I don't know the specific material, but it's the firm that has the quarry is called Granite Rock Construction.
Okay, great. Hey, thanks everybody. We yield back. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Let's jump over to KSBW, our local NBC ABC affiliate. The question is, what is the height of the river close to the Highway 68 bridge, and where the Highway 68 bridge crosses the Salinas River? Mr. Bauman or Ms. Murray?
This is Shauna Murray. So what we've seen from past storm events is that at 28 feet there are impacts to Highway 68, and that's documented on NOAA's website in their flood forecasting center. So 28 feet is when we start seeing impacts according to previous flooding events.
Thank you very much. And we'll go over to Edgar Olivares from Telemundo has a question. Edgar, would you like the question answered both in English and Spanish, or would you just prefer English?
Yes, both would be awesome.
Okay, great. We'll do it in English first. Are you guys planning to ask for any help from community members or community coverage needs of the people that are evacuated this weekend? I'll go ahead and answer that question. We have a very close relationship with the Community Foundation for Monterey County. The Community Foundation has a fund set up to accept monetary donations to support the folks that are impacted by this tragic disaster that we're experiencing now for the second time this year. And the Community Foundation raised a tremendous amount of money during the first set of floods, and we've already gotten significant donations from many corporations in the county to the fund as we speak right now. So that's the Community Foundation for Monterey County. Daniel Gonzalez, would you please translate?
Apologies, Nick. Could you read a little bit of the message? I was not there.
Yeah, the Community Foundation for Monterey County has a special fund set up for disaster victims, and they are accepting monetary donations to support the needs of families in the county and the affected areas. And we have a strong partnership with them, and they were very helpful in the last floods in January.
Lo que indicó el señor Nick Pasculi en este momento es que la fundación de la comunidad del condado de Monterrey ha sido un aliado importantísimo desde las tormentas pasadas. Han estado.
Okay, so as they are preparing to repeat everything there in Spanish, want to just bring a couple of takeaways from this update out of Monterey County, which again has been hit so hard by high water levels, flooding, torrential rains, and evacuations. Well, we now know that they have upgraded from evacuation warning to evacuation order, telling people that they should leave their homes in certain areas. The sheriff there also saying close to 200 rescues so far.
Hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys had any information on the level of toxins and chemicals that are in the Pajaro River floodwaters right now, because there are local water officials that have said residents can't even boil water at this moment.
Maybe the Water Resources Agency. I haven't seen any information about that yet, but I'll leave that to the Water Resources Agency.
I'll go ahead and answer that. We do not have any specific, to my knowledge, any water quality information from the water coming down from the greater watershed. But as the community inundates and floods the Pajaro area, there is concern that the sewer lines that serve that community can become inundated and potentially mixed with wastewater. Hence, the health department's recommendations not to drink the water.
So there's no industrial chemicals in the water right now, to your knowledge?
We can't speak directly to that. We have not heard any reports that there's industrial chemicals of any nature. It is certainly possible, but to our knowledge, there is none.
Thank you, Mr. Bellman. I'm going to go back to Ray. Let's go to Ray, and then Scott.
Hi, thank you all for your time today. Sorry, just to follow up on what Sean was saying about the, I have a couple questions, but just to follow up first on the water levels on Highway 68 right now. So where are they at right now? You said 20 feet is where there's concern there, but where do they stand currently?
Give me 1 minute.
Oh, please, yeah, take your time. And I also was hoping to get a comprehensive kind of breakdown right now of where things stand with the highway closures right now. I know Highway 1, a certain area right now you guys announced is closed, but I'm kind of curious where things stand right now about overall with the highway closures right now across the county.
So Highway 1 is closed in north and southbound direction. Caltrans has not given us an ETA on the opening of that highway, but it is impacted by the Pajaro River. There are short routes, and that information is available on our website. There's the road closure information that's also on our Facebook and Instagram pages. And we are posting road closure information every day. Our Public Works Director just informed me prior to this briefing that there were some additional road closures that are going to be happening around the Elkhorn Slough area, and that should be up to date within the next hour or so.
And for the media, I just actually returned from the Pajaro area, and I went out to Highway 1, and I know that the Caltrans is also looking at the northbound lanes, although to look at some road damage. So even when the waters recede, we don't anticipate that the roads are going to be opened immediately because they all have to be checked for safety.
And the big message there is if there's water on the road, turn around, don't drown. We do not want people going through barricades or around them in any way, shape, or form. Jonathan, do you have an answer with the river level?
Yes, the current river level is about 20. The forecasts are showing that we will be peaking around 26 feet. These forecasts are updated multiple times a day. I'm looking at the forecast from just about half hour ago, and that would happen Monday morning. So that's the current estimate, which is quite a bit below the 28 feet of road closure.
Thank you, Shauna. We're going to go to Scott Cohen, and then we're going to go to Sarah Rubin, then we're going to go back to the chat. Go ahead, Scott.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you update the status of the shelters? How many people are in the shelters? How close to capacity are they? And is there a plan to keep them open through the next storm, or are you just going to take it as it goes?
Man, do you have those numbers handy on the shelters? I'll give you a minute to see if my colleague Carol can pull that up.
I'm sorry about that. I'm going to desperately try to pull these up as fast as possible. I just pushed them out, so I've got them right at hand right now. We have 4 shelters open. We have 265 in 2 shelters. But if there's a way to share information for people who may be hearing or reading what you're writing, we know that some residents in the Pajaro area are hesitant to come into shelters. They may be worried their immigration status would affect their ability to get services. We want them to know that it's not the case. We're there to help them, irregardless, and to just come and get the assistance that they might need.
Exactly. And then for those folks in other areas that have chosen to go to hotels and things like that, or stay with family and friends, we don't have an exact number on that. But the Monterey County hospitality industry has been very generous and offering very, very deep discounts for people looking for alternative housing as well during this disaster. I'm going to go to Sarah Rubin from Monterey County Weekly.
Thank you. I wanted to return to the question about road closures, and I know it's maybe a little bit broader, but because all of us covered, going back 2 months ago, the potential for there to be sort of a Monterey Peninsula island effect, what we're seeing on some of the hydrographs looks similar to, or even higher in some cases, and I know it's only moving target from what we saw in January, but is there I guess I'm a little bit surprised to hear that has not yet entered the discourse of preparedness. And I wonder, are there particular numbers, are there particular roads and waterways that you're looking at that might, again, trigger that kind of preparedness discussion? Or should we all be thinking about that? And what are the distinguishing features between now and January?
That's a great question, Sarah. Let me just talk about the preparedness piece of it, and then the sheriff might want to chime in, and then water resources. I actually asked that very question right before this meeting to our executive management team. We are preparing for that possibility, but we are not anticipating that happening. We're watching it very, very closely. The Water Resources Agency has been spending a tremendous amount of time analyzing the data from the Salinas River. And as you know, there's 2 potential bottleneck areas with the Salinas River, and that is the Highway 68 crossing, and of course the Highway 1 arena where the Salinas River flows out into the ocean. So we are prepared. Caltrans is talking about it, thinking about it too, and I'll see if the sheriff would like to add anything to that.
Yeah, hi Sarah, thanks for the question. So I just want everybody to know that we've been talking about that from the very beginning, but these 2 events that we're going through are much different than the January events. The January event was atmospheric river after atmospheric river after atmospheric river. It was a longer event, and so that's what we were worried about, people getting stranded for a very long period. These events are much shorter, much more intense. Flooding may occur, but the flooding is not going to continue. We're not anticipating getting hit by atmospheric river after atmospheric river again. That's a big difference, but we've been discussing that since the beginning of this, and we can only rely on the National Weather Service and our water partners to give us the best data we can for the safety of our residents.
Sheriff, does the Water Resources Agency have anything to add to that comment?
And I did want to reiterate, we're looking at forecasts and trying to make the best plans available, and then we're looking at what the river actually does. So the January event, the river was forecasted to hit over 28 feet in the Sprott area. Luckily, that did not happen. We reached about 25 feet. So sometimes there's that gap between the forecasting and how the river actually responds. So that can lead to some, concerns that the river will reach the road or overtop a road, and then it actually doesn't. So that's what we saw in January. These forecasts are a little bit lower coming in for March, but we'll continue to watch what these forecasts do and then what the river's actually doing.
Thank you very much, Shauna. I'm going to go back to the chat. There's a couple questions in the chat I want to get to. So with regard, Eric had a question about further anticipation of expanding evacuation orders around Pajaro due to the expected rains this week. The short answer to that is we are looking at expanding evacuation orders. That's being discussed as we speak, and there may be additional evacuation orders issued later today, in not just in preparation for the coming rains, but the after effects of the flow from the watershed. And then with regard to Ray had a follow-up question with regard to the highways. Highway 1 is a state highway, as you're aware. That's the only major state highway that's impacted at the moment. However, there are a lot of secondary and tertiary roads throughout the county, and there's a comprehensive list of those road closures on our website. Incidentally, Highway 1 is affected also along the Big Sur coast, so let's not forget the mudslides and landslides in that particular area. Okay, let's go back to the hands raised, and I see Kevin. Go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, I had a couple of questions. I saw that someone else had asked for a damage estimate so far. I know it's a little early. Are you able to throw out any figures yet?
No, sir. In fact, the next meeting I have to go to after this briefing is over is a damage assessment preliminary planning. So
okay.
We're not quite ready for that.
That makes sense. Also, with putting the riprap and the rock into the breach of the levee, when do you think you might have that breach blocked up enough to stop the water coming in?
Lily, would like to take that question?
Forgive me, I was answering a text. Can you repeat the question?
Wondering when do you think you might have the levee breach blocked up enough to stop the water coming in with the using riprap and rock?
That's an excellent question. We'll probably have a better estimate in the next 12 to 24 hours. The contractor has, in the first phase, they're ensuring that they have access for their heavy tracked equipment. And as they begin to fill the opening in the levee, we can get a better estimate of the construction duration.
Right. If you don't mind, there was one more question I saw in the chat that was a bit interesting to me too. The supervisor said that it may be months before people are able to return to living in Pajaro. How does that match up with what your impression is?
That's a really good question. Disaster recovery is a complicated matter, Kevin. And so there's a lot of things that have to happen for those type of determinations. And that biggest part of that is the damage assessment. And so I think we're going to have to postpone giving you a good answer on that until we have more information. I don't want to put any information out that is not accurate or that's speculation.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Let's go back to Cecilia. Celia, sorry. Am I saying that right?
Yes, I do have one question, and I would like this one to be also answered in Spanish, if you don't mind. I've been talking to some people from Pajaro, and some were saying that there wasn't enough of Spanish speakers knocking at their doors. So I was just wondering, what is the percentage of, workers, first responders that you have working who speak Spanish, and are you making sure that all the crews have at least one Spanish speaker?
That's a very good question. And Supervisor Alejo was one of our lead volunteers on doing the door-to-door along with the Sheriff's Department and our North County Fire. The County of Monterey employs a tremendous amount of Spanish-speaking individuals. And so I know Supervisor Alejo, the volunteer group that helped him go door-to-door, 99% or 95% of them were Spanish speaking. Daniel was out there as well. Daniel, you might have some more information. You could please respond to the question in both English and Spanish.
So yes, and I would like to point out that on top of the outreach efforts that were provided recently, all of the Nexo alerts, Everbridge messages that go out are translated in Spanish. And English and Spanish, and they go out also verbal, like oral translations and interpretation in English and in Spanish. We've also recorded videos of messaging in Mixteco so that the community can have access to that. Because with regards to the outreach event that happened the other day, all of the messaging that was being provided to residents was translated to Spanish, and I'm sure that the people that were volunteering, because they were part of the Casa de la Cultura with Sister Rosa, that was supporting the outreach work that Supervisor Alejo was doing in Pájaro. I'm pretty sure they had a good contingent worker that spoke Spanish. So we're making sure that all of the communications that are going out are translated and are in language that is easy to understand for residents. So it's still tough sometimes to get each people, but we're trying our best to make sure that everybody gets the messaging in language that they can understand. I'm gonna go ahead now and translate that. I'm gonna go to Spanish now. Celia, como lo comenté.
Okay, so as that is being translated in Spanish, we're going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. So bring you this and more top stories that we're following when we come back. You got back to this update out of Monterey County, California on the more rain that is expected in the forecast and already flooding that they're experiencing there with so far close to 200 water rescues so far helping residents there. Let's continue listening in live here on Live Now from Fox.
So thank you very much. Let's see. Let me get to one last question from one of our local reporters. Sarah, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering to look kind of in a different direction. One of the big impacts on the Monterey Peninsula and thereabouts in the past week has been extended power outages. And has the county been doing anything as far as people who might be isolated or in need in unincorporated parts of the county without power, people who have medical needs? Is there any kind of specific support? And we might see more power outages coming in the next few days too. And what kind of resources are available for that community?
That's a great question, Sarah. Thank you. We have some hospital representatives on the call today as well, but we have had portions through the Mohawk, which is a hospital group, medical community, and they're very much in staying abreast of the needs of the community as they come up and addressing those. We have PG&E representatives embedded in the Emergency Operations Center and providing us updates on a daily basis. They're working hard to get power restored to all locations, as well as cell service. Companies, some of the private companies that provide cell service have brought in mobile units to help facilitate that as well. So I don't know that anybody else on the call might have any more specific information. I realize what you're asking is super important, but we don't have anybody from PG&E on the call. If you want, sir, you can email me the question again, and I can direct that directly to our PG&E representative in ELC. With that, our County Administrative Officer, Sonia De La Rosa, is on, and I wanted to just check in with her and see if she wanted to make any closing comment.
Sorry about that. I was late joining. I did an overnight with the team, and overnight we've really just tried to share information in terms of where the river was at, but also yesterday, much of what we were sharing, we were trying to make sure we were translating real time. That's including when we were going out and communicating with people. In some instances, we were sending information as soon as we had it, and then translating it immediately thereafter or at the same time. So there was a little bit of a lag, but we've been very conscious of the language issues, and so we've tried to make sure that when we're communicating in these multiple languages: English, Spanish, Mixteco, and then trying to identify if there's other languages that we need to have available. For example, for Greenfield, we were ready to have somebody that spoke Triqui as well. So we are being very conscious of that. And in terms of the rescue teams, we've overnight we had different folks as well. And again, it's really just been a matter of focusing on life and safety. And I'm catching up as we're on this call. So I truly appreciate all of you that have taken the interest to help us get information out. And just as you brought up the health, the folks that are off power, one of the things we want to make sure is that we're communicating other issues that may be related to folks accessing their food, and then other items that may not be edible anymore. So if you could help us with that, that would be great. As we put information out, if you can share it as well. And then just a reminder to people to just really be safe out there, and if they can, where the water's high, to not try to go across, which I'm sure is some of the information that's already been covered. I thank you all for participating right now and helping us. Thank you.
And to piggyback onto that, we're not just using social media, we're using every single form of media possible to communicate with people, including printing flyers and things of that nature. But I think it's very important to note that we do have a collaboration of over 100 community-based organizations that we're working with in the county of Monterey, and they get very, very high-level information that they pass along to their community groups and to their spheres of influence. We are making every effort, especially even in the Pajaro community. We're working directly with about 30 community-based organizations in and around the Pajaro Valley. We're on briefings with them and calls with them every day. In fact, there's one happening right now. And then also it's worth noting that in our Emergency Operations Center, we have 2 equity officers that are assigned to the EOC. And so we are making tremendous efforts to make sure no one is left out, no one is left behind, and that the information gets to the people. Our elected officials have done a tremendous job with their district offices and with their staff in recruiting volunteers to also help us amplify our messaging. And you all are a very important part of that. And so we are grateful that you took the time to be with us this afternoon. We will schedule another one of these probably tomorrow at some point in time once we have some more information. today we're hoping it was going to be a little bit calmer. It's been the absolute opposite. And so tomorrow is going to be bringing a new set of challenges. But we thank you very, very much for your attention today. And we look forward to talking to you again soon. Thanks so much, and be safe, and have a great day.
Thanks for that update from Monterey County, California. Again, talking about the severity of these storms and the more expected weather that is on the way to parts of California, but especially Monterey County has been hit so hard. Look at these images of just the high water levels and the flooding now that has led to evacuation orders, upgraded from evacuation warnings to evacuation orders, as they have had to continue to do water rescues. The sheriff, they're saying that they've made close to 200 water rescues so far. Their priority is making sure everyone is safe, is not in harm's way, as more rain is going to continue this week. So trying to get those messages out to the public ahead of all of that. And we are going to stay in California for this next story as well. Want to bring you an update to something that we have been following here all weekend. So there was a incident that began on Friday. Pulling up this tweet here from Alexandria Hernandez, who's a producer for Fox based in LA, and she tweeted this first tweet out about 5 hours ago. So keep that in mind. But it says, breaking: LASD, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, standoff with an armed suspect in LA County, California, in Belinda, more particularly, continues, entering hour 42. So with this being now 5 hours ago, we are entering hour 47. Sources tell me that LAPD is now assuming tactical command. Many residents still displaced, no injuries reported. She's referring to the standoff that began on Friday. Police still trying to get the suspect to cooperate. And you can see in this other tweet from her, a lot of you are asking me if this is the longest standoff I've seen. Yes, by far. Before this one, I can recall a 2016 LASD operation. LASD operation that was 26-ish hours. If I remember correctly, that suspect's friend called him and was able to convince him to surrender. We also know the family of this suspect is still trying to get him to cooperate, him or her, that suspect, to cooperate in this. And then there's also a third tweet here from Alexandria that we want to pull up. So one of my colleagues just reminded me of a barricade in Gardenia this past December that was 33 hours long. LASD was called in to assist police on that one, and K9 was tragically killed. The suspect also died in that standoff. Of course, standoffs are always very potentially dangerous situations as they're trying to focus on everybody's safety, the public safety in this as well. I want to bring you the most recent update from our team at Fox 11.
A Belinda neighborhood is now the scene of an active police standoff, one that has gone on for more than 24 hours. Despite rounds of tear gas and other tactics to try to get the armed man out of the barricaded house, and that has residents shocked.
Crazy. I can't believe it's still going on.
Just kind of bizarre. Like I said, 24 hours where this could be going on.
It all started Friday afternoon at around 2:30. Deputies responded to a report of an assault with a deadly weapon on Wing Lane. And when they arrived, a shootout between the barricaded man and deputies started.
I came out last night and I heard the gunfire. I thought it was fireworks. And I saw everything coming out and just came out like everybody knew like what's going on.
Nearby homes have been evacuated as a precaution, and residents are anxious to get back home. Officers say one woman was transported to the hospital for injuries not related to the gunshots. The suspect's family members came to the scene to try to talk to the suspect and get him to leave, but nothing has worked. And some residents are now hoping it ends peacefully.
Once it comes out and everything's good and everybody gets to go back home into our normal everyday life.
Okay, so I'll keep you updated on that standoff as well as this weather story as we continue to follow it out of California. And we are going to step away for a quick commercial break. When we come back, the 95th Academy Awards happening tonight. Who's going to win big? We'll bring you those Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday as we bring you all of these top headlines. Well, daylight savings is here again. Many of you waking up with one less hour of sleep as it's time for the time to spring forward yet again. But some are hoping this could be the final year when things move forward, as the move to make daylight saving time permanent could soon get another push to pass as law. The Sunshine Protection Act passed the Senate last year, but it hasn't been approved in the House. Some medical critics want permanent standard time instead. They say changing time messes with our biological clocks, while some studies have found that heart attacks, strokes, and traffic accidents increase after time changes. So an interesting conversation yet again. Every time when the time changes brings up this yet again. And of course tonight it is the 95th Academy Awards preparations, final preparations getting wrapped up as we are going to find out who wins big tonight. And anticipation remains in the air at the Dolby Theater in LA as that building undergoes the final preps for the award ceremony happening this evening. The champagne carpet you were just looking at there, getting some finishing touches before receiving Hollywood's biggest stars tonight. And yesterday, hundreds of production staff and crew members were on hand to get everything Oscar ready. This year's ceremony will be a little different. In recent years, a lot of little-seen films were nominated for an award, but this year, many of the top contenders were big box office hits last year. They include Avatar, The Way of Water, Top Gun Maverick, Elvis, and Everything Everywhere All at Once. So for more on this, who's going to win big? Everybody always has their predictions every year. I want to bring you this conversation with Live Now's Andrew Kraft, talking further with industry experts, giving their best predictions. Who's going to take home all the big awards tonight? Let's listen.
And our continuing coverage here on Live Now from Fox of the 95th Annual Academy Awards. It's taking place this weekend, and we're going to be talking about some of these Best Picture nominees with none other than Brian Bishop. He is the host of the Film Vault podcast. And Brian, thanks so much for being with us. You have seen all of the Best Picture nominees. Everyone's talking about this one specifically, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Do you think that's gonna win?
I'm not familiar with that movie. Is that up there? But yeah, of course. Luckily, this is the year that I didn't have to play any catch up with any of the Oscar Best Picture nominees. I saw them all before the nominations were announced, and then they came out, and it turned out that I'd seen them all. I was very, very pleased. Especially because Everything Everywhere All at Once was my favorite movie of the year at that point, and it still is. I think it's incredibly original. It's a fresh take on a lot of Oscar movies are very typical, right? You have the big epics, you got the big productions, you have the movie you know, stuff that really hard to relate to. Frankly, I want to go see, but it's kind of a genre. But then River All at Once is a really fresh take on the multiverse and possibilities and life, and it's just such an original breath of fresh air that it's really exciting.
Yeah, I see this one myself. I haven't seen all of them like you, and I can't go away. It's so inventive, it's so creative, it's so different, like you were saying. And it really has been kind of the bell of the award season.
Yeah, when the initial nominations were announced, you know, some of the sports books out there made odds, and you could tell there was going to be maybe a two-horse race or a three-horse race. Everything Everywhere All at Once has really surged ahead. They won the Producers Guild Award, which is a really strong indicator of the Oscars. The Producers Guild Award winner typically wins Best Picture. That's been the case recently, historically, and I expect it to be the case again this year.
Okay, let's talk about another one of these nominees for Best Picture. The Fabelmans, obviously, a lot of people are familiar with its director, Steven Spielberg. And talk to us about this film. Some are saying this is kind of just a snapshot, if you will, of Spielberg's life, his childhood.
Yeah, it's his most personal film. He himself has said, and everyone who's seen it has said. It is, you know, the characters in the proxy for him as a young boy and for his family. So he's very eccentric, he's around a lot, as does the Fabelmans, the titular Fabelmans movie. And it's a very good movie. It's a little tough to recommend for the average viewer. I mean, it's if you're a film lover, maybe you're going to want more out of it, but just you have a hard time recommending it maybe your parents if they see one movie a month, if that, or maybe the Fabelmans isn't high on the list of movies you're going to respond to. The one that's the most Oscar-y of the bunch is All Quiet on the Western Front. That's a real throwback movie. That's a movie that's a World War I war epic. It's very long. It's a foreign film. I think it's all in German, except for, of course, the people who speak other languages in the film. And it's really, really good. In other years, that would probably be a favorite to win. Certainly, if it came out in the 1980s, you'd probably have to chalk it up as one of the winners of the decade. But here we are in sort of a new era, and it's just going to end up being a very good movie.
Yeah, that's such an interesting kind of juxtaposition there when you talk about these critically acclaimed films, and some of them might not do as well at the box office compared with some of these, commercial juggernauts, like the new Top Gun film in the franchise. That's also one of the nominees, right?
Top Gun is nominated for Best Picture. I don't think it has a strong chance of winning, but the Academy this year really. So a few years ago, they went from the 5 Best Picture nominees to up to 10 for the nominees. Anywhere from 5 to 10. This year, they did the whole 10, and they really leaned into crowd-pleasing movies. I think they realized that more people tune into the Oscar ceremony when there's movies that they know, that they've seen, they like, and no movie in a long time has really struck a chord with the general average movie-going public like Top Gun Maverick. And it's a good movie. It's a really good movie. It probably won a number of Oscars, relatively so. It's quite an accomplishment. Rare that the sequel is so much better than the first one. And then they also nominated Elvis, and then nominated Avatar, the second Avatar movie. So really leaning heavily into movies that people know, people saw, and people like.
Yeah, and going back to some of those maybe more critically acclaimed films, but may not have been as popular at the box office. What about The Banshees of Inisherin? That's also very inventive, creative, but emotional as well.
Great movie. I enjoyed it very much. The same team that brought you In Bruges and a number of other films. Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a tough recommend because it's so slow and so quiet. No, I think it's a really good movie. I'm not trying to knock it. I'm only saying I don't know if it lands with the general. Like I said, your mom or your dad is going to see one movie a month, if that. I talk to people all the time, friends, who are like, oh, I haven't been to the movies in 6 months. You're missing out on some great movies, but at the same time, I feel them towards maybe the top guns of the world, which I know they'll enjoy, I know they'll respond to. Banshees of Inisherin, really good, really well done. Just slow, quiet, tough to them.
Yeah. Do you ever think the Academy will go back to 5 nominees for Best Picture? Some years ago, like you said, they went to 10. I don't know why they did that. Is that because maybe they couldn't decide that the more the merrier, so voters can choose from? Do you think they'll ever go back to 5?
No, never. I think they went to 10, up to 10, I should specify. I think they expanded the category because anytime a movie can say, hey, nominated for Best Picture, that movie's going to do a lot better at the box office. They're going to see a bump after the nominations and all throughout the award season. So even if it's just like, let's take Elvis, for example. I don't think there's a very strong chance of winning. But if you're browsing on a streaming service and you come across Elvis that's nominated for Best Picture, you're probably more likely to click on that and watch it, which is good for the movie, good for the industry, everyone wins. You could maybe argue about the sanctity of the awards, but I don't think that people care about that. If anything, I've heard there's been talk about adding a category for like fan favorite movie of the year, like your Top Gun or your Avatar, you know what I mean, like a blockbuster of the year. I don't know how you define that, and I don't think it'll happen. But I mean, the talks are happening where they want to get more eyeballs on the ceremony. They want to include more movies that people have seen in response to the black.
Brian, are the movies and the ceremony itself, are they inextricable? Because you've been watching the Academy Awards for a very long time. Viewership is down. Not many people, are tuning in. Are the movies front and center? Should they be paramount? And is the Academy just kind of filler in the background?
Good question. So if you look historically, let's say recent history, the Oscars have done the best, the ratings-wise. The Oscars have the best ratings years when there have been movies that have, like Titanic, the year that one, that was a great year for the ratings. When Lord of the Rings won, that was a great year for the ratings. Not coincidentally, these are huge blockbuster money makers that people saw and loved and responded to, and they tuned in because, I know that movie, I saw that movie, I love that movie. Obviously, the Oscars have gotten away from that a little bit over recent years. I think they're trying to get back to it. Now, they're trying to control so much, like the voters are going to vote who they want. Maybe it's not a Top Gun, maybe it's not an Avatar. The fact that movies are represented prominently, I think a good thing for the Academy, and I don't think that's going to be anytime soon.
Yeah, and I just want to briefly touch on the acting categories as well. And to your point, and I've been watching the award show for a number of years, and some of the actors and actresses who were nominated, not big names, some newcomers, some names you might not even know at all. That's something that stuck out to me this year.
Yeah, you're right, typically, especially with Best Actor and Best Actress, it's just heavyweights, right? Legends of the game, so to speak, people whose names we know, people who you could draw their face without having to look at a picture. And yeah, they're including Best Supporting Actor. The Supporting Actress, you're really incorporating some new faces and new names, or new to some viewers. It is interesting because the way the nominations work, at least in the acting category, the individual guilds, the State Actors Guild in this case, nominates they nominate the actors and actresses who have the awards. So I guess there could be some conspiracy theories out there. Like, they're just trying to get certain faces, certain whatever represented in the awards. But as far as I understand it, it's just the other actors and actresses nominating their own. And yeah, it's cool to see some new faces. And the cool thing is, you look back on the 10 years, maybe Brian Tyree Henry, who's up the Best Supporting Actor, is a household name. Maybe he makes that leap into the zeitgeist. So it's kind of a cool way to get these actors and actresses, these younger actors and actresses into the company.
Brian, just last question for you. What will you be watching for Sunday night? It's going to be pretty exciting.
Oh, what am I watching for? Typically, there's a few categories that maybe might have either two-horse races, like maybe Screenplay Award or Supporting Actress, specifically coming down to Jamie Lee Curtis, which is Kevin Connolly. How those awards break can often tell you how the Best Picture is going to go or how other races are going to go, because if people are tending towards one movie over another, that kind of can snowball a little bit. And aside from that, I'm not a big fan of Kim Elsevier. Metropolitan Discipline, Greg Jones, and some
Brian Bishop, we appreciate your insight into really the movie's biggest night of the year. We'll talk again. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you so much for that conversation. So we got a lot to look forward to for Oscars night. We're going to continue on with this team here on Live Now from Fox and take you right back out there as they discuss some of these nominations, potentially who might just win those winners tonight. So let's listen in here. We're having a conversation with my colleague. If you're a huge movie fan, if you're a huge Oscars fan as well, you're going to be watching all of the awards this weekend and this Sunday. You're going to want to watch our next segment here on David Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Let's bring into the conversation here some Oscars experts, should I say. Fox News' Oscars experts and predictor Tara Khan joining us from New York, and Fox Entertainment producer and reporter joining us from Los Angeles, Ashley DeVorkin. You guys, thanks so much for being with us. I know you've been watching the award season so closely. What we're going to do now is we're going to put up some of the major categories and the nominees, and then we're going to get your predictions. I know, like I said, you've been following this so closely. All right, let's start with this category. Nominees for actor in a supporting role. Ashley, we will start with you. Who do you got?
Oh, this one, thank you. I'm glad to take this one to start. This one I think we might both agree on. Ke Huy Quan, supporting everything, everywhere, all at once. He's been winning all awards season so far, and just these incredible acceptance speeches, and I think we can expect another one on Oscars night.
And Tara, Ke Huy Quan, he's been around Hollywood for a very long time. Is this his moment, do you think?
Of the juries, and we would have thought that Ke Huy Quan would win the Oscar before Harrison Ford, but he's been a favorite all season long. Won the Golden Globe Award, the Critics' Choice Award, the SAG Award. So I think the biggest mystery of this category on a Sunday night is how they pronounce his name. Do they get it right or not? But regardless of how they say it, it's the Quan name inside the envelope. I should be great on it.
Yeah, I mean, Tarek and Ashley, I think some of those names in that particular category would be unfamiliar to a lot of American movie viewers. Some newcomers as well, right?
Yes. Andrew, what are you talking? Barry Keoghan? Come on, that's a household name, right? I mean, what are you talking about? Brendan Gleeson? I mean, a little more name recognition, but you're right. There are some newcomers. Jeb Bush, of course, returning as an Oscar nominee 42 years later after his first nomination for Ordinary People. That's a great story. His one scene with Fableman's got him an Oscar nomination. So it is an interesting category, but again, Quan is the one who's going to take home the Oscar. So I think all the other contenders are pretty much prepared for that moment.
All right, let's move on to actress in a supporting role now. And Ashley, we'll start with you. We're going to put up those nominees on the screen. Who do you got for that?
Okay, I am going with Angela Bassett. I think Angela Bassett, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, for actress in a supporting role. I know that this one, we saw the SAG Awards, Jamie Lee Curtis won, but we go with Angela Bassett on Oscars night.
All right, Tarek, your turn for this one.
Oh, okay. Well, Ashley, great to see you, by the way, Ashley. And we're old friends, so I can say this to you, and you won't take it the wrong way, but you're going to go down on that one. I'm sorry. Angela Bassett, a great actress, wonderful performance in Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, but she's not going to win the Oscar. She won the Golden Globe and the Critics' Choice Awards, but she lost the BAFTAs, lost the SAG Awards. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, not at the Best Picture or any other major category. It's just not seen as an Oscar caliber performance. So the race really comes down to Jamie Lee Curtis in Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Kerry Condon in The Banshees of Inisherin. Condon won the BAFTA, then Curtis came back with the SAG Award, and my money is on Curtis. She's a beloved Hollywood veteran, gives a great scene performance in Everything Everywhere. She won the SAG Award, was not seen as a favorite, and gave a great acceptance speech right before voting began. So I think that Curtis is famous for being a scream queen, and she's going to scream like she's never screamed before on Sunday night. So that should be just a wonderful moment when Curtis wins the Oscar.
Okay, Tarek, Ashley, we love the friendly competition here. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about actor in a leading role now. I want to put up the nominees on the screen here. These are some pretty powerhouse names. Ashley, we'll start with you. Who do you got?
Okay, Brendan Fraser. Tariq knows his stuff. Every year, I'm going with Brendan Fraser for this one.
Okay, Tart, your turn for this. The Best Actor Oscar is so highly coveted. Who's getting it?
Okay, this is fascinating because Ashley did point to Fraser, terrific performance as well, just so remarkable, a great comeback story as well. He, of course, in the 1990s, a famous actor known for films like The Mummy and George of the Jungle, W to Your Right. Great performance. Also, want to watch out for Austin Butler and Elvis, remarkably transformed into the king of Elvis Presley. He looks, sounds, and sings like the king. A lot of fans are betting on him. However, I'm betting that there's a split between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser, and the Oscar goes to Colin Farrell. Banshees of Inisherin. This is a terrific dramatic performance. He is the most respected actor of those three, and the Banshees of Inisherin, a very powerful, potent Best Picture nominee for 9 Academy Awards. This is the best chance to get a major Oscar. Again, with Fraser and Butler splitting the vote, I think the girl can through. And a bit of the inside information, I've been speaking to Oscar votes the last few weeks. Somebody went to Butler or Fraser. The name I keep hearing is Colin Farrell. The last time that a big Best Actor jaw dropper was probably up the year 2002, when Adrian Brody went to the Canada and the judge about shit, and then they were some things in Europe. I think he puts the biggest Best Actor jaw dropper in almost 20 years, and when Colin Farrell wins, as it happens, you heard it here first. How's that?
Okay, let's keep it moving here. Actress in a supporting role, Ashley Tariq. Is it Michelle Yeoh? Is it Michelle's to lose?
Yes. I'll just say yes. I'm going Michelle, yes. Michelle Yeoh for Best Lead Actress. I think I cannot wait to hear her acceptance speech after this entire award season after this. I do think so. I know it's been mostly between her and Cate Blanchett, but I'm going to say Michelle Yeoh.
Okay, Todd, your input?
Okay. Well, right now, before Sunday, the score is Yeoh has 0 Oscars, Blanchett has 2, and on Sunday night, it'll be Yeoh 1 Oscar. She's catching up to Cate. Terrific performance and everything everywhere. She won the SAG Award, beating out Blanchett here. Momentum is on her side with everything everywhere, being the Best Picture favorite. So, as wonderful as Blanchett is, and she's really going to hit Oscar Sunday, not this year. It is Yeoh all the way. The Academy will say yes to Yeoh. How's that?
Okay, we will have to see. All right, before we get into really the marquee award of the night, Best Picture, a lot of people are also interested in directing that nominee as well. I want to put up the nominees here. We want to get your thoughts. Ashley, you first. Who do you think is going to take this statuette home tonight, or Sunday, right?
Yes, on Sunday. Well, I know we're waiting to say Best Picture, but I do believe it's going to be. Those are going to go hand in hand. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once directors, the Daniels, Daniel Kwan and Daniel Schreiber.
All right, Tarek, what do you got?
Yes, Ashley, great call. It's the Daniels all the way. Who would have thought they would beat out Steven Spielberg, one of the Steve Oscar favorite, but the film Everything Everywhere All at Once is such a massive directorial achievement. They pulled it off. They won the Director's Guild Award, won the Critics' Choice Award, and I think they're unstoppable at this point.
Okay, that leads us to the Best Picture category as well. You've already kind of indicated it, both of you. It seems like that is the clear front runner, Everything Everywhere All at Once. And full disclosure, this is one of the nominees I have seen. I absolutely loved it.
Yes, I think Everything Everywhere All at Once for sure. I will say I absolutely loved it. Also, Banshees of Inisherin, as we were talking about it before, I want to also say that was one of my favorites of this past year. I do think Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think maybe Tariq, we agree?
Yes, Ashley, I second that. Everything Everywhere, it has 11 nominations, leads on others, and more importantly, it won the 4 big Guild Awards: Producers Guild, Directors Guild, Writers Guild, Screen Actors Guild, and any film that has won those 4 Oscars has almost always won the Best Picture Award, so I think everything is pretty much unstoppable. I've joked that the film seems on the concept of a multiverse, that there are an infinite number of universes, and I dare say that Everything Everywhere All at Once wins the Oscar for Best Picture in every single one of those universes, so it's unstoppable.
Okay, that's going to do it for some of those categories. Just want to get your thoughts on those. Let's talk about the ceremony overall. Ashley, you've been covering the red carpets all awards season. We all know what happened at last year's ceremony with the slap heard around the world. How much do you think that's going to be a part of this year's ceremony? Do you think people are going to be talking about it? Is it going to be in the background?
I don't think as much a part of the show as some people might expect. I think that Jimmy Kimmel, who is hosting for the third time, he will address it. I think he'll do it in the monologue, maybe briefly, and then move on. I don't think this year is going to be about last year. If you remember, there were so many award shows directly following the Oscars, and it came up in other award shows all throughout last year, and we've been talking about it so much. So I think at the Oscars, yes, Jimmy Kimmel will mention it in some way, and then I think they'll move on with the show.
Tarek, that was obviously went down in Oscars history. It was somewhat reminiscent of that other major moment when Faye Dunaway and Warren Beatty pulled the wrong name for Best Picture. Do you think we're going to expect anything historic like that on Sunday night, or should it be a pretty mild-mannered show?
You know, it's funny. Well, I think that Ashley hit the nail on the head. That Kimmel will acknowledge it in the monologue, make some jokes about it, and then move on. But I can see it walking out and saying, welcome to the Oscars. What could possibly go wrong? And I think that after last was this happened. And of course, the famous envelope fiasco from 6 years ago. I think it will be a smooth sailing. I think that everyone has moved on from last year's show. And again, after a brief joke, they'll focus on celebrating the films of 2022. It was a great year for films. Big pictures like Top Gun Maverick, Avatar: The Way of Water, Elvis. So, they'll acknowledge last year for the move on, and hopefully it'll be a great show. Better than last year, and much shorter as well. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and just last question, because everyone's going to be watching for some of these highlights. I want to get that to you as well. What are you guys going to be watching for? To me, this whole award season, what has struck out is it seems like these nominee classes are just having like the best time of their lives. They're having a ball. You see them pictured all the time together. Ashley, what are you going to be watching for?
Yes, I love the support amongst the actors. We mentioned before Jamie Lee Curtis when she was giving her acceptance speech at the SAG Awards and was talking about Michelle Yeoh. And I want to see them celebrating each other. I love that so much. And I'm also going to be looking for these great performances that are in store. We've got Rihanna, from all of the Best Original Song nominees for the most part. I know Lady Gaga is not performing, but for the most part, we have a lot of big musical performances to look forward to. So I want to see that. And I'm also looking for any of these surprises because I feel like by this point, every season, we can almost predict every category. Yeah. I know we've made our predictions, and I feel pretty confident about mine. But I want to see if there's any surprises there this year, because I think there might be.
All right, Tarek, final thoughts.
Well, again, big surprise. Colin Farrell, Best Actor, that happens. But again, see whether it's Angela Bassett or Jamie Lee Curtis are predicting giving speech. Think about it. I mean, Jamie Lee Curtis, a Hollywood icon, 64 years old, the first nomination, are they going to go on stage to accept an Oscar? Or Angela Bassett? If it does happen, I don't think it will, but if it does, 29 years later, after, what's that going to do with it? Accepting an Oscar, that'll be a great speech. Keegan Kwan should give us a great speech. Michelle Yeoh, when she wins, becoming the first Asian woman to accept the Best Actress in Oscar, probably the second non-white woman to win the Oscar. I think that'd be a great heartfelt speech for us. So, a lot of great emotional moments. This year, I think we'll remember for many years to come.
Okay, Tarek Khan there in New York, Ashley DeVorkin in Los Angeles. That was a very fun Oscars predictor panel, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Thank you again to my colleagues in Japan, there, as well as Ashley, in the breaking down of the Oscars that are coming up in just a little bit. I'll be back here on the live now. Bob, we appreciate you joining us. We're going to take a break.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to give you some breaking news right now that we're getting from the U.S. and Mexico border. This a tweet from Fox News correspondent Malaysian at the border as it continues to cover. And you can see our contact in Juarez, Mexico, just across the border there in El Paso. Tells us a massive group of at least 1,000 migrants just attempted to rush a port of entry in El Paso in an effort to get into the United States. Video shows them pushing past the Mexican side of Paso Del Norte, which awaiting a comment then there for border control. Bringing something that will continue to watch here on Live Now for Fox. A lot of open tensions normally at the U.S.-Mexico border. We've seen from the Biden visit, but also a lot of Republican support along the border asking for better immigration enforcement and whatnot there. So we're following that very closely here on Live Now for Fox. I also want to put up just with this picture, we're getting from the border. You can see a live picture right now of a group of migrants there served at the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso. You can kind of see the standout there. Police on one side and migrants and other people on the other side. Again, this is a webcam there from El Paso, Texas. El Paso on the U.S. side, Juarez, Mexico on the other side. So certainly right now some tense moments at the border between the United States and Mexico. We'll keep you up to date on everything that's going on right there out of this border and this situation that we're following you on this Sunday here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, and we're continuing to follow all those big headlines, including the weather system that continues to move through California, atmospheric weather and whatnot. I want to take you out to our Fox weather team as they were breaking down a new alert that was coming down out of central to northern California. Let's listen in here to Fox weather.
Something does break through that creates an added thing you want to avoid just from the broken glass. So you really want to stay away from any windows as well. If you have to get creative, you absolutely can do that. If you don't have maybe an interior bathroom, try a laundry room, a crawl space, under the staircase, maybe even a large pantry. Any of those could work. I just really want you to get to the most interior room of your house, and you really need to make sure you're staying away from any of those windows. So here we are. I'm going to zoom in really closely just to show you this. Here's Dos Pelosi, and then El Nido. El Nido, you're going to get this. Let's see. It's moving to the east rather slowly. Unfortunately, not really what we like to see here when it comes to this. El Nido around 347, Lingard around 409. Although Lingard, you're outside of this tornado warning, still make sure you're staying very weather aware at that time. That's right around 409 local time. Again, just to recap for the people who are tuning in here, National Weather Service employees said they did see a funnel cloud from this. As of right now, we don't have any confirmation that there is a tornado happening. However, just because we don't have that confirmation, that doesn't mean you don't need to be getting into your tornado safe spot. I really want you to get there as quickly as possible. This is for Merced County, and this tornado warning goes until about 3:30 in the afternoon, so 3:30 p.m. So that gives you right around 18 minutes more that you need to be staying in your tornado safe spot. That's not a long time. I know it's the middle of the work day if you work on Saturdays. A lot of you are probably going to be at home with your family. So if you're at work, get your coworkers. If you're at home, get your children, get your pets, get to that tornado safe spot, and get to the lowest part of your home. If you live in an apartment building, that being said, on a multi-floor apartment building, you want to get onto the first floor of your building. I do not want you staying in your apartment if you live in a high-rise or anything like that. Even if it's just the second or third floor, that's not a space you want to be in during a tornado warning. So just to give a little bit of idea of where we are, you can see San Jose is well off to the northwest. San Francisco is well off to the northwest as well. And we are between about I-5 and what is this? It's like Turlock, Livingston. We're just to the south of this as well. Just so you have an idea of what we're talking about here.
This is a very isolated storm, as you can see. Yes, we do have some light rain showers all along the San Francisco area, San Jose area, Santa Cruz, Salinas, Soledad as well. This is a very isolated storm. This is the only tornado warning we have at this time, even though we actually have a greater tornado risk as we head into the southeastern United States. So
this is just needed to Fox Weather there. Don't forget to download the app, open the camera, and scan that QR code on your screen. You can obviously download that for free. Go to foxweather.com for more information on that. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us in our Fox Weather team as they continue their coverage from all around the country, most notably right now in California, as they're dealing with some severe weather, both atmospheric weather. I know we talked quite a bit about that over the last few months as they continue to deal with flooding in different parts of an update from Monterey County as well. I want to put up the XRAD weather monitor from our system right now here on Live Now from Fox. You can see just more storm through Northern California, San Francisco, San Jose, Stockton, Sacramento, the capital there of California. So certainly something to keep an eye on as well. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. I want to give you an update on a major story that we're following late last week and moving into this next week as Silicon Valley Bank is closing their doors, certainly causing some headaches for investors and people in the tech industry that had their money within Silicon Valley Bank. For more on this, we go out to Fox's Nick Ford in New York.
A quiet night here in New York City after a hectic end to the week for customers at the Silicon Valley Bank here at the Long Branch in New York City. Investors showed up yesterday trying to withdraw their funds, but not only were they turned away, the cops were called on them. So now they wait until Monday when the bank's 17 branches will reopen and insured depositors can receive up to $250,000. But a lot of the customers of this bank were corporations with a lot more than $250,000 invested. Take a look at this video. This bank is closely tied to the tech industry. A lot of startups are relying on this bank, and now a lot of those startups will have a hard time making payroll come next week. The bank's collapse comes after the shocking announcement of a $1.8 billion loss. It crumbled after being forced to sell bonds at a massive loss. Now CEOs who relied on the bank are in crisis mode.
We will get access to the $250,000 on Monday. But after that, trying to get access to the remaining capital is going to take months. So the reality is we can't operate a business without accessing the capital. So our options are basically go buy debt until we
customers will get up to $250,000 on Monday, and uninsured depositors will receive an advance dividend within the next week. After that, future dividends will be paid from the sale of whatever assets remain in the bank. We spoke with the CEO of a financial services company here in New York City who's trying to raise capital this weekend to save those tech startups that are now on life support.
The goal is to advance this money exclusively to these companies with like a fixed payroll until the FDIC starts releasing the deposits of insured and uninsured.
The collapse triggered the largest bank run in U.S. history. On Thursday, customers of the bank withdrew $42 billion or over $1 million every single second for 10 hours. In New York, Nate Floyd, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest update. Of course, we will be watching this week as they will react to the President Biden administration will react to the Biden Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. In detail that they do not plan to bail out Silicon Valley Bank there. So that's something we're going to watch here on Live Now. But let's continue covering all the major stories here on Live Now and go right back out to the White House. The White House press briefing earlier this week with Kareem Jean-Pierre.
And Cabinet, CEA Chair Cecilia Rouse and OMB Director Shalonda Young. They need no introduction and have joined us in the briefing room before. And so I'm going to keep it short, but a couple of things I do want to say at the top about the two of them. Chair Rouse has led the Council of Advisors for 2 years as of Sunday. This is her third tour of duty at the White House, and she previously served as Dean of the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. She is also the first Black woman to be CEA Chair. Director Young has similarly led the Office of Management and Budget for almost 2 years. She previously served as the Clerk and Staff Director for the House Appropriations Committee and knows the Hill and Appropriations as well as anyone, maybe better than most. Shalonda is the first Black woman to be OMB Director. You may be sensing a theme here. Stick with me for a second. But I do want to take a moment to note the historic nature of the moment that you see in front of you right now. All three of us are historic first in our roles. The first Black woman to serve as CEA Chair, OMB Director, White House Press Secretary, the first Black woman right in front of you for all of those three important key roles in the administration. Now, that did not happen by accident. It is thanks to this President Biden's leadership and commitment to building an administration full of the best and the brightest. And I am so proud to be standing with two of the best and the brightest in this administration. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Young and also Chair Rouse.
Well, thank you. How do you call that? Just to pile on just a little, I have to thank CT Rouse. It's probably our last time we're going to do this road show together. And if you've ever talked to Dr. Rouse, you know that she's an economist extraordinaire, which you may not know is that to many of us, she is a colleague that will be hard to replace. And I will miss our working relationship, and I'm embarrassing her because I did not tell her I would do this. But I think when you've been observant, you have, if your kids don't see you a lot, it's worth taking a minute just to say thank you. And I know the President will have much more to say later, but I, as a colleague, just want to say thank you for your friendship. And just in case you all didn't see, the President rolled out his budget, his third one, yesterday, and it's built around 4 key values. First, giving families more breathing room. What does that mean? We're talking about lowering prescription drug costs, lowering healthcare costs, lowering housing costs, lowering college costs, and lowering child care costs. And if you have a child in daycare anywhere around here, you understand why families need that breathing room. Second, the budget protects and strengthens Medicare and Social Security, all while some congressional Republicans have threatened to cut them. The President has been crystal clear. These are more than programs. They are promises to American seniors. That's why the budget extends the life of Medicare Trust Fund by at least 25 years and rejects any effort to cut Social Security benefits. That is off the table, full stop. Third, this budget invests in America.
boosting American manufacturing, making our communities safer, strengthening our national security, cutting taxes for working families, and much more. That's the way you grow an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And fourth, this budget reduces the deficit. Remember, this is not new to this president. He cut the deficit by $1.7 trillion his first 2 years in office. And the Inflation Reduction Act will reduce the deficit by hundreds of billions more. This year's budget will reduce the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years by asking the wealthy and big corporations to begin to pay their fair share and by cutting wasteful spending on special interests. That includes by reforming our tax code to ensure no billionaire pays a lower tax rate than a teacher and a firefighter in this country. That's a clear contrast with congressional Republicans. Look, they talk a lot about cutting deficits, but let's get a few things straight today. Under the previous administration, they passed a $2 trillion unpaid for tax cut that was skewed to the wealthy and big corporations that absolutely exploded the deficit. And over the past few months, they pitched plans that would add an additional $3 trillion to the deficit over 10 years. Now this morning, we get another proposal from the House Freedom Caucus. Let's talk about what it says about what they value. This is a plan that has devastating consequences for our national security, cut the legs out from the middle class, endanger community safety, hurt our seniors, and cost manufacturing jobs. And here is the kicker. For all the talks of deficit reduction and fiscal responsibility, this would reduce the deficit by $0, not a single penny. Also, tax cuts for the super wealthy can stay in place. So the contrast here is pretty simple. The president has laid out a detailed budget that will lower costs for families, protect Medicare and Social Security, and invest in America while reducing the deficit. And the very next day, congressional Republicans come out with a plan that would sell the middle class out in order to protect tax breaks for special interests and the super wealthy, while doing absolutely nothing to reduce the deficit. That's a debate we are eager to have. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. So I want to use my opportunity to talk about the President's fiscal year 2024 budget that was released yesterday. So I spent a little bit more time with the new job data that came earlier this morning and we'll look at it. So first I'll start with the budget. This budget builds on the solid economic gains of the first 2 years of this administration. The challenges faced by the American economy during the last years have been extraordinary. The dual human tragedies of COVID-19 and Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine continue to reverberate through every facet of our country. Nevertheless, the U.S. economy has remained resilient. The United States ended 2022 with an economy that was 5% bigger in real terms than it was just before the pandemic, the strongest 3-year performance of any G7 economy. Further, this morning we learned that the employment rose by 311,000 jobs in February, and that the labor force participation rate among private Americans rose 0.4 percentage points in January. It has not been as high since 2008. At the same time, we know that inflation remains too high. However, even there, we see signs of easing, as annual inflation, as measured by the CPI, has fallen for 7 months in a row. We'll receive updated data on that on Tuesday. Taken together, these data are consistent with a robust recovery, one that has put us in a solid position to continue on a path forward towards sustainable growth that is more broadly shared. So the President's 2024 budget builds on this growth in 2 very important ways. First, this budget is fiscally responsible, as Director Young just outlined. Second, the budget takes steps to further support our workforce and invest in human capital with policies such as paid leave and childcare that both increase our economic capacity and help to make it easier for workers to actually go to work and balance their responsibilities. So finally, a word about our budget forecast. So we finalized our forecast last November. Since then, data has become available, including today, and some of those data from 2022 and even earlier have been revised for technical reasons. So with every new release and revision of technical data, we've learned something new about the economy and have also revised our view of it. We've continued to learn a lot about just how conventional, unconventional this recovery has been. So I think that if you told most conventional macroeconomists last June that we were about to get 7 straight months of annual inflation reduction, they would have told us that the unemployment rate would have to rise over that time. Instead, we've seen that the unemployment rate in February was the same as it was last June. And the labor force participation rate is 0.3 percentage points higher. I mention this to underscore that we are in unprecedented times. And if we were producing our Troika forecast today, we incorporate new data and information from the past few months. As I've emphasized repeatedly, we're confident we'll get back to steady and stable growth. However, the road there will continue to be a bumpy one. But let me end where I began. The strength of our recovery has put us on solid ground to weather economic shocks. And the President's 2024 budget presents a fiscally fair and responsible approach to continue the progress we've made so far, to invest in America and meet our future challenges. Thank you.
Listening there as they were speaking at the podium at the White House earlier on this week during Black Friday this evening. As we're following all these top headlines here live now from Fox, we want to bring you some breaking news that we're following right now as we're seeing now a statement from the Treasury Department and also the Fed Reserve on the recent Silicon Valley Bank issue that's going on, and we are putting up history right now just to showcase what we're looking at here on live and now from the Fox. We're going to put history pull it up real quick just so you can see on this statement that's taking place here. And I'll read it out so you don't have to read it because it's pretty small. It says the following statement was issued by the Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, Federal Reserve Board Jerome Powell, and the FDIC Chairman Martin Bloomberg. Today we're taking decisive action to protect the U.S. economy by strengthening public confidence in our banking system. This step will ensure the U.S. banking system continues to perform its vital roles of protecting deposits and providing access to credit to households and businesses in a manner that promotes strong and sustainable economic growth. After receiving a recommendation from the boards of the FDIC and the Federal Reserve and consulting with the President, Secretary Yellen approved actions enabling the FDIC to complete its resolution of Silicon Valley Bank in Santa Clara, California, in a manner that fully protects all depositors. Depositors will have access to all of their money starting on Monday, March 13th. No losses associated with the resolution of Silicon Valley Bank will be borne by the taxpayer. We're also announcing a similar systemic risk exemption for Signature Bank in New York, which was closed today by its state's chartering authority. All depositors of this institution will be made whole, as with the resolution of Silicon Valley Bank. No losses will be borne by the taxpayer. Shareholders and certain unsecured debt holders will not be affected. Senior management has also been awarded any losses to the deposit insurance fund to support uninsured depositors will be recovered by a special assessment on banks as required by law. So that's certainly some big news in relation to the Silicon Valley Bank of being closed its door. So certainly a big news that we're following here on live now for Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break.
Welcome back into Live now for Fox. I am Matt. Let's get right back into that White House press briefing as we just have great news about Silicon Valley Bank and the statement from the Department of Treasury and Janet Yellen in consultation with the President, President Biden. Let's listen back into the White House press briefing earlier this week here on Live now.
So the most important thing that I will say here is that our Secretary, the Treasury Secretary Yellen, is closely tracking the developments with the Silicon Valley Bank. What I will emphasize as well is that our banking system is in a fundamentally different place than it was, a decade ago, and that the reforms that were put into place back then really provide the kind of resilience that we'd like to see. So we have every faith in our regulators, and you can see that today, but Secretary Yellen is closely tracking.
One more on that same topic. The government obviously insures up to $250,000, but this bank served a lot of tech companies that had a lot more money stored with them. So how concerned were you that we could see a ripple effect throughout this sector?
So two things. One, I'll refer you to the FDIC for how they intend to handle, they're insured up to $250,000, how they handle those balances above that. And the second, I just want to reemphasize that we are in a fundamentally different position. That with the reforms of the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008, we put in place stress tests and other tools that our regulators have to provide more resilience to our banking system. So, Secretary Yellen is watching this closely. Our regulators, with every faith that they will be as well.
One for each, if you don't mind. First, just follow on those questions. I think the way is different in the way for 2000. Started that's been put in place in that bank is industry risk is a right now that perhaps banks have been dealing with for a very long time. It's comfortable that the banking industry writ large is get cognizant of the risk and prepared for it in a different way than the SUV was.
So what I would say is that our banking system understands these kinds of heightened risks, and that I have full faith and confidence in our regulators. Secretary Yellen has been in conversation with our regulators, with the Federal Reserve, with the Office of the Comptroller, so that they can be monitoring the situation. And they are very acutely aware of these risks, more than we are, and we have full faith and confidence that they will be tracking to have better tools than we had in 2008, and the banking sector has more resilience.
George, you mentioned the House Freedom Caucus proposal. I know you guys were able to reach a deal first in December. If this is a baseline the House Republicans, which have control of the chamber, are working off of, where do you see overlap here? And I'm not talking necessarily about that, I'm talking about the overall fiscal negotiations that need to happen.
And that's a good question. The first step is, this is why we do budgets. This is why we put it in black and white so the American people can look at what the president values, what Congress values, and we owe it to them to lay that out clearly. And that's why this president's been actually pretty strong about show us your plan. And it's not just a talking point. This is why we have a budget process, because it is important that people see what you mean. Is it easy to say spending cuts? What does that mean? Well, at least some Republicans have told us what that means. Before today, we've heard defense is off the table. This says defense is on the table. So I think they have to figure out if this is the plan for all of them, is this a few members? We don't know. That's why the House budget process, they have to come out with a plan. They have to show if this is a plan that the majority of their conference can stand behind. Because right now, the plan we have in front of us, by some of them, will cut critical programs. When we talk about non-defense spending, education, public education, Title I, IDEA, bipartisan programs, transportation, housing vouchers, where people are supposed to live, the housing supply crunch, our national defense while we're supporting Ukraine, while we're supposed to be countering China. Those are real key stark differences. And so I think we're at the point of the program where we both have to lay those out and make the case to the American people, and that's what we're doing. And the rubber meets the road in the appropriations process. And we'll see if they can pass those bills that live by the outline that the Freedom Caucus has put out today. It'll be interesting to see. So the deal is, this president will not accept benefit cuts. You talk to someone like my 94 and past, your grandmother in South Louisiana. You call and tell her, because I'm not, that some people in D.C., after she had spent 40 or 50 years working in this country, that some people want to cut benefits that she has paid into an earned pay. Whole life. The conversation and his budget is not on his watch. So in contrast, I would say in contrast, we have people who want to cut it, and we think the existential crisis for Social Security is making sure that our American consumers know this president is going to stand behind them. It seems like a good opportunity to cut the government to make a proposal and compromise. Doesn't seem to be well, you're saying that the debate is from cutting those benefits and moving forward. We're trying to protect the benefits that are there now. I wish we were at the point of the debate where we could sit down and come up with proposals to extend. Unfortunately, it is clear that some people want to go backwards. We are saying this president, which he has said over and over, will not accept benefit cuts in the Social Security program. So we're assuming all players are starting from the same place. They're not. And so this president has been very clear. His position is we will protect Social Security. The Freedom Caucus who have something different than what other people are saying. What we said is one thing is said, Tuesday another thing is said. We'll know if that is an ironclad commitment. We hope it is. Until we see a plan, excuse us for wanting to see it in black and white and see that it's supported by the majority of the conference.
Just following up on that, in the budget, you did spend a lot of time talking about the proposals for Medicare, especially concern about Medicare solvency, and claiming that the proposals you're making will extend Medicare for 25 years. So why no proposal for extending Social Security solvency, which is almost done? So, that's what we have Medicare. You're right, we do have a proposal that would extend the life by at least 25 years. And we hope our friends on the Hill will take us up on those proposals. And as we've been very clear in the president has, we believe the greatest existential threat to Social Security today is those who want to cut it. So our position, his position is that is not on the table, not on his watch, and that's what this budget says. So extending Social Security, likely that people like your grandmother will be able to get their full benefits 10, 15, 20 years from now.
I wish she was with us that long, I really do. So what this president will do is make sure he is the backstop and will stop attack on the program so people can want to check it. So the budget writ large, this is the start of the conversation. This is so budget, this is the president's job. His job is, and Congress tells all presidents, send us a budget. You show us what you would do, what you value. This president has done that. Now, if we push this, put forward proposals that extend Medicare, and we're working with anyone who wants to work with them to do that. But the net income tax is always supposed to go to Medicare. We're correcting something that should have happened a long time ago. We're asking those making over $400,000 to pay more. We are to extend, and that has to do with benefits. It not only extends the trust fund money, it helps us reduce the deficit. So we think it's a good proposal. We hope you can take it up on it. I'm really trying to explain to you what to do is hypotheticals of this time. I see where he gets oneself in trouble, and I've been in a lot of funding debates over here that run differently every year. But guess what? They happen every year. So I know there was a lot more running around it than a new House majority, but we just worked together and beyond, and most critics thought we could not find a time that a bipartisan basis would be separate. All day we talk Democrats and Republicans every year. That is the only way we got the extended stuff. So then happens every year, and we expect it to happen this year.
and this is why we have the FDIC and our safeguards and checks on the system. And what I would say to them is that our Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary Yellen, the bank regulators, those who provide the guardrails and the system are closely watching and are prepared to use the tools that they need. The FDIC is got to work with people, and that's what they're doing, protecting the deposits of those up to 250,000, and then they have a way to unwind the rest. So I will refer you to the FDIC, I will refer you to Treasury that is monitoring the development of the system, but what I will tell you is our banking system is far more resilient than it was in 2008 and going a lot. We've got better tools specifically so that we can protect the important investment
I want to
our banking system is fundamentally because of the change that we put in place in 2001. For example, they have to hold more capital. They have to go stress test. So we know that we have to build more resilience into our banking system, which allows us to withstand these kinds of shocks. So I do have faith that we have the tools for this sector and for our regulators to be able to approach. But this is what we know today, but we do know that our banking system is in a fundamentally different place. Again, we put in guardrails, and our regulators have much more visibility into the banking sector than they did a decade
the Secretary of Homeland Security to let me know, let them know when he needed it. And that's why we're putting forth a robust request in fiscal year 24. You're right, in December, the President told Congress, more than I was asked of you months before, Congress gave us about half of what you asked for. So we have to ask, if we're all concerned about border security, are you going to resource the men and women at the border to do their job? So we did not do everything we asked for in December. We're going to try again with this budget. We're asking for about $880 million more from CBP. We're asking for $4.7 billion in a contingency fund and now in migration patterns change. So we're going to trigger the impact to a certain level. We'll access more money. We think that's a responsible way to fund this. So we're going to ask for the resources we need, and we continue to assess, and we will let Congress know like we did last year if that situation changes.
So I'm not sure the other thing that the job report so the job ranges in the job report is up 4.6%. The 6.4%. It's the inflation is almost wages for about a year and a half. Longer term Americans expect that to reverse what leads to that.
So we did see that on normal basis, we saw some normal wages lower than what we expect. We don't have a CPI report for this month, but there's no in January. But I will highlight that real wages in January were higher than they were 7 months ago. So we understand that inflation has come down. It's why the President's highest priority. We just got the blue chip forecast. We just released today the blue chip forecasters. They're expecting inflation to be about 3.2% at the end of this year. We know that is why it's so important for the Federal Reserve to have the independence. It is why the President is focused on lowering costs in his budget through that Inflation Reduction Act for Americans when it comes to health care, when it comes to child care, when it comes to higher education. But we are expecting to see this economy the labor market is robust. We're expecting to see inflation ease over the year. There may be bumps along the way, however. We know we can't focus on any one month, but that is what forecasters expect.
And on manufacturing, you also support that, Josh, the focus on manufacturing. What happened?
again, so yes, we have 1 month, we don't want to focus on any 1 month. And if we look at what the manufacturing was overall, they're higher today than they were almost 2 years ago. We've seen more manufacturing growth in the last 2 years than we have in previous manufacturing. Yes, again, I want to emphasize it's really important not to over-focus on any 1 month of data. But if we go back to the president's policies, if we look at the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, those are leading the Inflation Reduction Act in terms of the investments in the green energy transition. All of those are going to bring the kind of manufacturing jobs that we know are so important to both rebuilding the infrastructure in the country, which is very important for building our economic growth, building our economic capacity, and we're also the kind of manufacturing jobs which are so important for a lot of American workers, especially those without college degrees.
Okay. Thank you. I have 2 questions for Director Young. $42 billion that you mentioned increase from inflation is at 6% revenue. So how does that
So remember, it matters what we spend the resources on. This defense budget is built on the national defense strategy. As you can imagine, we tend to get from Congress a lot of things that this administration did not prioritize. So frankly, we have room in the base in which to prioritize to make sure we're taking care of the highest priority items for our national defense. So that is the basic answer. It is about look under the hood. We believe we have the resources as I mentioned to counter China in defense and State Department and USA. And it's the right level for doing the right thing. We don't say, I know people like to compare percentages from military and defense. It's about what the right level is to achieve what we're trying to achieve. So we worked in lockstep with the Department of Defense to make sure we were funding the top priorities around the globe.
And then you guys have today,
bipartisanship in order to deal with the long-term issues here. And right now, unfortunately, the debate is centered around the current benefits of the program. We have some, maybe it's not the case when we'll see when the budget comes out, but we have some who said they want to cut Social Security. That is why this president in his budget was very clear that he is not going to allow that to happen on his watch. And that's full stop. But absolutely, if people accept that as a reality and talk about further proposals, we're happy to engage in that. What I would say is that Secretary Young is particularly she's the first in the country, is Secretary Powell, with the FDIC, with the application for the FDIC. And so they are affecting the situation, they understand the importance of stability within the financial sector. That is what their job is, and they have the tools that they need to ensure that we maintain stability in the financial sector. Budget, what percentage of regions is the intent to replace and how does each land So, thank you for that. When we talk about the president reducing the deficit by $1 trillion, it assumes the investments in the believe, and assume your investment is child here, we believe that when we reform the tax code and ask the wealthiest in this country, the large corporations, to pay what most of the farmers pay in this country, that we can do things like trade baby. So those programs are already baked in. So our deficit projections, when we say 3 trillion, it assumes that we have paid for 12 trade policy. So we think we can do those investments fiscally responsible by ensuring that we are fair to the tax code. We are happy to talk about how to mix and match tax proposals and spending proposals. I think the important thing to know is in the budget we've laid out several revenue sources, several tax policies, and absolutely, if some of the proposals get mixed and matched with certain things, we're open to that. I think the key thing to leave here with is we put a suite of proposals forward that have enough revenue, more than enough to pay the and the other proposals that the president has put forward. This president, rather than talk about fiscal responsibility, actually put forward budgets that said we should pay for what we spend. And as a matter of fact, we should pay for what we spend and reduce the deficit at the same time. So, what I would say is this jobs report, right, that's what I'm doing. This jobs report reflects that we have an economy and president respects the independence of the Fed, and we are mandated, so we're doing mandated from a price So, the economic surveys that they are focused on those 2 goals. What I would say is that the resilience that we see in this labor market defies expectations of traditional macroeconomics. And so we are doing not so long that we have to see, the spike in unemployment and bring down inflation. As I mentioned before, I don't think any macroeconomists would have expected we would have seen an easing over the past 7 months that we've seen without seeing some of this in the labor market. So we fully expect that we know there's growth along the way, but we fully expect that we will see a transition to an economy that is more stable and where there's more sustainable growth. And our forecast, the forecast of private forecasters suggest that inflation should go down meaningfully over the course of this year, and we will expect to get back to a more stable situation. So what I would say is that we see an economy that is above inflation, and we still see, but we also understand that inflation is too high. So the Federal Reserve has to take the actions that need to take, so we have the confidence that they will do that while also trying to achieve that soft discipline. We suggest that they will try to maintain momentum in the labor market, in particular, but in the economy, while they The president has supported proposals about the state of Social Security. They have wanted to look at these proposals. I remind everyone it's the fiscal year 24 budget. It is 1 year. That does not mean that any policy that the president and the candidate supports will be reflected in 1 budget year. And he absolutely has supported policies like the state of Social Security. Right now, unfortunately, we believe that the thing we have to protect against most is those who want to cut it. So you're right, this is about a contrast. And we're sorry for the folks that having to protect Social Security. Also, that is what is reflected here. Peter, this is why we have $1.6 billion to go after fraud. mostly unemployment insurance renewal. You probably heard the White House talk about this proposal. It ensures you heard the president have that making sure IG stay on the beat. There's a difference from the last administration who found some of our ideas and they go after wasteful spending and are very helpful going out to ask in Congress what wasteful spending is. That is why you see that proposal to make sure that we go after fraud and waste in government programs and after crime syndicates who are using programs that should be there for the new Americans. We would not have a $1.6 billion proposal to go after fraud and waste and crime syndicates if we didn't think that there was so much fraud and cops on the beat like the IG. So I did not say that. I said we have a proposal in which to go after. Are going to Olympic Board are going to be headed to Canada on March 23rd to the 24th. And so President Biden will reaffirm the United States commitment to the U.S.-Canada partnership and promote a shared security, shared prosperity, and shared values. Along with President Biden will Prime Minister Trudeau, they'll discuss a wide range of topics, including defense collaboration, strengthening our supply chain resilience, our efforts to combat climate changes, as well as regional and global challenges like supporting Ukraine, addressing irregular migration, and combating a synthetic opioid crisis. While there, President Biden will also address the Canadian Parliament, and as you all know, we will have one to share as we get closer to the topic. One thing that I wanted to share, I was speaking to this afternoon, is basically what we have seen this past couple of weeks. So I just want to take a step back a moment and really call out the shameful, hateful, and dangerous attacks that we have been seeing on the LGBTQI community, as we've seen this week, as I said, and also last week. Look, it started with a speaker at a conservative conference calling for the eradication of transgender people, language that not a single national Republican leader has condemned. In Iowa and Tennessee, Republicans are now calling for legislation to attack gay marriage and protections for same-sex couples. In Florida, just Florida alone, Republicans introduced 20 bills on a single day to roll back the rights of LGBTQ community.
one of those bills would give the state the right to remove kids from their parents just because that kid is transgender. And just think about that. Just think about a kid who's sitting at home in this community who's listening and hearing elected officials talking about how they want to take away their rights or how they want to even threaten their parents with felony charges for seeking health care for their children. These kids are sitting at home having to listen to people who are supposed to protect them and their freedom, saying these horrific, ugly, despicable things. So far this year, we have seen more than 450 anti-LGBTQ bills introduced at the state level, you've heard me say that before, amounting to a record number of anti-LGBTQ bills in our country's history. Guys, today is day 70. It is day 70 of 2023. The same leaders that tout freedom apparently don't extend their love for freedom if they disagree with who you are, who you love, or how you parent. It's government overreach at its worst, taking away rights from the vulnerable, all to distract from a deeply unpopular agenda that caters to the ultra-rich. And the president has made clear time and time again, we've heard him say this not just as president, but also as vice president, also as a senator, the United States. He believes that everyone in this country should live with the safety and dignity. With the safety and dignity. There is no asterisk over the word freedom in this country. We will not hesitate to call out this behavior. If I have to do this, if we have to do this, if the president has to do this every week, we will. And I'll just say what the president has said over and over again when it comes to LGBTQ plus community, when it comes to vulnerable communities across the country that are constantly being attacked. We have their back. The president has their back, and that will continue. So now the week ahead, this evening the president will travel to Wilmington, Delaware. On Sunday, the president will return to the White House. On Monday, the president will travel to San Diego, California, to meet with Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia and Prime Minister Sunak of the United Kingdom and discuss the Australia, United Kingdom, United States partnership, also known as AUKUS. The president will also participate in bilateral meetings with Prime Minister Sunak and also Prime Minister Albanese. On Tuesday, the president will travel to Monterey Park, California. The president will discuss his efforts to reduce gun violence. Then the president will travel to Las Vegas. On Wednesday, the president will discuss his plan to lower prescription drug costs. In the evening, the president will travel to the White House from Las Vegas, where we will have more to share on St. Patrick's Day, one of the president's favorite holidays. In the days ahead, as you all know, there will be a lot to celebrate on March 17th. With that, So, Nick, I know that the bill just passed, if I remember correctly, the other bill just passed out of the House today, right? So we're taking a look at the bill. We have continued to share information, as I mentioned many times before, with members of Congress. And as you know, the first few months of the president's administration, he returned to office, he directed the intelligence community to declassify information, assessing COVID origin, and to make that report public to American people, to the American people, because we know and we understand how important it is to get to the bottom of COVID origin. We will continue to use every tool to figure out what happened here, while also protecting classified information. Again, we're going to take a look at the bill. I just don't have anything to share on how we're going to move forward based on this. I totally understand. It is the right of the President of the United States to look at the legislation that is going to be coming before him, and with the information. So, as it relates to Iran and Saudi Arabia, we are aware of the reports and we certainly refer to the Saudis as they are together with this plan and really to provide more detail. For generally speaking, to your question, look, we welcome any efforts to help end the war in Yemen and to escalate tensions in the Middle East region. That is one of the reasons why the president will be starting travel over the summer to have those conversations. De-escalation and diplomacy together with deterrence are key pillars of the policy that the president Biden put out or outlined during his visit in July in the region. So again, de-escalation, tensions in the Middle East clearly is a priority, and he welcomes that.
Thank you, Nick. Still on the background here, you and other officials have understand that James Community is not a protest right now, but you mentioned is there a date in mind of the Chinese version you are at the most time for the Saudi and more? And you have to strong about you on here to bring your own to insurgency dealing with the administration's program.
So I think the showing, as we have stated the last couple of months, as it relates to JCPOA has not changed. It is not a focus right now, and it is not on the agenda, and I'll just leave it there. We've been pretty consistent on that, so that hasn't changed.
Okay, finally, from the question, if you just answer the question and start the case with it.
I mean, there's no confusion. I just laid out how we feel about the de-escalating tensions in the Middle East. We've been very clear about that. The president laid out his plan during his trip, the pillars of the policy during his trip in July. That hasn't changed in that space. We're going to look at the bill. I can't do the timeline. That's something that our team has to take a look at the bill that has been, as you know, has been brought through Congress, and just take a look at it and we'll get back to you. I don't have a timeline.
Follow up
So here's what I want to say. When Republicans, extreme Republicans, Republicans, don't agree with an issue or with policy, they don't room for something that's going to either have a good faith conversation, they're going to make the conversation avoid. But that is not actually policy. That what that turns into is hate. What it turns into is despicable policy. And it's just not the way it is being This is not protecting freedoms. This is not having a good faith conversation on how we can move the country forward. This is about attacking young kids and their parents because of how they view themselves, because of how they see themselves, because of how they want to live. Kids and their parents. What does that have to do with anything about being woke? That is just hate. And it is shameful. It is shameful. And we're going to call it out. And like I said, the president's going to continue to say we have to back it or anywhere. If you were to respond to say, you were wrong, obviously, so let me just remind you all that you guys wrote about this very early on in the administration. When this president walked into this administration, thousands of people were dying of COVID. The last administration did not put forward a comprehensive plan on how we were going to deal with COVID and how we were going to cash out the arms. This president, along with Democrats in Congress, passed the American Rescue Plan, which actually helped turn the economy back on because the economy is tanking. Grow the economy so that we can make money get people shots in arms, make sure that vaccines were available for free to the American people, making sure that more than 2 million people have vaccines that become fully vaccinated. That's what this president did. This is how he moved forward to make sure that we're standing here, and we're able to sit next to each other. Most of us, the majority of us don't have masks on. Many of us are able to get to the kids back in school. When we came into this administration, schools were closed. The small businesses were shutting down. So, you know, we just talked about the budget, the president's budget plan, about his values, what he sees the value for the American people. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about how we're going to deliver for the American people. So I've been asked this question multiple times, as you know, Krista. Look, the president, when the chemical spill happened on February 30th, you saw the federal government act correctly. Within hours, you saw the EPA on the ground, DOT was on the ground, and the president made sure that we responded on a federal level so that the people of the United States were made whole again. I don't have a trip to announce at this time, because this has been a priority for the president. He's been updated very regularly. He's spoken to the governors of Pennsylvania, the governor of Ohio. His team has been on the ground multiple times. You've seen the EPA director, administrator, go down to see the community, to see for himself what has occurred. He's been there about 3 times. And he's seen multiple agencies on the ground, also making sure that we make the community whole again, and also holding them to account for something. Something that he said when he was asked the question, I don't have a timeline for you. The president answered this question directly when he was asked a couple of days, and he said he's looking forward to go down to start.
Thank you. Do you have any update on when a decision will be announced on the Willow project? And can you confirm that the president is participating in conversations on the project this week?
Well, I think I confirmed, earlier this week that he had discussions with the delegation so I did confirm that he has had those conversations. And as I said also on that day, that this process is led by the Department of Interior. They are the ones who make the decision, the Secretary of Interior. So I will probably, for any specifics or timeline or details on that, back to That's a good question. I haven't had a chance to speak to the president. Just as you know, this has been occurring over the last couple of hours. What I can say for sure is certainly I'm going to let the economist who is in front of you all speak to this, let her word sit, but I'll just follow up and say Treasury is certainly tracking this recent development and remains in touch with regulators. And so for any specifics or details on that, certainly I would refer you to the Department of Treasury. Just this has been developing over the last couple of hours. I just haven't had a chance to speak to that.
One quick thought that I came on mind, that's about the usually about the president's comments, right? Talk about relationships with
I have to be very honest, I didn't hear the question that was posed to him, and I didn't hear how he answered it, so I would need to hear it for myself before I can give you an answer. What I can say to you is what, more broadly, how we see the relationship and how important it is to de-escalate in the region at this time and in the Middle East. And so that's why the president, one of the reasons, that was one of the things that was on the president's agenda was just that, when he went in July, he went to Israel in July, he went to Saudi Arabia, as you know. And it was an important trip to have. I just have to go back and see exactly what he said. I just want to make sure I say it, but I respond to you in the right way. But what I can speak to is more broadly how he sees this relationship. Well, it's a good question. As you know, we spoke to President Macron just last week. Don't have any future upcoming conversations to be had around this trip. I know we had a readout. I just don't, outside of that, I don't know if I don't have anything else to share.